Okay, so I've been thinking about this before the show, and I have a lot of ideas.
Well, I'll just say this isn't mandatory update. We've got to be nice. We can't do a bunch of zingers about the games or something.
We're nice. It's my favorite part, though. I love this. I wrote so many zingers for this.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, how many indie devs does it take to make a point and click?
No, not like that.
Oh, yeah, okay, well, maybe they call it a game jam. Is it a game or a jam?
These games deserve to be celebrated, not skewered like week-old meat by your goofs and gaffes.
Week-old meat? Oh, what are you
Besides,
talking about?
you don't know how Sarah can get. She's going to watch this later. She takes these awards very seriously. Last year, I saw a new side of her. Frankly, a dark, savage side. It scared me. It excited me a little bit too, but it mostly scared me.
Well, look around you. She's not here. Okay, I took her spot. I am the new Sarah. Okay, and how could she possibly stop us?
I'm here. I'm here. Okay, I can do it. I'm ready. Ready? Yes.
Oh, there? What are you doing
okay.
down there? Oh my God. She's dead.
Sarah?
Whoa! I'm here.
Why are you here?
Yeah, Isla said you couldn't make it. She begged me to host for you. I had plans for this. Hilarious plans.
No, I'm sure. I know I can do this. It's just these SAG-AFTRA interactive negotiations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that must be keeping you really busy.
Yeah, plus there's my actual job as an actor, director, etc., etc.
True, you're very busy.
And then there's the orphans I take care of.
Orphans?
Horse orphans. Yep. So many horse orphans and their huge mouths to feed.
Okay, I think you made up the horse orphan stuff there, but the SAG-AFTRA negotiations are important work. It's okay if you do feel like taking it easy this year.
You're very, very kind, Elise, but I really love doing the show and celebrating all the hard work of these incredible devs. I really, really want to do the show for them. Just a little light.
Yes, but what you're fighting for, it helps them too, okay? Not only because you are taking care of actors and that means better art, but because you're setting the precedent for digital labor rights going forward.
Yeah, and the devs in IndieCade Festival have careers that could be threatened by use of generative AI, so by drawing a line in the sand for actors, others will benefit too.
Yeah, they can point to the rights and protections that SAG-AFTRA secures and say, I want that.
Yeah?
Yeah, this year's festival is packed with amazing games, Sarah. We should celebrate them tonight, but also by working to make sure that their work is respected by people using AI in the future. And you are doing that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was really sincere. You didn't have any sarcastic jokes at all about these games or anything.
What? These are great games.
It's true. Elise, you have really inspired me. I'm all fired up. I think I'm ready to host the show now.
Oh, okay.
What?
You just enjoy the
you should stay.
We'll do a three.
Please stay.
Come on, stay. Stay.
For real, you should stay.
It'll be fine.
No fooling, you mean it?
For real.
Okay, great. Let's start the show.
The ceremony is about to begin. Please welcome your hosts, Sarah Elmale, Isla Hank, and Elise Willems. Sarah is an actor and voice director for AAA and indie games, from Fortnite and Hi-Fi Rush to Gone Home and After Party. Isla is the co-head of Easy Allies, as well as a writer, director, and musician. Elise is a co-writer of Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed and a host, writer, and showrunner of the 30 Morbid Minutes podcast. She's also a cast member and creative force behind the comedy channel Funhouse.
Hello and welcome to the 2023 IndieCade Awards. We come to you once again from the Easy Allies studio, and you may have noticed one other big change this year.
New bra?
You may have noticed two big changes this year. We're pleased to have Elise Willems here with us as our third host.
Thanks, Trip's host.
Woo! It's like girl dinner, but with a buffet of amazing indie games.
Elise and I have a rich years-long history of co-hosting a video games news show called Mandatory Update, so this should be fun.
Y'all are hilarious together. Seriously.
You're hilarious. You're true talent.
Friends, it is an honor to share a stage with you.
And you.
Thank you so much. What hasn't changed about this show is honoring a year of imaginative and visionary independent games, projects that confound our expectations of what games can do and give voice to fresh stories and perspectives. For example, many of tonight's nominees explore queerness in modern life.
Elise, you're straight. Why don't you handle these?
Here we go. This year we have Mother Player, an experimental game that explores the struggles of parenthood from the perspective of a burnt-out pansexual artist. It's based on the artist's real experience of becoming pregnant as the pandemic began. How is that?
Good start. We'll make an IndieCade host out of you yet. Keep going.
Great.
Keep going.
You'll also find Goodbye Volcano High in this year's festival. It's a game about dinosaurs at the end of high school and the start of a big change in their lives. It'll have you saying, that game is one queer bird. Get it? Because they're dinosaurs and dinosaurs are birds.
Don't improv. Sarah, how about you take over?
Sure. How about Valiant or Val's Guide to Having a Broken Vag? You play as a young non-binary student who struggles with their relationship to their body and society's lessons about sex. See, that's how you do it.
Okay, I think I got it now. Okay, well, I will do the next one. Let me do this one. We are also proud to share with you the game. No, I don't think this title's for me to read. Sarah?
Sure. Yeah, okay. Nope, that's an Isla title.
He fucked the girl out of me. This semi-autobiographical visual novel explores trauma, sex work, and the attempt to move past feelings of shame. It's a sincere, heartfelt work with a name that only cowards couldn't say out loud.
Speaking of loud, several of tonight's games focus on the power of music.
Oh, games like Dead Pets Unleashed, a narrative where you help a demonic punk band called Dead Pets finally find their big break. Or We Are OFK, a series of 5 interactive music videos about the cost of following your dreams. Also, The Forest Quartet, where you play as a dead singer who helps her former band play their final concert. You know, music making involves a lot of struggle, sacrifice, and trauma.
Nothing like game development, thank goodness.
If the challenges of music making don't wet your whistle, let's think globally. Many nominees explored environmental themes or fears around climate change. Check out Ecosystem, where you grow and modify your own, well, ecosystem.
Does what it says on the tin.
Right.
I respect
love
it.
that.
And Decarbonize, the strategy card game with climate change as your opponent. Plenty of buzz about that one.
Okay, I'm taking over. Sometimes climate fears give way to full-on apocalypse, like in Roman Sands Rebuild. Serve the inhabitants of a mysterious luxury resort as they wait for the sun to swallow the world.
Why do you think we have so many games about troubling times? Like, are we okay? I don't think we're okay, are we?
Yeah,
No.
But that's what's great about IndieCade, right? It tells it like it is.
For truth and justice. Let's start giving out these awards.
First up, we've got the award for visual design.
The eyes, as they say, are the windows to the soul, are they not?
Sure.
Yeah, they are the gates, the invitation, the glistening peephole to all the brilliant, nuanced thoughts and feelings therein. They say nothing but speak volumes.
Right, land the plane.
Visual design, Isla.
Okay.
The decisions, skills, and talents brought to bear in a game's visual design are among the first things to affect the viewer. They reveal the game's truth in a fundamental and immediately impactful way.
Unless, dear Sarah, they lie and deliberately obfuscate that truth for some mysterious purpose. Like a guy you think is really sensitive and a good listener, but actually he just has long eyelashes and rarely blinks.
What?
She knows the type.
You guys are...
Please, we've seen too much. Give us a moment.
All right, well, anyway, the point is these games look real good. Let's have a little gander at these beautiful nominees, shall we?
The nominees for visual design are Blue Suburbia, Cryptmaster, Mother Player, Roman Sands Rebuild, and World of Horror.
Here to present this year's Visual Design Award is Alexandra Samper, handling international relations at TLR Games, winner last year for IDEA.
Hi, I'm Alexandra Samper from TLR Games, creators of IDEA, the game, and I'm here to present the winner of the Visual Design Award of this year. As games grow across boundaries, platforms, and formats, the craft of animation and art are harnessed in an ever-growing number of ways. The delicate work of creating a living, breathing world through the design of environments, the movement of characters, the color of the sky, the shapes of the text and icons, and more has become a defining field for games and play. The Visual Design Award celebrates accomplishment and innovation by these masterful artists. So, the winner of the Visual Design Award of this year is World of Horror's developer Panstaz Congratulations!
From the jury, World of Horror is an intensely cohesive and coherent game, combining its consistent and remarkable art style with a fascinating and in-depth narrative. The visual integration of the slightly frustrating user interface into the game feels very apt. It respects its inspiration in Junji Ito style art, but pushes its visual interface-driven system to reinforce and complicate the visual aesthetic at every turn. Rather than present a generic horror title within this exciting visual style, its combinatorial opportunity presented by the narratives enriches the visual design through the interface. We are incredibly proud to award World of Horror this year's Visual Design Spotlight Award.
What better time to introduce the Vanguard Award than after the first award?
Okay, it's the first honorary award in the ceremony, yes.
All right.
And it goes to a studio who has achieved that rarest of distinctions in our extremely turbulent, often forgetful industry.
Is it longevity?
It's longevity.
How could we have guessed?
Not only being first, but sticking around to tell the tale and keep making good work. It is really something to celebrate.
Like
Rachel Weisz.
Yeah, just like Rachel Weisz. But without referring specifically to any of the cultural touchstones we know and love her for, which would put us in violation of SAG-AFTRA TV theatrical strike rules.
You're fun.
Here to present this year's Vanguard Award is President and Creative Director of 2008 IndieCade winner, The Odd Gentleman, Matt Korba.
Hi, my name is Matt Korba, and I am the Creative Director of The Odd Gentleman. And today I am very excited to present the newest addition to our honorary awards, the Vanguard Award, to Amanita Design. They're an independent studio who create charming adventure games with surreal worlds, lighthearted humor, and a pick-up-and-play mechanics. They've been crafting games since 2003, long before this current indie wave became a major part of the game industry. Driven by creative vision and tenacity, they went out on a limb early and weathered trials and tribulations of bubbles and a constantly shifting landscape. They not only survived, but have flourished and continue to make innovative games that enrapture and delight us all. I know when I was a student playing Samros for the first time, the game was hugely inspirational on me and my future work. It gave me hope as a lifelong adventure gamer that this genre of games could be modernized and had a place amongst the AAA action experiences of the day. Congratulations, Amanita Design, and I can't wait to play your future projects.
Hi, I'm Jakub Dworski. I'm founder of Amanita Design Studio. We are based in Prague, Czech Republic, and we started, it's 20 years ago already. So I'm very happy to receive this honor. I'm thankful for that, for all those years. And I'm thankful to my colleagues at Amanita. I started alone back then, and now we are like 30 people, 4 teams, still working very hard on new indie games, and we are currently preparing 4 new projects, so we are not done yet. So you can look forward to some new stuff, hopefully in upcoming years. And again, thank you very much.
The fantastic, surprising, form-expanding games up for the Live Action Spotlight Award have us playing as exorcists, the elderly, reporters, sentient billiard balls, and strangest of all, ourselves.
Take that last one out and you've got yourself one heck of a Saturday night.
But then you wouldn't be there.
Exactly.
Although we will be addressing this cry for help, but not before this fun montage.
The nominees for live action are Chumo, Get Off My Lawn, Puckish, Report on the Death of Robert Evergreen, and Secret Shuffle.
Here to present the Live Action Award is designer at Mouse and the Billionaire, last year's winner for Tecatmos, M. Betancourt.
From the jury, somewhere between an escape room, a comical haunted house, and a theme park adventure, Chumo puts players in the role of new exorcism students trying to subdue a demon in order to pass their entrance exams. Haunting elements like flickering lights and spinning fans become part of the puzzle, as players need to identify manifestations of the demon to figure out appropriate next steps. With strong design, clever mechanics, and player education, and a unique and unexplored theme, Chumo has received nothing but rave reviews from the jury. It has been consistently praised for its perspective, polish, and unique charm. We are pleased to celebrate this excellence and this uplifting spirit by awarding Chumo this year's Live Action Spotlight Award.
Hi, I am Matt Bethencourt, designer at Mouse and the Billionaire. The frontier of play and experience design includes the amazing worlds of immersive theater, virtual, augmented, and themed spaces, escape rooms, and more. These bespoke and physical experiences are often designed to explore social engagement, alternative controllers, speculative design, and experimental interactions. The Live Action Spotlight Award rewards innovation in these spaces and creations that exemplify magical new opportunities for play. On behalf of all the adventurers exploring these frontiers, I'm honored to announce that the winner of the 2023 Live Action Spotlight Award is Shumo by the Shumo team at Art Center.
Audio design is an integral part
Hey,
of
Sarah, can we do it like an ASMR video?
Oh, yeah. Sure. I think, okay.
Yeah. Audio design is an integral part of video games, serving the persuasion of imaginary spaces with realistic detail and emotional color, giving authentic presence to both environmental threats and delights, and weight and satisfaction to player input and response.
Sarah, for ASMR to work, you have to whisper.
Yeah, we're doing the thing, stepping on us.
Okay. Oh, no, you're right. No, I was the problem there. That's on me.
Thank you for living up to that.
Let's give a listen to these fantastic nominees.
The nominees for audio design are Farewell North, A Number from the Ghost, World of Horror, Unknown Number, a first-person talker, We Are OFK, and The Signal State.
Here to present this year's Audio Design Award is a composer for games like For the King, Fossil Echo, Chia, and last year's winner, Ambition, A Minuet in Power, John Robert Matz.
Hello, I'm John Robert Matz. The Audio Design Award recognizes the absolute heights of the game audio discipline, from sound design to music to voice acting and more. Truly great audio can not only enhance the player experience, providing vital feedback, improving game feel, and tugging on the player's heartstrings, but it can also help form an emotional connection to a game's world, story, and characters, immersing players far deeper than graphics, writing, or gameplay alone. Good audio in a game is like an expert seasoning, bringing out a dish's natural flavors, but today's winner is a veritable audio feast unto itself. It is my honor to announce this year's winner of the Audio Design Award. We Are OFK by OFK. Congratulations.
From the jury, We Are OFK is a beautiful joining of a visual novel with music visualization, telling an incredible set of stories about a small handful of folks trying to make it work in Los Angeles. It's the game industry in a purple vaporwave nutshell. The actors involved are expertly cast, bringing vibrant color and grounded emotional truth to each character's personal journey, specific and nuanced in their storytelling. The audio is immersive throughout, from hearing an imagined in-lore esports tournament in the background to a phenomenal blending of diegetic audio from the music-making characters smoothly taking over non-diegetic background music. The interactivity on display during each episode's musical number is the highlight of an engaging and innovative way to approach storytelling in a digital environment, and sets this apart from a crowd of excellent audio nominees this year. We are incredibly proud to award We Are OFK this year's Audio Design Spotlight Award.
And now to the award honoring the iconic rebels of gaming. And I'm not talking about us. I'm talking the renegades, willing to burn their way through any obstacle in the industry. The ones who did not find, but forged a path.
Yeah, burned. Yeah, I guess, might violent as descriptions go. But
Well, it's called the Trailblazer, Sarah. I mean, I'd say setting a trail ablaze is pretty fearsome.
Well, but it's also more than that. I mean, it's not just the cool new path this fiercely independent creator took, but all the impactful work they made and still make along the way. The kind of work that inspires others to pursue the same or even more unforeseeable trajectories in our industry.
Yeah, I guess that's good, but mine was good too.
Oh, yeah, no, it was.
Mine was good too.
It was really vivid.
Yeah, it was.
It was really good.
Anyway, here to present the Trailblazer Award is IndieCade Festival Chair Celia Pierce.
Hi, I'm Celia Pierce, IndieCade's co-founder and festival chair. And I'm very proud to be here today to present this year's Trailblazers Award to Nani de la Pena. Nani is a bona fide VR pioneer. And the first time that I met with her for IndieCade, I had to twist her arm actually to submit her game Use of Force to the festival, and it won the 2014 Impact Award. So we were really, really proud that she was able to be part of our community. And the thing about Nani's work that's really impressive is that she fully leverages the affordances of VR to create works that promote both empathy and agency. We're really excited for her keynote conversation with Brenda Laurel, another bona fide VR pioneer and one of the first women to do VR in the 20th century. And they'll be doing a separate keynote conversation, which you can listen to on our stream. And I'm just really, really proud of Nani, really, really excited to introduce her today and to give her this Trailblazer Award. Congratulations, Nani.
So when Celia Pierce came up to me on campus at USC, she kind of was practically chasing me down and saying, you need to apply for an IndieCade award. And I was like, but IndieCade, like that's one of my favorite possible festivals, you know, full of the deepest thinking about the ways that we can use new technologies to engage, provoke, and of course, really play. And I thought, you know, why would I be included in an award ceremony? I mean, you know, I've been there so many times with my kids, with my family, going to night games with friends, colleagues, and really, to me, some of the most important game designers around were the kind of people represented at IndieCade. Anyway, so when I won the Impact Award for Use of Force, which tells the story of how the Border Patrol tased and beat a man to death along the border, an immigrant. You know, this is before George Floyd. You know, and some of the most important individuals who've called attention to these kind of practices and policies. I just didn't see how this would be the thing that would make me feel celebrated by this community. And yet, I have to tell you, for years, that was the award that I made sure was the most front and center on my desk. Things are a little bit plainer here right now. Some of you may know I had an electric bicycle battery explode, and that award is no longer with us in vivo, but it is in my heart. And now to win this award as a lifetime kind of achievement, it only makes that all so much bigger. It makes the feeling of being part of this community so much huger. I think this kind of work is a labor of love, and it can get really hard. And sometimes you can get pretty grumpy because you're just determined to see it to the end. But mostly it is complete and utter joyous labors of love. And to be recognized for that is just extraordinary. Thank you, IndieCade. Thank you so much for this award. Thank you, IndieCade community. I hope that this means that I really am one of you, because I really feel that in spirit, mind, soul, body, the whole thing. Thank you.
Hey, it's our tabletop.
Cool overhead camera.
Yeah, hey, hi. It is time for the Tabletop Design Award.
I'd give this tabletop design an award.
It's a chevron.
Very sick. But the creators in this category don't just see a table, however novel its geometry. When they see a table, they see a Gothic manse, a fractured memoryscape, a fey realm, the open road, the open sea, and cooler still, they make us see it too. Let's get a taste.
The nominees for tabletop design are Desperation, Forgotten Chains, Hollyhock, Rebels of the Outlaw Wastes, and Tag.
Here to present this year's Tabletop Design Award is analog game creator Xingyin Kor, 2022's winner for Remember August.
Hi, I'm Xingyin Kor, an analog game designer and the winner of last year's Tabletop Game Award. The Tabletop Game Award celebrates the experience of staring across a board, shuffling a hand of cards, or rummaging through a chaotic pile of detailed paper notes. It leverages the imagination of players, whether with friends or individually, to create unique and collaborative experiences. And for many of us, this is the heart of what games are. The Tabletop Game Award celebrates the indie tabletop games of the year that innovated, surprised, and delighted us. And the winner of this year's Tabletop Game Award is Desperation by Bully Pulpit Games.
From the jury, the tabletop team was blown away by Desperation's unique card-driven gameplay. Despite a persistent sense of dread with every card draw, Desperation gives its players a sense of agency in creating the story that unfolds. We loved this game's out-of-the-box design that was ready to hit the table with no complicated setup or session zero. We are incredibly proud to award Desperation this year's Tabletop Spotlight Award.
When it comes to gaming, nothing is more important than performance.
Well, I don't know about nothing. I mean, it's important.
No, think about it. You're in the middle of some emotional moment and the frame rate dips? Unacceptable!
Oh, hang on.
No, you have to have a stable frame rate or it takes me right out of the game.
Isla, this award is about great game performances.
Yeah, like acting.
Oh, you mean like real live human beings drawing on the unique synthesis of lifetime of experiences and insights to create detailed portrayals that linger in the player's memory long after the game is over?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh yeah, well, I am passionate about two things. The sacred art of acting, of using years of training and conditioning to open oneself fully to the precious surprise of the present, to create something both inextricably of and also beyond oneself.
Isla, truly, I could not have put it better myself. Wow. What's the other thing?
What?
The second thing you're passionate about?
Oh, good frame rates.
Yes, of course, naturally.
Great performances help create unforgettable moments unique to games. They use human performers to meaningfully support, expand, or drive the interactive experience. Here are this year's nominees for performance.
The nominees for performance are Cryptmaster, Goodbye Volcano High, Stray Gods, the role-playing musical, Torn Away, Wayward Strand, and We Are OFK.
Here to present this year's Performance Award is creator of alternative controllers and interactive stage shows, last year's winner for Bartholomew Video's Stream Challenge, Alistair Aitchison.
Hello, I'm Alistair Aitchison, the creator of Bartholomew Video's Stream Challenge, which won the Performance Award last year. The Performance Award honors a unique or particularly outstanding performance in the fields of voice acting, motion capture, live shows, and much more. As games grow in cultural weight and professional development, the field of independent games has involved a larger variety of artists from all disciplines. As performing artists, game technology offers us new ways to interact with the world around us and with our audiences. Great performers can cross beyond the screen and reach out to their players with warmth and humanity. The brilliant pacing, empathy, and understanding of the best performances has been harnessed this decade to make some of the most arresting play experiences that we have ever seen. This award celebrates the actors practicing their incredible craft in the field of play. And the winner of this year's Performance Award is Goodbye Volcano High by Co-op. Congratulations.
From the jury, some teenagers feel like it's the end of the world, but for these teenage dinosaurs in Goodbye Volcano High, it really is. Players try to survive their senior year of high school through the eyes of Fang, who is wrestling with their feelings to find joy and even love in the midst of crisis. This hybrid of an interactive visual novel, rhythm games, and mini-games feels like playing through an animated television show with a cinematic feel. The exceptional writing, storytelling, and voice performances are outstanding. The cast brings different voice and personality to the front in a well-directed and arranged web of relationship and emotion that only the best game performances do. We are incredibly proud to award Goodbye Volcano High this year's Performance Spotlight Award.
The Game Changer Award celebrates someone who has impacted games in a big way.
Someone who's ushered in a change. changed the game, as it were, in a positive way.
To put a finer point on it, they changed the game-making community itself through their inspiring example and ability to reshape the industry conversation, often by inviting and supporting new voices within it. They make us incredibly proud to be part of this industry, much like the team in that one Keanu Reeves movie would have been proud when they invented cold fusion.
Had any survived.
Had any survived.
Right. Well, unlike that unnamed 1996 classic, which has an 18% on Rotten Tomatoes, The Game Changer has a 100% in our hearts. Here to present this year's Game Changer Award is studio head of Rain Bros, an IndieCade nominee in 2015 for And Maybe They Won't Kill You, Akira Thompson.
Hello, my name is Akira Thompson, and I am the creative director and studio head at Rain Bros. I'm here today to present the Game Changer Award. So, the Game Changer Award celebrates an individual who has impacted the gaming landscape in a significant way. A positive disruptor who's brought on a paradigm shift to our community. Whether it's advocating for independent developers or creating a space for conversations to take place, a game changer is someone who makes us proud to be a part of the industry. I am so honored to be here today to present the Game Changer Award to my dear friend, Kelly Santiago. Kelly has been a game designer, producer, and entrepreneur. She's worked on some of the most culturally significant games of our generation, from her time as co-founder and CEO of That Game Company, where she worked on Flow, Flower, and Journey, to most recently her work on Pokemon Go. Kelly is also a passionate advocate for diversity and inclusion in the game industry. For large-scale efforts like Niantic's Black Developers Initiative, which endeavored to make developer populations reflect the diversity of its players, to her efforts to put the ladder down for newcomers in the industry, which don't end there, as she also puts in the work on an individual level. For me, Kelly actually agreed to mentor me via monthly meetings over udon at the Santa Monica Mitsuwa back in 2009, when I was just getting my start in the industry as a quality assurance tester at Activision. So Kelly is a true game changer. She's made significant impact on the gaming industry, and she continues to inspire others, including myself, to follow their dreams. Kelly, please accept this award as a token of our appreciation for your work and dedication in the gaming industry.
I have written and rewritten this acceptance speech too many times to count now. When I think of my nearly 20 years in the video games industry, a line that keeps going through my head is from Lyrics Born. I got a lot of love and a lot of luggage for a lot of reasons. But first, I'm so honored to be the recipient of this year's Game Changer Award, as well as to be done so alongside such incredible people like Nani, Nick, Josh, and everyone at Amanita. And there's so much here at IndieCade each year that reminds me of how the game is changing and continues to change. And it's one of the best things about working in this industry. But I am also restless. Some things have taken far too long to change. Too many people work on teams and at companies that don't respect them, don't honor their voices equally at the table. Too many of us work in patterns detrimental to our physical and mental health. We don't demand of ourselves or of our employers that we have opportunities for learning and career advancement. We can get too focused on our egos, fed by social media presence, units sold, size of a deal. We get too afraid to make changes, to do things differently for fear of losing that status, or of, God help us, missing that deliverable. And we too easily lose sight of what makes this medium so very special, that it's rooted in play. And as Bernie DeKoven taught us, it's all collaborative. I've struggled. I've had some wins and I've had many losses, both as a developer and as someone in company leadership. Change can very much feel like one step forward and two steps back. And so this award means a lot to me. I couldn't do this work without a home in which I'm free to fully be my messy and beautiful self. Thank you to my partner, Mike Stein, and my two amazing sons for building that home with me. Thank you to my parents for being the OG builders of a safe space for me to be the weird kid and giving me a foundation of self-respect. If I can impart a piece of advice to you, it's to prioritize making this space for yourself. You deserve it. The second is to be playful with yourself. We make decisions, we test them in the real world, and that's how we find out if they work. It's how we make games, and it's how you grow. And just like with our games, Usually the first few ideas are terrible, but it's okay. Be kind to yourself, trust in that process, and get back to changing things. Thank you again, IndieCade. You are some of my favorite weirdos.
A game's narrative starts as early as the title, and this year's nominees for the Narrative Award have some of the most inventive names we've seen in IndieCade. Wayward Strand, Slay the Princess, Goodbye Volcano High, Gerda, A Flame in Winter, He Fucked the Girl Out of Me, and, pardon my French on this one, Wild Flowers. All weave compelling and impactful stories that begin well before page 1.
You know, I'm writing a game, actually. Yep, about a horse orphan whose life is completely upended before it's hardly even begun.
What is with you and horse orphans, man?
No, imagine you are a spindly little foal stumbling about in a meadow when suddenly you're forced to witness the moment the light leaves the big wet eyes of your mommy horse and also your daddy horse.
What the blazes are you talking about?
Well, I mean, it's a strong classic narrative, wouldn't you say?
Oh my God, okay. All right, let's have a look at this year's bold, affirming, and frankly fantastic narrative nominees. You got me doing it.
The nominees for narrative are Gerda, A Flame in Winter, Goodbye Volcano High, He Fucked the Girl Out of Me, Slay the Princess, Wayward Strand, and Wildflowers.
Here to present this year's Narrative Award is co-creator of last year's winner, The Case of the Golden Idol, Andres Clavins.
Hello, I am Andres, one of the co-creators of The Case of the Golden Idol. Since the dawn of humankind, we have been storytellers, because nothing moves us more than a great story. Games may live and die by engaging mechanics, immersive environments, and captivating spectacle, but we know that the narrative is what gives these things meaning and what makes games stay in our memories even after decades. The Narrative Game Award celebrates accomplishment and innovation in this amazing and emergent art of interaction-driven narrative. And let's find out who is the winner. The winner of the Narrative Award, Gerda, A Flame in Winter, by developer Bird Island, publisher Don't Nod.
From the jury, this semi-fictional tale takes you through an overlooked small Danish village during World War II. You play as Gerda, a half-Danish, half-German nurse, in a story about choice and consequence. The game explores the moral ambiguity of wartime decisions, where doing what you feel is right in the moment to protect a human life can lead to your community believing you're a Nazi sympathizer. Crafting game narrative that exposes the complexity of life and perception by making the player complicit in decisions that lead to disaster is a rich and underexplored area of narrative design. We are incredibly proud to award Gerda, A Flame in Winter this year's Narrative Spotlight Award.
Bernie de Koven had a lot of great job titles. Game designer, author, lecturer, but maybe also the greatest job title I have ever heard, fun theorist.
Extremely cool job title.
Yeah.
I've got a working theory of fun, you know.
That sounds like an oxymoron.
Oh, it'll be fun when it's done.
That also sounds like it's missing the point.
Let's leave it to the darn experts.
Thank you, Isla.
The Bernie de Koven Big Fun Award is given to creators who honor his treasured legacy with big, physical, fun games. Here to present are Italian architect and designer Natalie Pozzi and game designer and professor at the NYU Game Center, Eric Zimmerman.
Hi, I'm Natalie.
I'm Eric.
And we're so happy to be here to present the Bernie de Koven Big Fan Award and to be giving it to Josh DeBonis and Nick Mikros.
This award recognizes people that further the legacy of Bernie de Koven by creating games that bring people together through physical and social play.
Here's my first memory of a game of Josh and Nick. Imagine a big group of people running back and forth in what is a battle that's both epic and super goofy.
That was the original Killer Queen, which is now an arcade game in which 2 teams of 5 players battle each other with berries and snails and killer queen bees.
Even as a video game, this is a spectacle both for player and viewer, and this makes us think of Bernie, who has always said it's okay to be a player or not to play.
Killer Queen is not just a game. It is really the incredibly welcoming, much love in that game, and all of the players feel it.
Josh and Nick are incredibly kind and generous people, very dapper men.
And we want to wish them congratulations on winning the Bernie DeKoven Big Fun Award.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Nick and Josh.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you for this great award.
I'm Josh Tavonis.
And I'm Nikita Mikros.
And we're from Bumble Bear Games. And yeah, thanks to IndieCade. This is like a really meaningful award to us. And IndieCade has been a big influence on us.
Yeah. Over the years, we've shown a lot of games at IndieCade. And we won Developers Choice Award. Oh, wait.
This is our trophy from 2013. Our game Killer Queen won IndieCade. We got this cool trophy. You can like rearrange it. I don't know if we'll get one this year.
I don't know. Is IndieCade going to send us something in the mail? That would be awesome.
We want another robot.
Yeah, we want another robot because we don't have enough junk in our office. So, you know.
But yeah, I mean, when IndieCade was in person, we would go every year, most years at least, and show different field games, and that was really critical in us forming a relationship, working together that led to us forming this company. And so yeah, thanks to IndieCade and to Celia and Stephanie and everybody at IndieCade.
Everybody at IndieCade and everybody, and you know, all the players of our games who have supported us not only financially but also in a lot of ways emotionally and spiritually over the years. And thanks to all the invisible people that have helped us along the way to kind of, you know, achieve our goals and make some really crazy ideas become a reality.
Yeah, and also especially to the rest of our team here at Bumble Bear.
Yes.
Mike and Brian and Yala and Liam and McKenna. I probably missed somebody, I'm sorry. But yeah, thanks to everybody that helps us make all this.
Yeah. And I guess the last thing we should say is if you're going to be in LA, November 10 and 11, we're going to be there for night games. We'll be the ones hanging out by the Killer Queen arcade cabinet, which is a giant 10-player arcade cabinet. I don't think you can miss it. And looking goofy and trying to teach people how to play the game, I guess.
Yeah, come say hi. Come play some games with us.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks again.
Thanks.
Pretty amazing that, I mean, I don't think either one of us was expecting to win this award, so it's really nice to be recognized in this way. Thank you.
The Impact Award has a special place in my heart ever since IndieCade got rid of the Comic Sans Award.
Isla, the IndieCade top brass said no font jokes.
I type in the face of authority.
I'm sorry, I assume I'm the top brass in this scenario?
Crap, she's onto us! Cheese it!
Well, left alone with no one to consolace me.
Hey, you can't do it if I can't do it.
I'm still on stage. The Impact Award celebrates games that expand the scope of our medium and culture by elevating new communities of authors, resonating with new communities of players through urgent stories, or perhaps by connecting new communities through play itself. Let's take a look.
The nominees for Impact are Decarbonize, Dead Pets Unleashed, The Forest Quartet, Mexico 1921, A Deep Slumber, Valiant, or Val's Guide to Having a Broken Vag, and We Are OFK.
Here to present this year's Impact Award is 3D artist and game developer at Winking Studios, Yuan Shu, last year's winner for Return at Night.
Hello everyone, I'm Ewan, and I'm so happy to be here to present the Impact Award. The Impact Award honors a game which explores social, cultural, and political issues in a whole new way. This award not only takes us out of our comfort zones, but also confront us directly on social progress yet to be done, or even mark a real change in the industry. Impact isn't simply about diversity or doing good in the world. It can also be creating new access points for unlikely players engaging with unlikely topics, new points of connection for people across the globe, or new shared experiences that resonate in our modern culture. And the winner is Dead Pets Unleashed by Triple Topping. Congratulations!
From the jury, Dead Pets Unleashed is a game saturated with creativity and artistic intent. Developers Triple Topping describe it as a feminist, management-light, minigame-heavy, slice-of-life narrative game about punk music, friendship, and growing up. It skillfully mixes the mundane and the traumatic, often shifting from light to dark, funny to somber, without ever sacrificing depth and nuance when tackling complex and difficult topics with deep feminist values. We are incredibly proud to award Dead Pets Unleashed this year's Impact Spotlight Award.
The Mike Sellers Systemic Design Award honors games which use randomness and algorithmic content or behavior to create wonderful, surprising interactions. So we thought we'd let randomness decide what jokes we tell here. Elise, would you care to roll the dice?
Boy, would I.
Okay, 3, 6, and 2. So jokes 3, 6, and 2. Go.
Okay, got it. Joke 3. The Signal State offers puzzles inspired by modular synthesizers. As an avid collector of modular synths myself, I assume it tackles such real-world puzzles such as, should I eat this week or buy another synth? Or I spent all my money on synths and now my wife won't talk to me. The joke here is that modular synths are really expensive. The game's really good though. So
okay, well, it's time for joke 6 to save the day. Unknown Number, a first-person talker, is a super intense, innovative, voice-controlled adventure told through interactive phone calls. It's fast-paced, hectic, and stressful, and puts you in high-stakes situations like something out of your nightmares, such as talking on the phone.
Joke 2, Price of Flight is a board game-inspired RPG wherein you fight, take flight, and steal to survive a bird-based blood sport of tomorrow. You can aid the failing avian resistance, save yourself, or die on live TV. Sounds like a flight on Spirit Airlines. What fun!
But those aren't all the excellent games in this category, so let's have a little look-see, shall we?
The nominees for the Mike Sellers Systemic Design Award are Against the Storm, Ecosystem, Price of Flight, The Signal State, Unknown Number, a first-person talker, and Viewfinder.
here to present the Mike Sellers Systemic Design Award is lead gameplay designer at Brass Lion Entertainment, Osama Dorias.
Hello, my name's Osama Dorias. I'm a career game designer who's been in the gaming industry for about 16 years. We are proud to honor the legacy of Mike Sellers, an industry veteran who has been at the forefront of game system design and education. I am here to present the Systemic Design Award in his honor. The Systemic Design Award honors a game that leverages randomness and algorithmic content or behavior to create unique and innovative interactions. Systemic design is a growing skill with new discoveries made in many fields related to game development. Graphics, narrative, level design, meaningful randomness, artificial behavior, and more. The award celebrates the amazing design of procedural and random chance that drives amazing discovery in the field of play. With that said, the winner is Against the Storm by Eremite Games. Congratulations.
From the jury, Against the Storm marries intuitive micro-actions with novel macro-actions in a way we're thrilled to see come together in a modern city builder. Every action you want to take is distilled into simple tasks that are automated to allow you to focus on the important decisions. Every goal you want to achieve is driven by these accessible actions that culminate in world-spanning impact that evolves match to match. In a space ripe for innovation, Against the Storm manages to systemically address core player interaction and game-wide simulation in an elegant, thoughtful, and player-centric manner. We are incredibly proud to award Against the Storm this year's Mike Sellers Systemic Design Spotlight Award.
You know, we weren't sure if the three of us hosting would work, but come on, look at us. Hey, look at us.
Look at us.
Who would have thought? Not me.
Well, it's about that time.
You know it. What time?
The time where we split this sucker wide open.
Oh, no. I think you should do the honors, Elise.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't know. The last time you told me to read something, it was a trick.
This one isn't a trick.
Fool me twice, shame on me. But I shan't be fooled thrice.
Trust us.
I don't, why are you saying it like that? All creepy like. Okay, fine. From here on, all the games in the festival are eligible for these awards. Hey, that was just a normal line.
Told you could trust us.
Yeah, absolutely. But yes, every game from here on out could win the following awards.
Well, great. Let's take a look at them.
Hey, Sarah, interact with this.
What?
Interact with this. That interaction was pretty cool. What do you think of this? Ah, innovation.
You threw a Sharpie.
I innovated on your interaction.
You iterated on my interaction? I mean, we could say that, right? That much is true.
Potato.
Innovation is in the eye of the beholder. Okay, at least we're agreed on the interaction part.
Yeah.
Games celebrated by this next award challenge and delight us through the very means by which we encounter them. Here to present the award for innovation in interaction is game developer and winner last year for Midnight Protocol, Sam Acton.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be back at IndieCade 2023. I am Sam Acton. I am a game designer. The Innovation in Interaction Design Award honors the specialized artistry and innovation required to engage with games on a new level. This may be in the form of original controllers, unique interface design, or bold new game mechanics. At its utmost, the Interaction Award acknowledges a work that asks us to reconsider the ways in which we play. I think interaction design is about the vocabulary that we give to our players. And innovation in this field is marked not by just a creative, but especially fun new way to allow our players to express themselves. And I think this year's winner in particular has a fresh new perspective on interaction design. So, without further ado, the winner for interaction design in 2023 is Viewfinder by Sad Owl Studios. Congratulations.
From the jury, Viewfinder is nothing short of miracle game tech, so smoothly tamed and blended into always engaging level design. The transition of mechanics are so darn clean, seamless, and downright dreamy. How it strings each interaction together made us want to keep going to see the next trick up its sleeve to the very end. Interactivity that feels this effortless in execution is the result of a team that has clearly put in maximum effort and loved what it was making. You might be called Sad Owl Studios, but hopefully you can crack a smile, knowing you made this jury happily fall head over heels for your interactive experience. We are incredibly proud to award Viewfinder this year's Innovation and Interaction Design Award.
Here to explain the IndieCade jurying process and to present the Jury Pre-Award is IndieCade's Festival Director, Sam Roberts.
Hi, everybody. It's me, Sam Roberts, IndieCade's Festival Director. It's a pleasure to see you all again. I'm here to talk to you a little bit about the IndieCade jurying process and then to give away an award like I get to do every year. It's one of my favorite things. So every year we take submissions from all over the world, from developers making video games, board games, tabletop games, immersive experiences, and basically almost anything that could be played. And we pick a set of nominees, typically 36 to 40 games, and give awards to them. This process uses a huge number of people. And it starts with our IndieCade jury. Our IndieCade jury is a group made up of former IndieCade festival nominees and festival speakers who have become a part of the IndieCade community and give back by judging and jurying these games every year. As we take in our submissions, they are distributed to multiple members of this jury, and every game is played by multiple jury members. They give scores, and the games that do the very best get passed on into the spotlight jury. Now, while the IndieCade jury is working, a smaller group called the IndieCade Jury Committee is hand reviewing the documentation of every single submission. This means an individual committee member might look at 100 or 120 games. And this is to have a smaller focus committee that can look for things that are a little more indefinable, that might slip through the cracks of a general jury. A little special piece of innovation or something that's particularly IndieCade. As you know, we care deeply about innovation in design, and that's what we're here to celebrate. And so the committee also makes a set of selections, and those selections, plus the jury's selections, are passed on to what we call the spotlight jury. The spotlight jury is made up of groups that consider each spotlight award, and they review and play by hand every single game that is passed into the spotlight phase. At that point, they make nomination lists for each of the 8 spotlight categories. And those games, in total, make up the nominees for IndieCade's festival. Once we've decided on the nominees for the festival, those games are then played by yet another jury, the awards jury, that gives away the main 4 awards for the festival: the Grand Jury Prize, the Jury Prix, the Innovation in Interaction Design, and the Innovation in Experience Design. At the same time, the spotlight jury plays all of the spotlight nominees in each category and gives away the 8 spotlight awards. At every time and at every point in this process, our jury operates in a recusal process. Because our jury is large and is made up of people actively involved in the industry, and people touch a lot of games, we ask every juror at every level to recuse themselves from commenting on or participating in decisions in games that they have a connection to. So that's the basics of our process and how we make sure nothing slips through the cracks, find things that are particularly IndieCade, and keep everybody honest. I want to thank everyone who is a part of that process. The IndieCade jury, made up of fabulous volunteers from the community, the IndieCade committee jury, which is a ton of work, and those fabulous volunteers, and our spotlight and awards juries. Thank you all very much. It is you who makes IndieCade what it is. And now I would like to give away the Jury Prix. I love the Jury Prix Award. I like to think of it as the most IndieCade game in the festival. It's something that exemplifies the spirit of the fest, not just the grand jury best game, but something that is unique and special that the jury wants to recognize. We like to describe it specifically as a game the awards jury wishes to confer honor on for separating itself from the pack. either through its craftsmanship, innovation, or design. And this year's Jury Prix Award goes to Cryptmaster.
Interesting.
From the jury. The moment you get your hands on Cryptmaster, you know you're holding something special. But what is it exactly? Shall we touch it? It handles so smooth, with such polish and precision. Shall we listen to it? There is the sound of malevolent benevolence leading us to keep playing this game long after we need to get other things done tonight, but also the cold, definitive weightiness of expert sound design. Shall we taste it? Impossible to enjoy just a little of this treat when every juicy gameplay moment leads to new spells that we will have to remember in a moment of conflict. We're out of guesses. What are we holding? Cryptmaster. Yes, we remember now. Lee Williams and Paul Hurt made this. A beautiful and polished example of everything an independent game can be that was so beloved by the jury it sits here in a place of honor. We are incredibly proud to award Cryptmaster this year's Jury Prix Award.
You fellas just up from the crypts?
Sometimes a game doesn't need to create all new ways of engaging with it to nonetheless feel significant, fresh, and influential. Whether it's telling new stories or stories with new voices, or leaving traditional narrative aside altogether, the games in this category create an indelible atmosphere of verve and panache.
You know, I feel like my dating life could use some experience design. Bad.
I hate to ask this, but what are you doing on your dates?
Oh, I'm not, hence the design need.
Oh, that's not really a design need, Sarah. That's the equivalent of staring at a computer without turning it on.
Oh, you've really hit the nail on the head there.
Okay, the games celebrated by this award, whether they require turning on a computer or not, are courageous enough to turn game design daydreams into vivid, lasting player memories. Here to present the award for innovation in experience design is producer, narrative designer, and co-founder of Matajuegos, winner last year for a 12, Pablo Cuarta.
Hi, I'm Pablo Cuarta of the Argentine Video Game Workers Co-op and indie studio, Matajuegos. I'm also one of the developers behind A12, the surrealist documentary video game about climate change that won last year's Innovation in Experience Design Award. Today, I have the pleasure of presenting the award to this year's winner. The Innovation in Experience Design Award honors the game that out of all the nominees provides the most unique and curated experience. A work that explores what video games can do as a complete medium, bringing together audiovisual and interactive elements in striking new ways that explore the breadth of sensorial and emotive design. In the past few years, winners of this award have created multifaceted games that are in dialogue with the real world, creating rich interconnections with lived experiences that dig through profound social and historical processes. This year's winner is no exception, offering a beautiful and gut-wrenching meditation on trauma, sex work, and gender identity that eschews simple, clean-cut narratives in order to make room for the intimate complexities of the profoundly and painfully human. Without further ado, I am so happy to announce that this year's Innovation Experience Design Award goes to He Fucked the Girl Out of Me by Taylor McHugh. Congratulations.
From the jury. There just aren't people telling stories like this in such a candid way, and it's done really well. The writing is sneakily good because it feels so conversational, and the drawings are so expressive within the simple monochrome style. The discourse around sex work now is very black and white. Either you're fully in support of it, or you condemn it and everyone who participates. He Fucked the Girl Out of Me brings a much-needed nuance and reality to the conversation, and also exists at the intersections of trans identity and sex work at which so many find themselves. Centering the experience of actual sex workers, it is a frank and honest discussion of what is fraught and sometimes painful. And while it doesn't try to offer simple solutions, no one who plays it could come away thinking that punishing sex workers is in any way the solution. We are incredibly proud to award He Fucked the Girl Out of Me this year's Innovation and Experience Design Award.
This is it, the big enchilada.
The one for all the marbles.
Okay, we have a very, very exciting award to give out right now, but no marbles or Mexican food, to be clear.
Sarah, I think they can handle a figure of speech.
Sorry, it's habit now, okay? I have to be so clear and deliberate in everything I say.
It's okay. Let us exaggerate for you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
And now, for the winner of a burrito the size of a truck filled with liquid hot marbles.
Okay, great. Perfect. No notes. Here to bestow the final award of this show, the IndieCade 2023 Grand Jury Award on the game that truly stands out from this year's fantastic offerings is Lucia Formankova, developer from Charles Games and winner last year for Svoboda 1945 Liberation.
The Grand Jury Award represents the best out of IndieCade's best. This is the one game out of all the festival nominees and the hundreds and hundreds of submissions to this year's festival that captures not only how far independent games have come, but how much further they can still take us. And the winner is Goodbye Volcano High by KOOP.
From the jury, Goodbye Volcano High is the complete package. The world and characters are relatable and compelling, and the writing and performances feel so natural and charming. And all this storytelling merges elegantly with a fresh design and mechanics. The resistant choices are an interesting escalation of QuickTime event-style choice feel. The rhythm sections have Night in the Woods expressivity, but then also merge in some contemporary Osu-like treatment. And the dinosaur Twitter feed in the game menu is clever asynchronous storytelling. It was bold to just let players interrupt the game to check it whenever, just like in real life. Overall, this combo of innovation, expressivity, and high craft just really works. Well done, Co-op. We are incredibly proud to award Goodbye Volcano High this year's Grand Jury Award.
That's our show, folks. Thank you so much to everyone for watching, but don't touch that dial. Stay put after the show for a panel with our wonderful winners hosted by jury chairs Colleen Macklin and Aaron Trammell, and for the announcement of this year's Developer's Choice winner by beloved IndieCade host Asher Vollmer, voted on by all the nominated developers in the festival.
There are more IndieCade events to come, so keep a lookout for news about Horizons, Climate Jam, and the Playable Theater Symposium.
Definitely check those out. And before we depart, just a few thank yous to the wonderful team that created and executed this ceremony, from event producer Parker Mann, awards producer Adam Contini, and associate producer Megan Couture, along with the team at Atomic Productions, especially Patrick Barth, Mike Hanrahan, and Larry Gilbert. Thank you to Cade Peterson and Benjamin Tarsa, and to Celia Pierce, Sam Roberts, and Stephanie Barish, as well as our treasured writer, Patrick Corsi. Thank you to all our IndieCade volunteers, interns, and staff. Your hard work brings the festival to life. Bless you. Shout out to our amazing dedicated streamers and Beyond Screens hosts, Jenny Wyndham, Sadim Boji, Alistair Aitchison, Tatiana Villela dos Santos, and to jury chairs Aaron Trammell and Colleen Macklin. Thank you to our Spotlight Jury Committee, our Awards Jury Committee, and our extraordinary pool of hundreds of jurors who have taken the time and energy to review these games so thoughtfully. Special thanks are due to Hevga and especially Jonathan Elmer Green, to the Music Center, especially Kamal Sinclair and Jamie McMurray, as well as all of our partners, patrons, and our many members. We are honored and grateful to work with each of them not only during the festival, but throughout the year. They nurture the independent community at large, and their support makes IndieCade possible. Thank you to USC Games, Clark University, University of Miami, and American University, alongside many individual independent creators and small studios from around the world.
Congratulations again, everybody. Please stick around for the Winners Roundtable and Developer's Choice Award, and welcome CEO and founder of the festival, Stephanie Barish.
As I do every year at the end of the awards, I start to think back on our very first IndieCade. Just a room full of developers, a really gorgeous gallery full of developers, and fantastic games. But nobody really kind of knew what indie games were about yet. We were really just there at the forefront having a great time. And that's one of those things that has really changed over these past years. That was 2007. And it's just remarkable now to see how independent games and creators are really at the center of the industry. Like, we're the ones pushing it forward, and it's so incredible to be here. But when I think back also on those days, one of the things that just surprised and delighted us were the games and the people that made the games. That we were just impressed with the innovations and creativity and what everybody came up with. And that is something that has not changed year after year. We still see the same things. And this year, looking at these games, the nominated games, the winning games, the games that submitted that hopefully will submit again next year, it's so incredibly wonderful to feel like we're all here together at the heartbeat of the industry. So my greatest congratulations to everybody for being a part of this, and it's wonderful to be on this journey together. In case anybody is really feeling like they're going to miss out on IndieCade this year, you do not have to worry about it. We have tons of things for people to do. For instance, you can stay tuned all week and listen to developers talk about their games with each other, which is going to be fantastic. We have night games, our first live event in 4 years. And if you can't make it to downtown Los Angeles and play, you can join us on Twitch. And then after the festival, we will be having our Playable Theater Symposium that we have every year, which is incredible. We run a climate jam, which is because we care about our climate, and I hope you all join on Earth Day. And we also have a new event we launched a few years ago called Horizons, which is a student version of IndieCade. And it really is showcasing the up-and-coming work coming from game programs and students around the world. So we hope you join us as participants, as viewers, or of course, as supporters and members, because that's how we stay here and do what we do, is as a community together. Thank you all for being here with us. Thank you to all of the contributors. I know we've thanked a lot of people, and it takes much more than a village to put IndieCade together, and it is so appreciated, all of the thought and time and consideration that everybody puts into this. It's a wonderful annual event, and I'm so glad you've all been here for it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Prime Gaming Insider. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Hidden Heroes was possible as part of IndieCade Horizons with the support of AARP Games, Northeastern University College of Arts, Media and Design, Concordia University's Technoculture, Art and Games Research Center, the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada, Northeastern University's Institute for Health Equity and Social Justice Research, the Higher Education Video Game Alliance, and Weaver Virtual Studio. be sure to check out all the Hidden Heroes Game Jam games at hiddenheroesjam.com. Thank you for watching.
For anyone who didn't get to participate in the Hidden Heroes Jam or the Climate Jam and still wants to participate on these topics or has something entirely different that they want to start or finish, we invite you to join us in our upcoming Greenlit Jam. This is a different type of jam. It's open to everyone to participate and is structured over 5 weeks of sprints to enable participants who complete the jam with something that could be greenlit. Hear from one of the jam founders and organizers, MJ Johns.
Hey everyone, hope you all are excited and ready to start jamming, and good luck with all of your projects this weekend. I wanted to take a moment to tell you all about another upcoming game jam later this summer called Greenlight Jam. Greenlight is a little bit different than a traditional jam, whereas rather than spending just one weekend working on a project, we actually spend 5 weeks working on a project. But it's not just like a long game jam, it's actually very structured, and you can almost think of it as 4 separate game jams where each sub game jam within it has a structure and a goal of completing one step of the development process, or what we call sprints. So at the beginning, there would be the concept and ideation sprint where you're coming up with ideas and coming up with references. And then there's the prototype sprint where you're prototyping a lot of different ideas and trying to see what works. Then there's the production sprint where you are actually making things happen and getting things done. And then lastly is the release jam where you are publishing or releasing your game. The Greenlight Jam is going to take place June 16th through July 23rd, and we'll have more information for you if you're interested in joining, but I hope you will consider joining this jam later in the summer. And once again, good luck on all of your Climate Jam projects this weekend.
We hope you consider joining the Greenlight Jam. For more information, check out our IndieCade website. And next up, we have students from Purdue University who will walk us through their game Cyber Rail, a roguelike parkour space western FPS.
Hey everyone, we're an independent team from Purdue University, and we're working on a game called Cyber Rail. I'm Will, the sole programmer on our team.
Oh yeah, I'm Blake, the art lead on this project.
I'm Noah, the sound designer and composer.
And I'm Joe, prop artist and environment artist.
So Cyber Rail is a roguelike parkour FPS with a space western aesthetic. You defend your manufacturer's train against a convoy of robot bandits. So in our game, we've kind of tried to focus on 2 main pillars of things that we wanted to expand upon within the movement shooter genre. These 2 things are speed and the freedom of player movement. There are a lot of games in this genre where things like wall running, grappling, vaulting kind of slow down the player. And in our game, we really wanted them to build to increase your speed and make you go even faster. We also wanted the player to have lots of tools in their toolkit to get around a procedurally generated environment. And all this kind of comes together to create a unique experience that we have not seen anywhere else. So I'll pass it off to Blake to talk about our art.
Right, yeah, I'm the art lead on this project. Most of the style and the aesthetic, it was born from this character that I created a little while ago. So while our team was discussing a possible game we wanted to make in the future, I brought up the idea of making a game kind of based off the character I created, which was a robot cowboy. So that's where the combination of a Western robotic aesthetic came from. And from that, I've been working on a lot of different props and assets that include both of the aesthetics. So I basically have a lot of robot cowboys, robot bandits, and we're going to have a train in our game too, which is based off more of the Western aesthetic. And then for the visual style, I went for a much more simpler style, as that's why we have cell shading in the game. And this helps us get the development time down, and I don't have to work as hard on the textures and stuff. And this has helped me learn a lot about animation and modeling in general. It's really kept me on a consistent path of doing that almost every day, and I feel like I've learned a lot about the pipeline, and it's helped me a lot in the game development experience. And I'll pass it off to Noah now.
Hi, I'm Noah. I did the composing and sound design for the game. So I've really enjoyed making the music for this game. I've gone a pretty diverse direction with it, in that I've incorporated all sorts of musical styles, most of which don't necessarily adhere to the Western aesthetic. Instead, I've tried to center the mood of the music more around the environment that the player's in, rather than the general Western feeling. The format of our game is planned out to be 2 levels per environment, and I've structured the tracks in a way such that the intensity of the music ramps up as the intensity of the levels ramps up throughout the environment. And instead of maintaining strict instrumentation to create cohesiveness, I've created it through a conservation of a couple musical motifs that I introduced in the first few tracks. As for sound effects, I've used a mixture of Foley work and digital synthesis to create most of the sounds of our game. And it's really taught me a lot about the process of taking a track or a sound effect from its draft stage into its final mixed and mastered stage and passing it on. So now I'd like to pass this off to Joe, our prop artist.
Hi, I'm Joe. I'm a recent addition to the team. I was not part of the original team. Then I met Blake at a game jam and saw the project, and I was like, do you need an artist? And he was like, yeah, actually we do, and now I'm here. It's been interesting working on this. I have most of my experience in Maya, but we used Blender for this project, so it's been a bit of an adjustment, but still really fun and interesting to learn a new program as well. I've mostly been making environment assets at this point, so platforms, ramps, that kind of thing. Part of the reason I want to do this project is because I'm a graduate now, so I want to try to get my name out there, and this seemed like the way to do it. But also, the team seemed fun, and the game seemed fun, and a really interesting idea. And my goal for life is just to make cool stuff, and this seemed like a cool thing to do. In terms of what I really like the most about the game is I think the fluidity of the gameplay is good. I think it flows really well, and it's easy to get immersed in that.
Awesome. So when we actually finish the game, we're going to have it up for purchase on Steam. But for now, we have a page up on itch.io, so feel free to check out the game.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Purdue students. It looks exhilarating. Our next segment will feature a game from University of Southern California entitled Birds Aren't Real. The pigeons know that we have beef with them, and here we get to take on the pigeon perspective, much needed in these polarizing times. Plus, keep tabs on the humans so that we can mess with them. It's a first-person turder, so you can poop on people. A big thank you to all the students who have shared their games with us. We have many more trailers and game features that will come up after our faculty awards. Also, review our website for many of these games. Next up, we will hear directly from some of the students from Purdue University, American University, and DePaul University in our second roundtable of the show. The discussion again will be moderated by Andy Phelps, professor at American University and the president of HEVCA. The topic is When Things Click.
Okay, so welcome back. This is another one of our panels here for IndieCade Horizons. The subject of this particular panel is taking a look at when did you know that things clicked? And to put that in a little bit of context, oftentimes when we first start a new program, when we first start building a new game, when we first start stepping outside our comfort zone and trying a new skill, we're a little bit on edge, we're a little bit anxious, a little bit nervous. And then hopefully at some point with what we're doing, things kind of fall into place and you start to feel a little bit of a sense of comfort. And you just kind of know you're in the right place and doing the right thing. And so we're kind of looking at that idea of sort of everything, just all the puzzle pieces just kind of fit for a little while, and what you can do in a space like that. And so we've got our wonderful student panelists here today. And I'm going to kick off first with asking Megan, who was formerly one of my own students at American University. When did you know that things clicked? What was that like for you? When did you have those experiences?
Okay. So I've had quite a few different types of clicks, whether it's for me, for my team, or for the projects that I'm working on. For the sense of wanting to make games, I've always known that I wanted to make games. That was never a question. Well, even though the way that I took to get there was really weird with my undergraduate major being music, it seems like it's totally unplugged, but it wasn't. I'm here now, and it is very largely from there as well. But the click that I kind of want to talk about, since a lot of my time at American University was defined by my team and the people that I worked with, is all the way back in 2021, very early January, February maybe, I was doing a global game jam with who would become my current teammates. And at the time, being that we were all online, nobody was really talking to each other because nobody really knew how. So as kind of an icebreaker, we decided to do a global game jam together. And I was the main artist. I did a little bit of the producing work, which would eventually become a lot of what I would do. And I felt there that not only was this a team of people that I'd be very happy to work with for the rest of my time at American University, so that we could all practice different roles and different types of leadership and creation together as a team for larger projects than we could do alone. But also I felt even then that that was a team of people I would be more than happy to make a company with someday. So we all talked about it all the way back at that point. And we talked about how we would use a lot of our projects as a way to test the waters a little bit, to test out how we would want to have that studio and what kinds of projects we'd want to do and what kinds of scopes we'd want to do. And it felt amazing. It still feels amazing to this day. And now we're getting to the point 2 years later where we get to really actually see the results of those tests. So we'll see how it goes in the next couple of months.
Awesome, thank you for that. And now let's hear from Santiago, who I think is at DePaul University.
Yes, I'm in the MFA for game design in DePaul University. But before that, I was in my psychology undergraduate in Colombia, and there is when I first felt that first click. Actually, not working too much on games at the moment, but that moment when I started working in one game with a professor, I really felt like that sense of making something that was fun for people, but also would give them something, would leave them with something to show for. In this case, it was an educational game and a testing game. It's like a unique concept. And right now, recently, I was working on this tabletop RPG. that is centered around a bee colony, a hive. And I got obsessed with bees. I really got into the research. I really read a lot about bees. And as I did some playtestings, I realized how this game that had started just like something to be fun, to be just a fun RPG to play, it also became something that would give a lot of information about bees, like it would teach a lot to the players, but also it like motivated them to know more and to like see the importance in them. So I feel like for me, it's those moments where you see that what you're doing is impacting people and is leaving them with something else that they didn't have before playing your game. So.
Awesome, thank you. That sounds like a really interesting game, and maybe someday I'll get a chance to play it. Yeah. And then lastly, let's hear from Uma, who I think is at Purdue University.
Yep, I'm at Purdue University. Hi, my name is Uma Claire, and I had two major clicks in my life. The very first one was right before I got into Purdue, so I was still looking for colleges, deciding what major I wanted to be, and I was pretty set on chemistry for a long time because I found it interesting, but it wasn't really my passion. I was just kind of looking for something to do, and I was talking with my stepdad in a car ride, and we were talking about the behind the scenes of Star Wars, and I was saying, oh, I love 3D modeling so much. I wish I could work on like a set like this or in games, but it sucks that there isn't a major for that. And lo and behold, there was a major for that. So I had a really like, oh my gosh, this is amazing kind of moment. So, and then secondly, this past semester, we were working on a games practicum, which was a lot like a prolonged game jam. And I decided to be an artist because that's what I love. That's what I always wanted to do. And as the game progressed, I started taking on more roles as a producer. And that's what I really realized, that I love being the oil in the machine. So I would love to make people's lives easier. It's really fulfilling to me. And on a team full of really passionate people who are excited to make a game and giving it their all, really, really fulfilled me as well. So I was like, I would love to work with people like this and help them get better, help them do their best. And so I've decided that I really want to be a producer. And so for the next couple semesters, I'll be taking on a bunch of projects in my class, and I will be the producer for them. So I'm super psyched.
Awesome. That sounds really great. And I wish you the very best of luck on those future projects.
Love to see the excitement from one producer to another.
Absolutely. And I guess the other question that I have, and this is not necessarily the focus of the panel, but it's something that I'm asking all of our panelists, because I still certainly learn an awful lot each and every day about teaching games, 25 years in. And I think we all continue to learn as we continue to engage with this creative process that is working in games. And so my question is simply, and it's a brief one, what piece of advice would you want to have either been able to give yourself as you were getting into this, or what would you like to pass on to somebody else that is thinking of entering in the field? And I guess we'll go in the same order. So we'll start with you, Megan.
Okay. So I said this in my feature video as well, but I'm absolutely going to reiterate it. It takes a lot of time and focused attention to make sure that the projects you're making are at an appropriate scope for your team to be working on them in a way that keeps you sane. You can come up with a really big game project and want to do the whole thing, but you need to know what amount of that you're actually going to be able to do while sleeping and eating like a normal human being and resting and going somewhere that is not your computer. So as somebody who very much has a history of workaholism in herself and has been working on it, past me, I would tell you, go take a bloody nap.
Excellent advice. And Santiago, what about you?
In my case, one thing that like is the main reason why one of the main reasons people play games is because they enjoy it, because they get some type of gratification from doing it, right? So I feel like because a lot of people, like, their first way of engaging with games is through playing. Well, making games is a little bit different, and it's that you need to put a lot of work. You need to some weeks are going to be stressful. Some interactions with teammates can be hard, can be complicated. But after that work, and there's also some times in the process that are really fun, but in the end, seeing someone that is enjoying what you did, like this baby of yours, this work of art of yours, that they're really enjoying it, that they're engaging with it, that they're growing as people with it, it's a unique feeling. So I would say that making games is a lot of this, like, waiting for that gratification, that delay of the gratification, but it's worth it. It's worth the effort.
Awesome, wonderful. Yeah, I know that some of the games that I've made have been maybe a little bit terrifying the first time somebody picked up a controller and played it that was not on the dev team. But at the same time, watching somebody on a show floor, or watching somebody play something that you've made and really get a sense of enjoyment out of it is just an incredible feeling. So yeah, I definitely feel that. And Uma, what about you?
I'd say my piece of advice is to put your whole heart into the process and find your fun. So when you first kind of start the process of making a game, you're hopefully super psyched about it, and it's nothing more fulfilling than to be on a team of people who are just as excited as you are. But you still have to find your fun in that process. So find fun in whatever role you're in. Find fun in, making the game. Because if you're not having fun while making a game, even if it has that delayed gratification, even if it has those hiccups, that comes with it. But in the end, if you aren't having fun doing it, then the game is not going to be that fun either, because it's rushed, it's left behind, it was worked on a little too frustratingly. So as long as you put your heart in it and you go 100% and you're excited about it, then not only do you have an amazing team that you're going to work with, but you're going to have an amazing product as well. So, as long as you're having fun with it, that's how you keep your sanity.
I love hearing everything that you guys are saying, and it's also giving me more things that I want to say.
Absolutely, that's really great advice, and I think that it's absolutely the case that the games that we make are reflective of the people that make them, 100%. And I've met so many wonderful people in this industry, both professionals and other academics and students past and present. And the thing that brings us all together is this passion for this art form, right? This passion for the interactive nature of games, and so I think that we've gotten some wonderful topics here today. I wish we had hours and hours to spend on these kinds of things, but I want to close by first thanking each of you for spending your time with us and for engaging with us and offering your expertise. And I hope that what we're trying to do with Horizons has been useful to you as a part of your educational experience, has been meaningful in the sense that you get to meet folks from industry and also folks from other universities was one of the big reasons that we tried to start this in the first place. And I just want to say thank you for spending a little bit of your time with us and for engaging other students, both currently and in the future, that will see these materials and hopefully get a little bit of your optimism and joy around games. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for hosting, sir.
Thank you, Andy, Uma, Santiago, and Megan for your excellent reflections and thoughts. Now, while Horizon was created to feature student work, none of it would be possible without the support and leadership of the phenomenal faculty and instructors. For the second year in a row, we are proud to announce this award series to honor their work called the Horizons Faculty of Excellence Award. Awardees are selected for their excellence in one of three categories: teaching, innovation, and service. A Lifetime Achievement faculty member is also recognized, and faculty were eligible to be nominated by a peer or self-nominated, and this was open to any faculty or instructor working in games, regardless of whether their school participated in Horizons. Awardees were selected by the Horizons Executive Committee and consultants after careful consideration of the nominees. It is my pleasure to be here to announce these important awards. Our first category is the Excellence for Teaching Award, recognizing a faculty member who has demonstrated a love and commitment to teaching, both inside and outside the classroom. The awardee is Sonia Michaels from DigiPen Institute of Technology. Sonia Michaels is the chair of the Humanities and Social Sciences Department at DigiPen Institute of Technology, working at the intersection of humanities and game department education to promote the importance of critical thinking, cultural literacy, and communication across the creative process. She has taught English, composition, literature, and science fiction fantasy, professional communication, and public speaking for 30 plus years, and has worked extensively as a career coach and admissions consultant. Sonia has presented at GDC, PAX Dev, Geek GirlCon, and the New Directions in the Humanities International Conference. In April of this year, she completed a 3-year elected term on the board of directors for the International Game Developers Association. Congratulations, Sonia.
Hi, I'm Sonia Michaels, and I'm thrilled and honored to accept this year's Excellence in Teaching Award. Thank you so much to the people who nominated me and those who selected me. This award's especially important to me because I don't actually teach people how to make games. I teach them how to build careers. In my classes, we work on creating resumes, preparing for interviews, and so on. We also get to have important, challenging conversations about crunch culture, burnout, layoffs, labor practices, and more. I want my students to get jobs, but most importantly, I want them to build careers that will sustain and fulfill them. Of course, I'm not doing any of this alone, so I'd like to give a shout out to my fantastic colleagues in the Humanities and Social Sciences Department at DigiPen, along with special thanks to Professor Farini Zamani, who was recently laid off after nearly 16 years working alongside me to support our students as they work toward their goals. Over the years, I've been so fortunate to have had the opportunity to prepare thousands of students, not just to succeed in the game industry, but also to go out there and change it for the better. So here's a bit of the advice that I share in my classes in the hope that it may be useful to students who are watching today. Know your value. Please don't work for free, and that includes working for exposure. When you insist upon being paid properly for your work, you're paving the way to a better future for everyone who's coming up right behind you. Learn how to set and hold healthy boundaries around your time and energy. Your passion for making games has brought you this far, and that's fantastic, but knowing when and how to say no is one of the most important skills that you will ever learn. Embrace diversity. The industry is starting to look very different than it did in the early days, but there's still a long way to go and a lot of growth and change ahead. There has to be room at the table for everyone. Finally, even though it's scary, please be your authentic self as you build your career. Do you really want to work at a place that wouldn't have hired you if they knew who you really were? I know it feels like employers have all the power, especially in a tough economy, but there are still so many choices that you get to make. So please find your people and join forces with them and with me to transform the industry into what we need it to become. Once again, thank you so much.
Our second category is the Excellence for Service Award, recognizing faculty who have worked tirelessly to build community and serve others. This year, we have a tie, and we are so thrilled to celebrate two unique individuals and their dedicated service. The first awardee is Jim Huntley from USC. Jim Huntley is a marketing and brand management executive with over 20 years of experience leading teams across multiple industries. A lifelong gamer, he worked professionally at THQ for nearly 5 years as their VP of marketing. He's an associate professor at the top-ranked games program in North America, USC Games, and while there, he has led the development of their official esport organization, USC Trojan Esports, created the Gerald A. Lawson Fund for Black and Indigenous students, and is the lead faculty for the program's capstone class, Advanced Games Projects. Our second awardee is Lian Tran from DePaul University. Lian B. Tran is an assistant professor at DePaul University and director of Matters at PlayLab, a transdisciplinary design lab partnering in the creation of interactive advocacy solutions for positive social transformations. She is an award-winning social impact and interaction designer who creates interactive solutions at the intersections of social justice, health, and environment at the local, national, and international levels. Lian applies design thinking and human-centered design techniques in order to create informed, goal-directed solutions, including games, apps, websites, and emerging technologies such as VR. Her work often addresses and advocates for underrepresented and marginalized communities, and previous project partnerships include Open Society Foundations, World Bank, United Nations, and Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Center. A huge congratulations to both Jim and Lian.
Greetings from sunniest Los Angeles. I'm Jim Huntley, Associate Professor in the USC Games Program, and I'm proud to be one of the recipients of this year's Horizons Faculty of Excellence Awards. First of all, I'd like to thank the folks at Horizons, Heviga, and IndieCade for the award itself. I've spent most of my 25-year career working in private industry, only the last 6 or so teaching, and only the last 3 or so of those full-time. So this early in my career, receiving an award like this, it's very much appreciated. I'd also like to thank the students who nominated me for the award. I really appreciate the nomination. I would not be sitting here without the guidance, support, and professionalism of my fellow USC Games faculty, administrators, particularly the professors that I partner with every year in teaching the USC Games Advanced Games Projects, AGP class. Our program would not exist without its founding chair, Scott Fisher, and subsequent chair, as well as the founder and director emeritus of the Joint USC Games Program, Professor Tracy Fullerton. A special thanks and eternal fist bumps to Professor Danny Bilson, the current chair of the department and director of the joint program. And lastly, a thanks to my dad and mom, the latter a DC public school teacher for nearly 35 years. I love you and miss you both. But most importantly, I'd like to thank all of the current as well as the graduated and alumni students who have come through the USC Games program, whether through our design track in IMGD in the cinema school or through our engineering track through computer science games. All of you are important to the success of our program. If you're out and making your mark in your career, which I know you all are, please keep at it and please come back and tell us about it. And if you'd like to study game development, please check us out at USC Games at games.usc.edu. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
Hi Horizons, I'm Lian Tran, professor at DePaul University in Chicago. First, I'd like to thank IndieCade Horizons for bringing together the academic games community, recognizing the breadth of work being produced out of each of our programs, and also for celebrating our collective creativity and commitment to creating unique and engaging play experiences. I'm also grateful to Horizons for recognizing the significant care and attention we as educators devote to fostering a culture of excellence in games education with this set of awards. And I would like to humbly thank my students at DePaul for nominating me. I am fortunate to teach students and also collaborate with them on designing games, not only for pure enjoyment, but also to raise awareness for some of our world's most wicked and complex problems. I would also like to recognize my colleagues in the Jarvis College of Computing and Digital Media for their collective effort in mentoring and inspiring our students to design unique play experiences. It's hard to imagine that I've been teaching game design for over a decade. And while the technology and platforms have evolved and game production workflows have shifted along with them, some things still remain true. Iteration, testing, and player feedback and critique are essential. Thank you again to Horizons for providing ways for our community to connect through playtesting and ultimately prioritizing how much we can learn from each other in pursuit of good gameplay. Receiving this award underscores my commitment to fostering the growth and evolution of academic games programs. It also serves as a reminder that we, as educators and game designers, have a unique opportunity and responsibility to use games as a conduit for education, growth, empowerment, and social good. Thank you so much.
Our third category is the Excellence for Innovation Award, recognizing a faculty member who has spurred innovation and pushed the boundaries of their field. And the awardee is Bob DeShooter. Bob DeShooter is an award-winning game designer, researcher, educator, and advocate for meaningful play in later life. He's a professor of applied game design at Northeastern University, where he is jointly appointed between the College of Arts, Media and Design, and the Khoury College of Computer Sciences. He's also the owner of an award-winning game company called Lifelong Games. His work focuses on the importance of play throughout the entire lifespan and speaks out against the stereotyping of older video game players in game design and marketing.
Oh my God. Wow. This is tremendous. This is incredible. Thank you so much. You know, next semester, it's literally going to be 20 years since I originally started researching and designing games in relation to the 50+ demographic. And it's been amazing and inspiring to see the strides that we were able to make over the past years in relation to breaking down stereotypes and barriers towards gaming as we grow older. So to wrap this up, I want to shout out some quick words of thanks, as nobody ever wins awards on their own. So thanks so much to the jury, the Horizons team, the IndieCade team, the Hevga team for picking me. It means the world to me. Also, a quick thank you to my colleagues at the Northeastern Games for Life group, my students at the Northeastern Ghoul Lab, my former colleagues at Miami University and KU Leuven, everyone at the Gerontologic Society, at the Flemish Games Association, the Aging in Data Consortium, and last but certainly not least, my friends at AARP. You were all instrumental in putting me in a position to be able to win this thing. And finally, of course, I want to thank my now wife, Chloe, who I should actually be getting married to about right now, which is why I couldn't be live on stream, because obviously that has priority. Thank you so much for putting up with everything I do and allowing me to do this. So thank you all. Thank you all so much. And let's make some more awesome games.
Our final category is the Lifetime Achievement Award, recognizing a faculty member whose groundbreaking work has spanned decades and helped make the field what it is today. The awardee is Franz Myra. Franz Myra is the Professor of Information Studies and Interactive Media with specialization in digital culture and game studies in Tampere University, Finland. Since 2002, he has been heading the Tampere University Game Research Lab, having taught and studied digital culture and games from the early 1990s. He is widely consulted as an expert in sociocultural issues related to games, play and playfulness, and has served as the founder and first president of DIGRA, Digital Games Research Association. His research interests range from game cultures, making meaning through playful interaction and online social play, to borderlines, identity, as well as transmedial fantasy and science fiction. He is also the director of the Academy of Finland-funded Center of Excellence in Game Culture Studies. Congratulations, Franz.
Hello. I am grateful for the Horizons Faculty Lifetime Achievement Award. It indeed sounds great, while I hope that I have still some lifetime also left. Thank you, Higher Education Video Game Alliance, IndieCade, and Horizons. It is also nice to notice that we have today several organizations that aim to advance academic, scientific, and educational work in game studies. That was not the situation in the 1990s when I first started working with digital culture and games-related topics. There had, of course, been scattered games-related research in various fields for several decades already at that point, in fields like cultural history, ethnology, educational sciences, mathematics and computer sciences, for example. But all this scattered work did not talk with each other. It did not form a accumulating body of understanding, and even the basic terminology was something that seemed to be reinvented every time someone started working in the field again. The etymological root of word university is coming from Latin expression universitas magistrorum et scholarium, a community of teachers and scholars. A key element in the construction of science and scholarship is indeed the establishment of community. Without people who know about each other and who read and discuss each other's work, there would be no sciences nor research-based higher education. Thus, the work of organizations in game studies matters a lot, It is not enough to publish research papers and books on games. We also need communication and encounters between people who share common interests related to games. Consequently, I am honored to receive a recognition from an organization and event that brings particularly young scholars and independent creators in this field together. My final words are about encouragement. The world is changing all the time, and all of us can indeed affect the direction of that change. Be bold, be persistent, and you will eventually also get lucky. Meanwhile, it is also nice to get some friends and join forces in the creation of new things. Have an excellent day and great summer, everybody.
A giant congratulations to all faculty award winners and to all students who've participated. It has been such a pleasure to host this show, but next up we have many more trailers from universities like American, Purdue, DePaul, Falmouth, and Kent State University, as well as University of Tulsa, University of Indiana, University of Southern California, and Sheridan College. We invite you to enjoy these trailers and be sure to check out all the game listings on our website.
Lifting slowly from my bed, I shake my head. I've done this before. So tell me, darling, once again what you said and what you swore. 'Cause the sight line goes over the tree line, Lord. It's so much easier letting go when you know that you got nothing to fear, because you're safely standing miles around. You never see it because you're nowhere near, while the bomb drops all the way across the sea. All the way to me.
Equality. Fight for rights. I see. Thank you. How can I help? I don't understand. Let me help you.
Do you need any help? It's nice to meet you. Do you need any help?
Huh? Whatever.
Oh, jeez. No. What a failure. According to my calculations, perhaps. Why not? Woohoo! You like that too? Tell me. What? Why I oughta? What are you looking at?
Find my piece, find my piece.
Tranquility.
The superhuman samurai cyber squad. Blasting into action with the secrets of the Batcave. Finish! 地獄からの使者、スパイダー。
Hello, this is the IRS. We are leaving a voicemail to let you know that your taxes are due, and if you don't pay them by tomorrow, we're gonna have to blow up your house.
What?
Have you ever wanted to mess with scammers, but didn't want to risk your own information in the process?
That's oddly specific. Yes.
Well, now you can! Enjoy messing with multiple scammers while learning about the common scam tactics they use. Simple gameplay, combined with humorous stories containing choices that lead to multiple endings, makes this game perfect for anyone who could become the target of a scam call, including you, your friends, your parents, your grandparents, and every other person on the planet. Complete levels to earn coins and collect fun cosmetics from the shop. Get hyped for this fantastic game and download Scam Call Catfish at the end of the spring semester 2023.
Bad pun, but you have a point.
help us? Let's start with the primary colors. They are red, 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 yellow, yellow.
The blue bear had a friend. His friend was a black dog. The blue bear and the black dog liked to play ball together. On Monday, the blue bear threw the ball.
Miss Martha, I have to go!
And I'm the only 2D character in the story.
Copy that, Mission Control.
Now, just watch out for any...
Now we can really get into the fun stuff.
What if it somehow did survive and adapt? God save us all.
Contact Elpis and tell them to avoid this building at all costs. Tell them it's too dangerous.
Oh, good you're awake, Mr. Detective. My name is Kai.
Well then, Mr. Ensign, can you help me find my signed book? Don't worry, I'll pay you handsomely for it.
Yes. My name is Kiku Ashuyo of Classroom 4A, though I do not recall having a parent-teacher conference today. What's the name of your kid?
Wait, you're a detective?
Well, right now, you're a detective. As your punishment, all I ask is for you to solve a few mysteries around town. If you do that, I'll let you keep the second chance and you can finish whatever you wanted to do in your past life.
What is this, a video game?
Fine, ask away. My name is Tobin Imasha, and I'm a college student working here.
What year are you in?
I'm a sophomore studying music theory. My university is on the other side of town.
Music theory. Sounds interesting. Good luck with your studies.
Thanks. I'm surprised a detective such as yourself didn't already connect the dots.
Hey, no need to add the jab. Just answer the question.
I'm trying to pay for college, okay? It doesn't come cheap.
Ah, I see. Totally did not go to college because I'm a high school dropout who went straight to a criminal organization. But
The sign is literally right over there.
just humor me.
I'm not paid enough for this. We have ladders on sale right now. Don't ask why. I don't know either. But the sale is only for today.
Hey, can I get that ladder then?
Do you have the money to pay for it? Then the answer is no. Come back when you have money, and then it's all yours. Yep, that looks like the girl all right. She did go into the shop last Friday. Hey, when did you get a picture of me?
Looks like no one's here. Oh, there's a computer. Maybe there's some information there. Shoot, I don't have the password. Perhaps someone left the password somewhere around here. Wow, this table is a mess. Let's see if I can find anything useful. Yes, that should be the password. Let's go back to the computer and test it out. Nice, I'm in. This must be the place where Kate Rose lost her book. Back when I was living the life of a criminal, I always had to have a keen eye when stealing stuff. Hopefully that will help me find this book. Finally, I found this stupid book. It took long enough. This looks like her locker, all right. And it's locked. I can't lockpick it or break the lock. That second option would have the teacher after me in a heartbeat. Maybe I can find a way to guess the code. Or maybe I can ask Kai to see if he knows anything. Huh, it worked. I wonder what's inside.
So what if we could bring back these co-op experiences and blend it together with modern technology to have you and your friends working together as a team in virtual reality? And Breach Protocol is our answer to that question. Breach Protocol is an episodic VR co-op game with an emphasis on teamwork, coordination, and communication.
We tried to stay away from the hyper-real style to make it appeal to people of all ages so that people of younger people trying to play the game aren't seeing something that's hyper-realistic, but older people who are playing the game don't feel like they're playing something that was made for kids.
I like working with the team. I like working on the project. There has been some bumps in the road, but we've always found a solution to them. So it's not difficult as long as there's communication involved.
It's really cool to be able to load it up and then jump into it and see, oh, hey, I know the people that worked on this, and I know how they were able to do this, and I know how everything was able to come together and form this one giant piece. So I think it's pretty cool to be able to see the fruits of all our labor.
Our hope is to release a free demo of the first episode of the game on platforms such as itch.io and potentially a full release on Steam.
As someone on the spectrum, I wanted to make my experiences a little easier to understand for the outside world.
You'll guide Emma, a representation of my experiences, through day-to-day situations that can be overwhelming to someone like me. And you just have to survive. Finish the to-do list. Use wind downs to prevent a meltdown. Be human for once. In life, you can't redo a conversation, no matter how much you try. You're left wondering if you said the right thing because your friend gave you a weird stare.
I wanted to make a game that involved skill, but that took away some of the manicured control that card games often have. There are specific actions a player can take on their turn, which coincides with sides on the die. While the die roll determines whether you draw for yourself, an opponent, or the community board, or swap with the deck, an opponent, or the community board, you can always choose not to take the action, giving back some of the control that the die takes away while still implementing a random element to gameplay.
So it's been very exciting for me to take this concept that I originally developed for an animation.
Blink of an Eye is an RPG mobile game that is designed to be played for the first 15 minutes after your alarm. And the purpose of this is to kind of motivate you and energize you to kind of start your day with an entertaining game and narrative to just get the mind working a little bit quicker.
Being able to develop several different mini games, a collection of experiences so that people don't have to do the same thing every morning when they wake up. It can also allows me to branch out a little bit and try out different game ideas, different methodologies for execution. Waking up, especially in the modern age, is often a difficult experience, even with alarms.
Our main target users are young adults who are still figuring out their sleep schedule and struggle to get up on time for their alarms. That's the main reason, really, why we have a feature in our game, Blink of an Eye, where after the first 15 minutes of your alarm, you're allowed to play the game, but then after that, it lasts.
Project, I did learn some new things. Like I learned how to use Audition to edit and applying audio sources.
Main thing that got me interested in the nursing VR simulation was the opportunity to develop virtual reality, because there are a lot of really unique interactions available for VR, but it's also a very different space from any other medium.
I wanted to be a part of this project because I'm passionate about the development and advancement of virtual reality in the medical industry. I believe it is very important to begin to merge these fields as our technology improves. The benefits are endless.
I think working alongside others gives you a really great opportunity to see how people do things and learn from that. So I've been able to learn a lot of new kind of like coding tricks that I had no idea even existed in the first place. And that's been a really exciting opportunity for me.
I've been working on this project with this team for the past year and 2 months. I am really, really proud of where we have gotten with this simulation so far, and I am excited to see where we go in the future.
When the world was created, the gods put their powers into 5 relics that would maintain balance. 5 families were tasked with protecting these relics, called the Wardens of Vitality. For centuries, the Wardens lived in harmony. Until now. I'm going after them. Stop him! Open your ears. You might learn something. Let's even the playing field! Didn't see that coming, did you?
Time to rough the sky up.
I can't turn back now.
One, two, three, four.
I need your help finding my daughter Hannah. She's missing.
No one should ever have to live like this.
I can't believe it's gotten to this point. People turning their back on reality.
Cause of malfunction. Self-termination.
Avis, Ronatech is after you. You need to get rid of them fast.
And now that you're here, you can set everyone free. Bring them back.
I mean, I've been working on this game for 4 years. My publisher is coming tomorrow, so we need to run through this last test build.
Do I have a choice?
I said, today is your last day as a test dummy. First of all, you're welcome.
Finally, I'm going to be the lead character in a video game.
I just hope it works. I'm sorry, Penny, but I can't let you go.
And this concludes the 2023 Horizons Showcase.
We will be back again next year, but for now, thank you so much for joining us today here at IndieCade Horizons, the premier showcase highlighting schools and the next generation of game makers. Horizons is truly a unique partnership between HEVGA, the Higher Education Video Game Alliance, and IndieCade. We're grateful for the members of each organization for their commitment to students and to education. We would again like to thank the Knight Foundation as well as have a special shout out for the folks at Atomic for all of their support. More information about the conference and showcase for Horizons this year and for 2024 will be available this fall at indiecade.com/horizons. And we look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
Switch!
Two, one.
Hi. Oh, Jake, and I can't hear you.
Of course, you know, you can't start a virtual event without starting on mute. Didn't you hear? Didn't you get the memo, Katie? No. Good time zone to you all, and welcome to IGDA's Queer Indie Showcase for 2023. The special live stream event celebrates the creativity and talent of LGBTQIA+ game developers.
Today, we are diving into a world of diverse, captivating, and groundbreaking indie games that not only push the boundaries of interactive storytelling, but also provide a platform for the voices and experiences of LGBTQIA+ creators.
This showcase is a collaboration between the International Game Developers Association, MidBoss, and GaymerX. It's been a long time in the making, and we're absolutely thrilled to show you some of the most fascinating games from LGBTQIA+ developers to debut in the last few years.
As your host, we wanted to quickly introduce ourselves and our respective organizations before diving into the first showcase. My name is Dr. Jakin Vella. You can call me Jakin. I'm the Executive Director of the International Game Developers Association, the IGDA. We support and empower game developers all around the world in achieving fulfilling and sustainable careers. We do so by fostering professional growth and industry advancement through networking, mentorship, resources, advocacy, and my favorite, community. I also run a budding indie studio, Astro Interactive, where we're working on our first queer-focused game. Super excited.
Oh, that sounds awesome, Jakin. I am Katie Katechuk, the Executive Director of GaymerX. GaymerX is a nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting and celebrating LGBTQIA+ people and culture in games. We've spent the last 10 years hosting video game conventions, doing outreach and inclusion work at in-person and online video game events, and providing training and consulting to game studios. We've remained steadfast in our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion work, and are passionate about making games and game spaces fun and inclusive for all people and genders and sexuality and sexual identities. Wow, okay, this is good. I can read today.
Well done. And I'm Cade Peterson. I run a little game studio called MidBoss. MidBoss is about a 10-year-old game studio. It's a game and media studio headquartered in Berkeley, California. And our projects include the acclaimed documentary called Gaming in Color, the cyberpunk point-and-click adventure series, Read Only Memories, and a couple other things in the works. But besides making content, one of our biggest things is that we always wanted to help encourage more developers out there to make inclusive stories, and that way we can have a much more awesome level of representation globally. Let's see. In this showcase, we'll be exploring a fantastic array of games that encompass a wide range of genres, styles, and narratives. These games don't just entertain us, they challenge us and challenge the norms, foster empathy, and spark important conversations about queer identities and LGBTQIA+ experiences.
But before we begin, we want to emphasize that this live stream is more than just about gaming. It's about celebrating the LGBTQIA+ community, our stories, and the profound impact we've had on the gaming industry. It's about fostering a more inclusive and welcoming space for everyone, regardless of your background or identity.
Absolutely. So what games will we be playing? I think that's a good question, but let's pull up a list now and see. So this showcase today will feature 6 games that we are thrilled to have. First, Arcade Spirits, The New Challengers by Fiction Factory Games. Then in our second showcase, we'll go into Validate by Veritable Joy Studios. Then Small Town Emo by F-Knife Games. Then Sephony by Analgesic Productions. Then we'll have Queer Man Peering into a Rock Pool.jpg by Fuzzy Ghost. And to close off the showcase, we'll actually have Read Only Memories Neurodiver by our very own MidBoss. Super excited about these.
In addition to the games, we'll be showcasing some fantastic LGBTQIA+ streamers and content creators. Joining us this evening will be Raven, Chalora, Deer, Jeff Brutlag, and Parker.
Okay, and at the end of the showcase, we will wrap up with a panel on the importance of LGBTQIA+ representation in the games industry.
So whether you're a part of the queer community, an ally, or simply a gamer who appreciates innovation and diversity, we invite you to join us on this incredible journey. Get ready to discover some extraordinary games and the passionate developers behind them.
At this time, we'd also like to give a special shout out to our sponsors who helped make this event possible. So thank you to I Am 8-Bit, Insomniac Games, Chorus Worldwide, and Heart Machine. We truly couldn't have done this without your support.
Without further ado, let's dive into our first game, Arcade Spirits, The New Challengers. And remember, throughout this event, feel free to interact with us in chat, share your thoughts, and ask questions. We're here to engage with you, so let's make this live stream a celebration of inclusivity and creativity together. Jacob, take it away.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Cade. Arcade Spirits, the New Challengers, is the follow-up to 2019's Arcade Spirits, a visual novel of love and pixels in which you seek friendship and romance while working in an arcade. Now, the tables are turned as you seek friendship and romance while playing in an arcade. Showcasing this romance and decision-impacting narrative, we have the majestic Parker streaming and playing alongside Stefan from Fiction Factory Games. Let's get Parker and Stefan up on the screen for some quick introductions.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
It is going great. It's great to see you. It's been a while.
I know. I was going to say, I was really excited when I heard you be joining me for this. I was stoked. And for those of you in chat, here's the fun story. I've played Arcade Spirits and Arcade Spirits New Challengers. I love them both. And Stefan was adult and was in my chat as I played them. So I just love this opportunity to actually get to like meet you and talk to you about this live. So
yeah, I love dropping in on people who are streaming my games. Like not only to like, thank them for, sharing their stream, their audience with me, but to like also it's good research. Like as a writer, you want to see how people are reacting to your stories, and watching folks play through on Twitch is perfect for that. I think more developers should do it.
I completely agree and support that. Also, it's just like, it's also fun from the streamer perspective because I don't know, I feel like we've got your support, we've got you in there, but also it was such cool insights into the game that we're playing, and I'm really excited for even more of that. So it's going to be really good to dive back into this. As I looked at my save files, and I was like, cool, I have 20 million saves because I made that life choice of saving a ton as I went. So I'm like, cool, we'll start at chapter 2, I guess. But I will share screen here.
So I'll just briefly introduce myself. I am Stefan Gagny. I am project director, writer, UI designer, social media guy, wears too many hats for Fiction Factory Games. I am a reasonably okay writer, but otherwise relatively boring.
I think you're exciting. And I'm Parker, also known as the Pixie Parker, which is where you can find me on most social media platforms, as well as Twitch. I mostly play dating sims. I don't know. That's just who I am as a person. But I also love it when they can attack my heartstrings. So it's a good time. But yeah, I think we're watching a trailer first, and then we'll cut into gameplay.
All right.
I'm like, I spent my time dancing to the music. That's all I'm doing here in the background.
I spent my time cringing at the temporary assets that managed to be in that early build. Whoops, that's not the right virus.
Fine.
And still, just great video work by PQ. They really did a great job putting that trailer together.
Oh yeah. I don't know, the whole thing, everything with this game, the vibe and all of it. But the music is one of those things. I think I kept listening to the soundtrack on Spotify for months after. Honestly.
Yeah. Greg Merles, they are such an amazing composer. And they did the soundtracks for both Arcade Spirits games and just this amazing synth-work stuff.
It's so beautiful. It's so just enjoyable. All right, we're going to start here.
You got to go to load, not save.
That'd probably be it. Yep, thank you. Yes. I had it loaded, and then I remembered that there's audio at the beginning of this part. So I was like, maybe not.
I love the VHS filter. We abused the heck out of it.
So good. So nostalgic. With this. Fight Shack.
Authentic Commodore 64 logo.
So good. Punchy
What's
78.
up, everybody? It's your boy Punchy78 here with Fight Shack News. All the fighting that's fit to post.
Same voice actor as Dionysus from Hades, by the way.
Wait, really?
Really.
Oh my God.
I am
amazed. As P2W endures humiliation at the hands of a small team from a local laundromat.
This is actually very handy because I haven't played this in a year and a half.
Yeah,
so I also don't remember.
The whole point of doing the news caps at the start of each chapter is because we know folks are going to be coming in probably after a couple weeks gap. We wanted to catch them up to speed. Here's what just happened.
Which is smart, honestly.
In the upset of the century, this previously unknown team of locals utterly trounced Team P2W's Coda, who was fired on the spot. Are P2W really as strong as we believed? Are they starting to show weakness? Are they no longer favored to win the Pro Tour? Will this little incident become the start of something bigger? Who knows? Personally, I can't wait to see what this new team can do.
My favorite thing is still this S on his shirt.
Cool S.
That.
That was entirely Molly's design. Molly Nemekek, our character artist. They're the one who put the S on the chest. It's it seemed iconic for this, hip, cool dude trying to pass himself off as the hip, cool dude to have the cool S on his shirt.
Oh my God, it's such a fun throwback with all of it.
For more on this developing story, be sure to like, share, subscribe, and rate Fight Shack 5 stars. This is only the beginning, folks.
I like that the green screen isn't entirely accurate.
Oh yeah, no, you can see just on the side
And
there.
I pulled the exact coloring and drop shadow effect from old 1980s instructional videotapes. Trying to make sure I was mimicking it. These are really tiny details that folks aren't going to notice, but I had to have them in there for the authentic retro feel.
It's just fun for the vibes.
Exactly. It's very much about aesthetics. It's very much about the feel of the underdog 1980s sports movie, which is kind of the motif we were going for with this thing.
Yes, and welcome to what was my background on my computer for a very long time. Because even just this was always so cool and such the right vibes and aesthetics.
Yeah, our background artist invented all these fake brands. The only one in here that I specified was Sparksoft because that's plot relevant. But everything else here, it's we wanted to have things that were similar to real world brands, but obviously nothing we could get sued over.
I mean, yeah.
You see stuff like that all over the place. The graphics card in this world is called NVIDIA instead of NVIDIA, which means NVIDIA. Tip the fedora.
Yep, pretty much.
NVIDIA.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Was there any specific city that was the inspiration for the skyline or how crowded this is, or?
Vaguely New York. We never specify exactly what the city is. I very, very much wanted an authentic 90s PC for this screen. Just beige tower case, beige monitor, beige speakers, everything beige. Of course, it's tinted in pink because it's got, the whole synthwave aesthetic.
Yeah.
But it's still beige.
It's still, yeah. Oh my God, with the multiple cups of noodles happening as well.
I'm in this image and I don't like it.
This is relatable. This is me in my teenage years. Oh, good. Excellent.
I don't know how I keep making games that are relatable to the youths when I'm so old, but somehow I manage it.
It's because you'd be surprised how relatable it all ends up being.
I try.
Oh, wait.
Online.
Iris, my darling AI. You piece of technology, you. She is. Was there any, because Iris was also a big deal in the first game. Was there any inspiration that like started Iris? Because she became, to me anyway, such a really cool part of all of this.
Okay, so a long time ago, I saw some fan art of Samara, the little ghost girl from The Ring. Except instead of climbing out of a TV, she was climbing out of someone's flip phone. So she was tiny. And it was adorable. And I was like, well, I know I want to do this virtual assistant for the game. And that was like my touchstone. It's like the idea of just small, cute, inside your technology and always with you. It's very much like, your Siri, your Alexa, your Cortana. I probably just triggered 5,000 people's phones just now. Sorry about that.
Oh my goodness. I love it. She's also had such a fun personality. I mean, the problem is I constantly associate pizza bagels now with her.
Oh yeah, the pizza bagels.
Always pizza bagels.
Well, the irony is that in the first game, we used the pizza bagels as a metaphor for poverty. It's like, this was what you were eating because it's all you had available to you because you were basically broke and your job wasn't paying well enough. But our fan base kind of elevated the pizza bagel meme to be like this glorious, wonderful thing instead of like, this metaphor for something you don't actually want to be eating all the time. So we just ran with it. So in the sequel, she is more pizza bagel obsessed and it's more used for humor.
I love it. It makes me so happy. Oh my God. I forgot that you have to choose that. I forgot that like level 2 is where you hit a bunch of decisions right from the get-go.
Yep.
Which is why I specifically had a save file right there because I don't make decisions to save my life.
This was purposeful. In the first game, you do eventually open up your own arcade and you get to do things like deciding, well, what's the direction of the arcade? What are we going to emphasize? What's the name of the arcade? How are we decorating it? And so we wanted to have that up front here instead of at the end of the story. So right away, you are in charge of this team. You're picking a name for it. You're picking the sponsors. You're doing the legwork to make sure that this team succeeds.
Oh yeah, which is really cool to have it at the front of it. Like it was a huge reward I found at the end of the first game to be able to have the barcade of your dreams. Honestly, I'm so.
So you went with the barcade?
Huh? I did go with the barcade. Yes.
I usually go with the family restaurant, so I want to have Hamza stick around.
Oh, Hamza is a delight. He is a beautiful character.
There is a voice line in the ending if you go with the family restaurant, and it took like 15 minutes to get that one line recorded because Hamza's voice actor kept cracking up trying to deliver it. And I'm not going to spoil what it is, but you'll hear it if you play it.
Okay. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, but yeah, we wanted to make sure that in this game you have a lot of self-expression. We designed the entire game around the idea that you can see your character on screen. You're obviously not seeing it now, but that's the reason why the game is played from like this third-person perspective, where everything is sort of on the side, a three-quarters view. I liken it to the old LucasArts point-and-click games, like The Secret of Monkey Island, where you're like seeing a play sort of take place in front of you, like you're looking at like a community theater stage. Whereas most visual novels are usually first-person perspective. You're seeing through the eyes of the character. In this case, your character is on screen because we wanted you to be able to customize that character and see it interacting, doing body language, having facial expressions, just like anybody else in the cast.
That's neat.
Running the team is part of that. We wanted to make sure you had a lot of self-expression, a lot of role-playing potential, and you could be who you wanted to be and romance who you want to romance, if you want to romance at all.
And I think that was always one of my favorite parts about this, because I think you were the one that told me that, like, if I didn't want to romance anybody, I could choose to not, which is a lovely option through this. And then even in this game, there's the polycule option as well.
Yeah, we wanted to have a really wide range of options. So we've got an asexual aromantic playthrough, which is important because I'm asero myself, and I wanted some freaking representation. It's kind of a weird sexuality to represent because it's defined by absence rather than presence. Which means technically Pac-Man is a queer representation of asexuality, but not. It's like, it's so hard to have genuine ace representation in games. I'm not even sure we really got here with this one. I think we got here much more for ace representation in Penny Larceny, which we'll talk about later. But yeah, we also have a polyamory route here. And it was important to me that it's not the harem ending like you get in visual novels. No, it's a serious, mature adult relationship with two people who are, consenting and communicating and make sure they're keeping an open dialogue and making sure the whole thing works for each other. And it's taken seriously. And we did the research with folks who were in poly relationships, trying to make sure we were representing that.
And you did a beautiful job with it. I was like somebody who went through that ending, because it's very true to like, it's not just, oh, pick two people and you can love both of them. It's no, we actually, like, there's full conversations with each of the characters. There's not, because communication is one of the biggest parts of it. And so the fact that that was so well represented and taken into consideration, and it's not just anybody, it's specific individuals who are having those, like, it made sense, and it was really beautiful to see.
I mean, I would have loved to let you put any two arbitrary people together and go like, now kiss. But, technical limits, you can't do like 12 different combinations of the cast and write unique storyline content for each of them. No. So it's a pretty specific pair. Yes. And it's kept, like all relationships in this game, it's kind of kept at a quantum level. Like, until you genuinely go after someone and like say, I'm interested in this person romantically, there isn't really a hard set sexual orientation or relationship there. It adapts to mold who you are and who you want to be.
Which is really cool. That must be, it must be difficult in its own way to try to create so many different branching options or least opportunities for that. Is it?
Yeah, you have to balance it between all 6 members of the cast, make sure everybody has an equal amount of opportunities to talk with them, interact with them, earn points with them. And we have a lot of symmetry going on chapter to chapter to make sure that you always have a chance to interact with your favorites.
Which is amazing. Do you have a favorite character in this one?
Domino. Absolutely. Everybody loves this snarky sad boy.
My snarky sad boy.
And
He's so
the fact
good.
that ProZD is his voice actor is just the icing on top of the cake there.
I love Domino. That was just this game itself. I think I love I love everybody. I really do. I think I was a little more picky in the first game, but this one was one of those like, no. There's such fascinating characters, each and every one of them.
And this game's a little more forgiving in terms of the relationship mechanics in the first one. In the first one, we had people who were like reporting bugs saying, I was really interested in Teo and I couldn't date him. He turned me down. I said, well, did you volunteer to spend extra time with Teo when he offered it? No. Well, there you go. But this one, it's much more just whoever is someone that you're vibing with very well, they'll be available to you if you want.
I must protest.
Oh,
Loxley. Oh, this man.
Such a delightful theater brat.
I love him. I think he was the one that I romanced in my first playthrough, and then I did my polycule but his love with specifically like the Crane games still sticks out with me when I see a Crane game to this day.
Oh yeah, that scene.
Oh,
I love all these characters, honestly. It's like we wanted to have a nice, robust offering, a little something for everybody, different personality types, different archetypes, different game focuses. Make sure that everybody has somebody in there. And importantly to me, there is disability representation.
Yes, there is with Jinx.
I just don't see. And I worked with a disability advocate to find a disability that would be similar to mine without literally being mine. So I could use a lot of my own personal experiences when I'm breathing life into the character.
That's amazing. So that's how Jinx came to be. Is that so?
Yeah.
Oh, I love her. My goth girl. She was like incredible.
Of course, we're not seeing too many of these characters right now because we're in the middle of picking sponsors. But
which is like,
oh, capitalism. They take us away from the ones we love.
We're going capitalist. God, help me.
Sure. Let's embrace
guys. I love the voice work though as well.
Domino Savage for choice.
I know. I didn't, but I also, my heart cannot make Jinx or Loxley or Grace sad at any point, apparently.
Yeah, I love this decision because you have to, make a decision that not everybody's going to like.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many moments in this game. We even highlight it with a big glowing red banner. It says no good answer.
Oh, yeah.
Because we want to make sure people are aware there are times where you just can't find that perfect little middle ground.
Oh, I know. I am allowing Iris to do federal crimes. We don't care.
Oh, boy, you're going for the chaos, Iris.
Be gay, do crime. Yes.
Of course, it makes sense. Your character is literally named Chaotic Rogue.
Exactly. That's how I did it in this one.
Oh, what do you teach your virtual daughter? This is not good.
So many crimes. All of the crimes. Basically what I teach my cat.
which is appropriate since our next game is all about crime.
Yes, which actually I'm very excited about. Do you want to tell us a little bit about Penny Larceny?
Yes. Our latest game, which we released a couple weeks ago, is called Penny Larceny Gig Economy Supervillain. There's going to be a trailer for it soon. This is a comic book satire game where you're playing it's essentially like DoorDash for crime. You get hooked up with an app that lets you, as a cat burglar, go and be a henchman for various supervillains, running heists and capers and romancing and or just befriending them along the way. It's very much like a socially charged satire. It's very queer friendly. It's a lot of fun. And we are so excited that it's out in the world now and looking forward to folks reacting to it.
I am so excited because I'm gonna try to play it sometime soon. I am so stoked because it just seems it's very much then Be Gay Do Crime very, very, very much already.
Well, I've always played it's Be Gay Do Crime, Be Crime Do Gay, Crime Do Be Gay sometimes.
Crime do be gay sometimes, so which is like right up my alley. And unfortunately, this time's gone by so quickly, and all I did was attempt to make decisions. That's all I did. But it was such a good opportunity to actually get to chat more with you, which was so fun. I hope I see you when I start playing Penny Larceny. But is there anything anything else you wanted to share or say before we got booted off into the next game?
All of our games are on sale right now on Steam, so if you want to go get some pretty good stories for a couple bucks, then go forth and have fun. You will find games to let you be yourself.
I strongly recommend them. Arcade Spirits, the first and second games are two of my favorite games. They are beautiful, and the representation in them is just absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you both so much for that fun and engaging segment. It's actually hilarious because, and I think Parker mentioned this, but I've watched Parker play this on their stream before, and you truly get a new experience every time. So talk about replayability. Earlier, we drew a lucky winner for the free game. So congratulations to that great idea you lost in a dream from one of our Twitch chats. It might have been mine, it might have been GaymerX's, but hey, do us a favor, send IGDA a DM and we will get you that code ASAP. Can't wait to get my hands on Arcade Spirits, the new challengers, personally, because I love me a good dating game. But for you all, please grab it today, or at the very least, go ahead and wishlist it on Steam, and let's show our support to all the devs. So huge shout out to Parker, Stefan, and all of the game devs at Fiction Factory Games. Thank you so much for bringing this experience to us. Hang tight as we transition to our next showcase. Thank you all so much. Be right back.
Game developers are creative, passionate, and driven. We tackle new technologies and overcome many challenges in the pursuit of our creative vision. At the IGDA, it is our mission to support and empower all game developers around the world. We provide community, mentorship, research, knowledge, and best practices. We're here for you when you need it, so you can advance your career while keeping your health. Join us and help make our industry a better place for all of us, now and in the future. Help make a difference and join the IGDA.
All right. For our next segment, we are thrilled to showcase Validate, Struggling Singles in Your Area, a romantic visual novel about 13 adults navigating new relationships and the harsh realities that come alongside them. In this relationship-heavy game, there's sure to be something, someone, for everyone. Let's join Parker again alongside Jen from Veritable Joy Studios.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm really excited for this game.
Yay! Oh my god, thank you.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, Danny?
So, I'm the lead producer and of Valley Chocolate Senior Area, and I am the CEO of Vertible Joy Studios. I'm a queer woman based in Chicago. My pronouns are she, they, and I've been making games for about 4 years soon.
Oh my god, amazing. And Parker, I was the streamer on the last game, and now this one, which I have had my eye on for genuinely a while because the people. Oh my god, the people. I can't remember who, but there's a couple of them that people have like seen showcased on your formerly Twitter, now X, what I like to call Twix. But like tagging me being like, I think you'd love this person because I love my dating sims. So like this is so my jam completely.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a fun dating sim. I promise. I pinky promise.
I believe it. I feel like I've heard nothing but good things about this. So when I found out, I think yesterday that I was also playing this, I was like, oh, somebody loves me out there. So genuinely very excited. So, but also I'm so excited to talk to you today because this came out not that long ago, didn't it?
Yeah, it came out around sorry, I actually know the date of my game release, September 29th, 2022. It is Saturday night. I am so
oh my goodness. Amazing. So a bit over a year, and it honestly, I don't know. It seems so good. It's been on my list for obviously a hot minute, but
well, we're gonna play it right now. I can't wait to hear your live thoughts.
This is gonna be fun.
Are you ready to find that future bae? Or will you mess up and fumble the bag? Get to know struggling singles just like you. Our first 4 players, playable characters, are ready to meet their match. It's wild out there. Sometimes you just need a new friend. Or maybe a little sneaky link. Not every date works out. Even the smoothest players can enter their flop era. But don't give up. Every fail is just a chance to start a new fling. So get your game face on and don't forget deodorant. It's time to mingle with some singles.
okay, here we go. Oh my god.
Ooh, I think you should play as Anaya first.
Yeah?
Yes.
Food scientist, original croissant dropper, stim blocker during the height of 2014 bumbler. I love that. They say blocking is the best way to win an argument. That's just the character's calling. Oh my god, done. I love it. I love Ashude. This is excellent. Okay. Yeah, there's such a cast. There's such interesting characters. I remember looking through all of them, and it just seemed they all seem to have such depth to them, which is really cool.
Yeah, we love realistic characters here. No more corporate queer characters.
Good.
We love all the mess.
I love that you have the content warnings also right there at the get-go.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We find that content warnings are really important. Also, our game just touches some harsh themes that most people would not be prepared for, so we like to be as respectful as possible. You have our content warnings listed in the beginning of even before you even play anything.
Yeah.
In our settings, if you just go there, you see all the content warnings. We also allow players to skip routes that they're not comfortable with, and still get completion, because we are aware that some things are really uncomfortable for some people, and we still want to give players a reason to continue playing our game even without the things they don't like.
Good. Oh no, I love that though. It's really important, and I don't think people realize how important those content warnings are.
Oh yeah, especially it's always okay to just warn people about the messed up things they're about to see.
Oh yeah. Because some of the questions after I got last week's Penny I Love Vodka are absolutely ungodly. Oh my goodness. I love this. Really have word from square one here. Before we do anything, I want to draw your attention. Oh goodness, I'm excited. Oh, you point a finger at your corner of your mouth with a flourish. Hands smell like rosemary and tap water. The strange and alien marking, it is a zit. Oh, jeez. It is admittedly nasty, but not cancerous. It's not, I mean, not herpes is also a really good clarifier there. Oh, man. So is this like a YouTube series, or is she live streaming?
So yeah, she's an Instagram chef. Like, we took a lot of inspiration from like Delish and Tasty. But she's like she used to be a STEM blogger during like Tumblr days.
Yes.
And then she was like, I need to stop doing this and grow up. And then she started teaching people like cooking fundamentals. And she can't really handle having that much visibility, which is like one of her main things. Having that much visibility and like people being really mean to her about her looks. Even though she just looks beautiful, like a normal person, people aren't expecting to see like an Instagram model cooking.
Nah, that's not real. It's not. It's real for some people, but no, it's not. It's just not. You gotta have everybody. That's just it. That's just it. I love it. The poor thing, though, because that is such a nerve-wracking thing when you're doing anything kind of live. So,
yeah, and people are not that kind to her sometimes. But her story is her learning how to get over it.
Oh, I love that. Is she one of your favorites, or is there somebody else that like particularly?
Yes, I love Anaya. Anaya is a character that's just like. So many people like for femme presenting folks who date men, Anaya is a really good character for them. I feel like we don't typically get that kind of character writing with like I want to say non-conventionally attractive people, but like non, beautiful Jennifer Lawrence's is like we always get it from the perspective of someone who's very beautiful. But like getting the perspective of someone who's like average, who just looks like your everyday person is very rare. So especially like as someone who is a she they and is non-binary and like a non-binary person dating straight men or like interacting with straight men, we had to have like conversations about Anaya dating them, also Anaya dating lesbians, and just like trying to figure out, oh, does this person like me, or like are they just being nice, like those kind of things.
So my day to day, because that's a little relatable.
Yes, oh my goodness. And also finding boundaries. Like Anaya is like like one of her biggest things is that they are really bad at setting boundaries with other people, so they're like constantly battling that.
Oh no, she is really relatable then. Okay. I love that. Oh, did the inspiration for her come from anywhere aside, BuzzFeed and Tasty videos, or?
So for our writing process is a little different from a way a lot of people do it. I initially came up with these characters. It was just a blank sheet, like a D&D sheet or whatever, and then I gave it to my writers, and I was just like, okay, here's what this character is. Go crazy. So this character is based off the writer and their interpretations of the world. I never really said, oh, you can't write this, because I feel like the best work is when people are able to do whatever they want. So I've been told that Anaya, some of their stories is something that the writer also went through, and then just also inspiration from other people around them.
Oh, I love that. That's really cool. That's a fun way to do that. So were you the one that did that for all of the characters? Like you just basically built them out and then gave them to the writers?
Yeah, pretty much. Every character but Keaton. I would never make a Italian dirtbag. I'm sorry. I don't have those capabilities.
Yeah, no, good. Oh my God, this poor girl. And the comments. Oh,
yeah.
My heart.
Yeah.
Oh, Yeah, no, relatable.
And it's really hard when you are trying to live your life and like you're constantly being critiqued by your audience and you're trying not to take it too personal, but it's like really hard not to sometimes, especially when you grew up on Tumblr and you have that Tumblr brain.
Yep. Oh yeah. Tumblr brain is such a thing, and I feel like only a very specific demographic get it now. But
Yeah.
also...
Yeah, like whenever I see like 17-year-olds on Twitter like saying things, I'm like, this is not even Tumblr brain level. I remember when I was 17 on Tumblr and the things that people were saying, I was just like, okay, this is bad, but nothing as bad as what we were doing back on Tumblr days.
Not back in those days. Not back in... Oh my god. Tumblr, I will always remember also the DashCon days from Tumblr.
Oh my goodness. That was in my city and I had friends who went to DashCon.
Oh my god! Sorry, that will always make me laugh because I used to run conventions and that became a huge thing that we all talked about afterwards. Specifically because of the ball pit. So we had our own we had our own makeshift ball pits for like a while after that as a tribute to DashCon.
Oh, that's a once in a lifetime thing that would happen. That will never happen again.
Never happen again. It's a cultural touch point, though. If you know it, you know it.
Exactly. They're going to be talking about it in history books in like 100 years.
Oh, yes, exactly. Oh, goodness. Even... That would just be, though, like, if you're getting... Oh, Instagram. Okay, so how is it coming? Because you obviously, with a bunch of these, and this is the case with most games, is like you can't use Instagram, you can't use like the brand names, so you got to come up with a fun version. Is that ever difficult, or is it just fun?
It's fun. It's like it's never difficult. Like Facebook is Headbook, Popeyes is Popeyes, like CVS is BVS. Like it's almost about changing one word or one letter. But that's the heartthrob of our game. People just really love Alex. Something about a silvered hair character.
Okay, that it's specifically that colored hair will always do it. I watched it in a game earlier today in another showcase where it was like a silver-haired person and the entire chat went wild. So
Wait.
Alex, tech bro job.
Yeah, yep. I mean, tech bros, they don't do anything. I mean, they don't do anything. I don't know what I'm talking about. I work in games. They don't do anything. A lot of tech is nothing.
No. It's a
no
title.
offense
That's
to tech
all
people, but y'all are doing a lot of nothing most of the time.
A whole lot of nothing.
But yeah. Going back to your question, it's pretty easy, honestly. It's fun. Also, I don't like getting sued, so it's even more fun than I'm not getting sued.
Definitely. Would be way better. Yeah, nobody wants to get sued. Alex, don't be so mean, though. You're supposed to be a professional bestie. Stop that.
You know, is it a true bestieship if y'all are not mean to each other every once in a while?
That's accurate. I joke that how I am to my friends is I will bully you into self-care. It is with so much love, but I will yell at you to do that. I will also threaten with love.
Of course, that's the way to do it.
It's the only way to do it. Turn on your AC, idiot. No, I will not. Excellent. Good. We are being stubborn. It is expensive. I'm ethically opposed to it. I love also like the buttons that she has. Like I love pins. I am presuming they are all either patches or enamel pins, and I am here for it.
They are enamel pins, and people have been like, "When are you making the merch?" I'm like, "Well, guys,
do it.
We're trying.
Good.
It's actually really easy. It's just the bevies one. We don't want to get sued.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
It's just like we're an indie company, and like we don't have the AAA money to get sued and get away with it.
Nope, unfortunately not. Yeah, so you gotta be careful. But oh my goodness, that's so entertaining. But no, sometimes I don't know. I love enamel pins. Those are so good. It's such cute merch. It would be so good. Like some of those are easy. The little
beakers, yeah.
Yeah.
The croissant one is our most popular ask.
I'm not surprised. The croissant one's so good.
Only the real ones remember.
If you try to explain why, Alex will just call you an edgelord. Excellent. I love this. Okay, maybe you are, but that's beside the point. We don't admit to it. That's the thing. You don't admit to being an edgelord. It's okay. Other people have to call you that. That's why you never buy pre-shredded cheese. Yep.
You know, sometimes you're just stubborn.
Sometimes spite drives us, okay?
Exactly.
Oh my goodness. So what overall has been the reception for the game? Like, have you seen, I'm assuming mostly positive, overwhelmingly positive, because that's what I've seen. But.
Mostly positive, overwhelmingly positive. Like, people really like it. You know what? I think that, like, I get a lot from fans where you're like, I've never played a game like this before, and like, this game is so unique. I also get a lot from other devs saying that like they're glad that my game exists, so they feel more comfortable releasing their games.
Oh, good.
I feel like, yeah, that really warms my heart because in terms of queer games, we're still just at the beginning of it. Like, I know, like, especially like queer games in the mainstream of like game media and stuff like that. Like, we are still in the very beginnings. It's only been like 5 or 6 years where they've like been in the mainstream the way they are right now, and now they're like bigger than ever. And now, like, to the point where we're having queer characters in AAA games, like queerness in games is a very much a new concept. So when in terms of just like queer representation in like bigger games, they're typically not allowed to be as unique and as raw as us in indie. They don't really have that same kind of grace because in these bigger games they have to appeal to a very wide audience. While in indie we can afford to appeal to a certain demographic of people. So
you can
when
have your people.
yeah, exactly. So when people like talk to me about how Validate inspired them, it makes me really happy, and it makes me feel more inspired to make more games because I want people to feel inspired by the things I make. I want people to feel like their queer games matter and that they can put these fat, black, brown, people of color, queer people of color with different skin types and skin tones and different kind of hairstyles, like these crazy hairstyles in their games, and they'll be fine. Like, we got some pushback obviously from like the gamers, but like, who cares? Because besides all of their nonsense, we still achieved their goal of making people feel seen,
which is huge. And that was the most beautiful part when I was looking, like when I originally saw, like, especially all the marketing for this game and just the diversity of characters in it. There was always somebody that felt relatable. Even in just like the bullet points that were attributed for each of them, there's always somebody that felt relatable in different ways. Because you don't get she-theys in a lot of these. You don't get people like larger size. It's always this skinny, tiny little things. Or if you make your own character, you have 2 options half the time. But like, no, it was really beautiful representation as well as skin colors and literally everything. So it was so cool to be able to see that and find different pieces, but also just very diverse backgrounds as well.
Mm-hmm. And like, we wanted to add people of color in a very normal way. I feel like oftentimes when people of color in games, it's like they have to be talking about their culture 24/7, which I think is fine. But like, I feel like we should be able to exist normally. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not given the same grace to be normal everyday people. Like, it always has to be like some kind of like gotcha or whatever. Like, oh, I want to talk about my culture, my parents, how racism. Like, in Validate, we barely talk about racism because I feel like that's not the kind of game that we want to talk about. I mean, that's not the kind of game this is. I feel like people of color should be able to exist in media without having to talk about racism because it's something that we deal with every day. So it's just like, why do we have to address it in the media that we're in?
Yeah. No, I think, and I've seen similar commentary regarding especially like queer stories and having it not necessarily having to be letting them exist and not having to validate their existence in a piece of media because of the relationship aspect. And so like it's part of their identity as opposed to, okay, well, they now have to have a love story or they now have to have a love interest in order to actually move things forward or to exist. So they don't have to go towards a particular agenda versus,
Yeah. So. And to that about queerness, we have very, very messy queer characters in our game. And
Good.
they make really bad decisions. And Mhari is like a really good example of this. Like, she is like a fresh divorced lesbian with 2 twin boys and she's fighting for her life because she misses her ex-wife so bad. And every
she's
person
one of
she tries
those.
to be with, she's like, "You are not my ex-wife. I need to go to her." And her ex-wife is trying to move on, and like it's just a very messy lesbian love story.
I love it.
And yeah, and it's just like people were like, "Why is Amari so messy?" And I'm just like, well, lesbians be messy in real life. I'm not sure what you want.
Yeah, because she's human. Like, that's just it. She's allowed to be messy. Let her be messy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh my god, that just makes me even more happy.
Yeah, and we have some mean gay people in our game, but you know, it's okay. I feel like as gay people in media should be a little mean to each other. It's fun.
It's fine.
It's like, it's not like Glee where it's like, okay, this is teetering a little homophobia.
Yeah.
But like, if it's like mean and like, oh, this is just people being mean to each other, it's not even hate crime related, then that's
No.
fine.
Sometimes it's just somebody's like that. It's just that level of sass that just lives in them, period, and you just kind of go with it.
Mm-hmm. Very much that.
Wow.
We also have people of color talking to their parents a lot in this game. We feel like oftentimes when people of color are in games and like our parents are in games, it's always a cultural moment, and it doesn't really have to be like that all the time. Mostly because we have, especially since it's based in America, the way that we're raised by our parents is like, yes, it's like cultural relations and like our upbringing is based off our culture, but that's not the whole thing. Like, there's more to this. Like, you don't really see in people of color in any media having conversations about queerness to their parents, or just like, you know, being an adult to their parents, like having these really tough conversations, which is why we chose to include parents. Some people are like, this is really triggering because my mom acts just like that, and we're just like, my bad. Like, it's universal. Some moms are just like that.
Oh yeah. Nope, that makes so much sense. I love that though, because it's showing such a real side of things in order to really bring home the stories. So, like, all the individual stories that happens. Because our parents are a part of a lot of these things. They influence a lot of our lives and how we act and everything. So that's really cool that you're able to do that in this. I do know that I heard the 3 minutes left ding, which I always think that I'm going to ignore, but I haven't yet today, which is impressive, admittedly. Is there anything else you want to share with us about this game before we're wrapping up today?
I validate. It's on the Switch, it's on the Xbox, and it's on PC. It is on the Switch. People get really surprised when I tell them it's on the Switch. Yeah, it's on the Switch. It's really fun. It's a really good game to play on the Switch because you can just, read. It's a lot of reading, so you just take it. It's like a book. It's like a Kindle, but like
That's
the Switch.
Perfect for flights. Sorry,
Exactly.
that's where my brain has gone. I'm like,
perfect for long distance and everything. Yes, play validates, support game devs of color, support queer devs of color. And yeah, shout out to my team, shout out to everyone who has played Validate and supporting Validate. Shout out to you guys. Thank you guys so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
I'm really excited to continue playing this. I will probably also end up playing it more on my own channel and stuff like that and continue actually like streaming and then actually like digging into it, which is what I normally do. I don't normally just go through things. I like to do all the lines. I like to say all the things. Mostly because I don't know, I love good writing. I love being able to take time to appreciate also the art and everything like that. Because the style of this is also really, really cool.
Thank you.
I want to say. Like, there's like the angles. I think that's the easiest thing to point out is like the angles are really fascinating and how the color work is. So I really love and appreciate it, and I want to be able to take some more time to appreciate it. So that means I can do it on my own stream, on my own time, and my poor followers will have to listen to me continue to talk about it. But I'm so happy. So,
thank you so much. Thank you for having me. You guys are wonderful. And yeah.
Okay, so if you haven't yet, go buy this game. It's been out for a year. Come on. Don't be a slacker like me. So I just keep trying to tell myself that I'll make it through all of the games I've bought and downloaded first, and that becomes an absolute lie. So, but no, I'm very excited. Thank you so much, Danny. It was lovely getting to talk with you today. It was so cool getting more of the insights, and I am so excited to see what you guys do next.
Thank you. Of course. I mean, we got plans. Just look at her Twitter. That's where we're most active. Just Twitter. I'm not calling it X. I don't believe in Elon Musk. He's not real to me.
He's not real. He's fake.
But yes, of course. Bye, everyone. Free Palestine.
And Danny for that. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Parker and Danny, for that awesome segment. I think Validate just got some new fans. What a lovely world. And of course, we have to spotlight how amazing it is to have a game full of queer POC. Thank you so much for this. Also, it looks like we can congratulate Lake the Cake from the IGDA Twitch for winning the raffle. We hope you enjoy your game. Please send IGDA a DM and we'll get that game code out to you ASAP. Shout out to Parker and Danny and the whole team at Veritable Joy Studios. Grab Validate today or wishlisted on Steam using the link in the chat. Hang tight as we transition to the next showcase.
Childhood is the beach, and growing up is the sea. Can I still take all these seashells with me? Can I lock them in a chest with my memories of my first love and my big dreams? Sipping iced tea on my front porch when I scribbled down notes that said, "Don't forget this, don't forget that." Can I bring this purity with me wherever I go? A tender age, leaving childhood behind me. I still had all these toys to remind me. Locked them in a chest with a note from my first love, or was it? How could we have known? Let me look up at the night sky. I wanna linger on being a child. Let go of the worries on my mind. Maybe I'll know more when I'm 25.
Uh, Up next, we have Small Town Emo, a story-driven Game Boy game about an emo teen in 2007 with a huge gay crush on his best friend. Explore, puzzle, solve, and button mash your way through gratuitous dialogue in this Game Boy adventure about awkward teens. Calling all millennials, it's time to lean into that nostalgia, and who better to lead the segment than Deer, a pro streamer who is no stranger to retro games. Deer is joined by Thomas from Fnife Games, the creator of Small Town Emo. Let's bring Deer and Thomas on screen so they can introduce themselves and dive into the game.
Oh my goodness. Is that us? Are we here?
Ooh.
Hi, everybody. It's the Queer Indies Showcase. Woo!
Yay.
My name is Deer. Let's play what you fear. I'm here to play a new game, Small Town Emo. I'm so excited. And we're here with Thomas. Hi, Thomas. What's up?
Hi, it's me. I was just going to say, they played so many really good trailers during the break. It made me feel so inadequate, but in like a fun way. I was like, oh, what are these?
They're not ready for this.
But yes, my name's Thomas Barra, he, they. I'm the co-founder and narrative designer at Fnife Games. And for show and tell, I have brought you Small Town Emo, which is a queer Game Boy game made in GB Studio. So very excited to talk about it and see what everyone thinks.
I am so excited. Well, without further ado, let's take a look at it, huh? Wow, it looks so cool from the trailer.
I love it. I love that it's in like 4x3. So we were like for a little bit peeking out the side. I was like, oh, that's fun.
Like,
that's
hey,
fun.
Hey.
Yeah, I was very tempted to creep.
I play a lot of retro games. I'm more of a horror streamer, but I have such a soft spot for just retro games in general. So just the 8-bit, the music, we're having a little issue with the music, y'all, but I'm hearing it, and that's what's important. It's like this 8-bit, like do 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 do. It's so like, even just this right here is so exciting to me, and then it has queer values too.
Yeah, for those who can't hear the music, just imagine it's like your favorite tracks from Pokemon Red or, you know, whatever the Game Boy games you may or may not have played. It's beeping, it's bopping, you know, it's hidden.
Please hold. I don't know how to make it bigger. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Just ignore my horrible desktop. It's a live stream. You know, anything could happen.
Yeah, yeah.
I hear it. You hear the music? The music is working?
There's definitely some music. I'm not sure if this is the music from the game or if it's like, oh, we've got some Creative Commons stuff added in post, I think.
Oh.
It's appropriate though. It's appropriate.
Okay.
We'll just go with that. We'll just swing.
Love that. Okay, well, I guess we should just jump in, right?
I'm straight in. Let's get into it.
New game.
New game. I'll let you.
Should I read it?
Yeah, do you want to read it out and I can just sort of enjoy the experience?
Yeah. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. Ken. What? Is that my phone? Oh. Ooh, look at that scene. Oh, I love it. I'm sleepy. Who the hell text bombing me? Also, ignore my the bottom of my desktop. You know, it's fine. It's light.
That's a sneak peek.
Yeah, it's just. Ooh, these are all texts from Fergus.
Oh.
1 out of 5. Oi, Ken, wake up, Dumas. Emo XD. I only lick 10 left. : P. I'm wasting me credits On you, baby. Is he hitting on us?
Maybe.
Into me?
Suspicious.
Log on to MZM so we can talk purpley. Purple talk?
Yeah, and
you
purple
know they're
talk.
like this then.
Yeah.
You know purple?
We're having purple talk
hey.
right now, so like, you know.
Wow. Clocks like TF up. Go use your pick. @_. That's 5 out of 5. Wow.
I can see you're like quite well versed in the text language of the past, an expert.
I love that speak, but it's also really cute to like misinterpret. It's fun.
Oh
It's fun
no,
for me.
yeah.
Am I shitting on your script? Oh, can we swear?
No, it's good. I really like it. I'm really loving your presentation. I'm not
Thank
sure if we're
you.
allowed to swear, but I like that you're the one that broke the seal on it, not me.
Well, moving on. I promised Fergus we'd hang out. I was gonna tell him I like him. Gays. But that's insane. I can't. No way. It'd be easier to just keep avoiding him.
Relatable. So true.
God, why am I like this? Well, he was flirting. He was flirting hard, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He was giving it to us. Dola be good. Dola be good in the chat. I think he was starting it so we can finish it.
Absolutely.
Is that how you feel?
You know, back in the day, like it was so hard to know though. Was it just a no homo, or was it like an actual thing? We're exploring
Are they hitting on me, or are they just nice?
Yeah, they're just.
That's how I feel about the people at the cash register. Guess I'll message him on the computer. Okay.
Oh yeah. I'm so excited. You get to move around. This isn't just pure visual novel.
Are those nipples?
There's even some movement. There's some we've got pixel nipples. Pixel nipples confirmed.
Wow, you're really going there. That's innovative. Has that ever been done?
I don't know. I thought it was very brave of me, actually.
I think wow, you really are going there.
Yeah, and it might in Australia, it's going to get like an R18 rating because of that. They're pretty harsh. That's so harsh on these things.
It's at least male presenting. Only God can make me put this mess away. Oh, that's relatable. Honey, that is relatable.
It's that teen bedroom vibe.
Bless my corner mess. Bless this.
Are you the kind of player who likes to go and check out all the stuff? Because I absolutely am. Like, this game is made for like a looker.
Oh, absolutely. So, are you familiar with Resident Evil?
Yeah.
My favorite thing is like walking around just like having the character like, it's a disgusting mess. I'm not touching that. Or there's nothing useful. I recently played Parasite Eve, and you can't inspect anything in the environment. And I'm like, what's the point of having an environment if you can't explore?
Yeah, I'm so of that. Like, I think exploration is definitely one of my creative pillars, I guess. Like, I'm definitely that when I get into like a fictional story world, whether I'm playing it or making it, I feel like it does add to that immersion. It does add to that world building for you to be able to see, you go up to something, you see it, the character has a sort of inane thought about that thing. I'm like, yes, I want the character to be like, as you say in Resident Evil, oh, that's a disgusting toilet. Why would you make me look at this? And you're like, but I want you to look at it.
I just love that you can it gives you an insight on their character too. What's important to them? What are their values? What do they think about things? I think that it can give you an insight on their personality.
100%, yeah.
So this is clearly inspired by a Game Boy game. Like, what other inspiration caused you to make this happen to us?
I've got like a kind of like a hierarchy of 4 things. So it's like I used to play a lot of Pokemon ROM hacks. I had like a weird Pokemon ROM hack phase when I was quite young, and I always found them really fascinating. So that's like a version of Pokemon where someone's gone and like changed the story and messed around with the assets and made it all weird.
Yes.
The ones that I had lots of swear words, and I was like, I was like 12 years old, so it was so exciting.
That was provocative.
Very provocative. Other than that, like, I think for me, this is definitely inspired by like, growing up in a small town in New Zealand and having that like
you're from New
that
Zealand?
emo phase. I'm from New Zealand, yeah.
New Zealand. Oh, that's nice.
I'm from New Zealand. Yeah.
Fantastic.
I'm actually sitting on a stack of sheep at the moment. This is disguised as a Game of Boys chair, but it's really, out on the farm.
Oh wow.
Anyway,
you're out in the fields, honey.
We're out in the fields. But yeah, a little bit of that New Zealand small town kind of the sort of emo phase hit New Zealand in a fun way. We imported it from overseas, I guess.
Being gay in a little tiny town, I mean, that's relatable no matter where you're from.
Definitely,
Unless
and
you're from, like New York City. But if you're not from there, that's relatable. And even then, they're
100%.
probably thinking, what if I lived in a small town and I was gay there instead of the big city?
What if I was getting a different kind of harassment at a smaller high school?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that kind of comes into it a little bit. And then I think also like it's very much inspired by like fan fiction and like those kinds of tropes. I was like a fan fiction teen. I loved a little Kingdom Hearts fan fiction as a baby. I was like, very into that. So I think I wanted to bring some of that kind of weird, awkward tropiness into this as well. It's like an homage a little bit for sure.
I love it. I mean, it feels like a very loving homage to anything that was on the Game Boy. I mean, I don't know if you're very into the Game Boy stuff. I can tell. Do you know Shantae?
Yes. Oh, what a
That's
gorgeous game.
That is my girl.
I played it recently just to see the technical I don't know-how that went into making it. Like blows my mind. Like I only know a little bit about the kinds of sort of esoteric things you can get up to with a Game Boy, but they had some really groundbreaking stuff in there. It just looks great, and it has a lot of tech stuff that's so cool.
Yeah, it feels like that game specifically feels like they really optimized the most out of the system, because then you go play like, I don't know, Mario Land, and it's like, oh wow, they didn't know that stuff that they did when they made
yeah. I'm controversially, Mario's like a flop for me. I'm like, I'm not a Mario girl. I'm like, no,
even
no,
Mario Land with the little witch.
A little bit. I do like that. I do like there's bits I like, but I'm probably it's just that I'm bad at it, and I want to pretend that it's because I don't like it, not because I suck.
So you're lashing out because you're not good.
Exactly. There's a lesson to be learned here. The bit you're up to right now, is one of my favorite parts. This was actually the first part of the game that I made, right? So this is like a fake. Were you a big MSN Messenger user back in the day?
Oh, yeah.
Typing up a storm
or AIM, Yahoo messaging.
ICQ.
This does look like MSN to me.
Yeah,
I feel like they always put the picture on the right rather than the left.
Yeah. There's a certain style of it, but yeah, this was kind of the I guess this was kind of like the seed that the game grew out of, right? Like because I played I think it's called Emily is Away. I want to say it was like a game that was like very much based in MSN, and I was like, yeah, this is neat. This is quite cool. I'd love to expand on that idea and then make it part of something a bit different, and also within that Game Boy specificness too.
It just has that nostalgia and also that mystery. You never knew what I feel like Game Boy games, because they were so limited in their graphics and their sounds, it felt like there was more mystery to them.
Yeah, I think for me. Is this paused, or I couldn't tell on my screen?
No. We're just here. I haven't advanced yet, but I just does that say Dick Soup has sent you a noodle?
A nudge.
A nudge. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. I thought that
but
was
maybe a noodle as well.
Like,
I mean,
wow.
Ooh, the implications. If you'll recall on MSN, you could send people nudges that would make the whole screen sort of shake. I don't know why we don't still have things like that on Instagram chat or whatever. It's a true, it's a menacing feature of technology. Bring it back, honestly. Bring it back. Okay, especially if someone's left you on Steam.
Yeah, I don't know, just a little bit more about MSN. I used to use MSN Plus, and you could make it have sounds that you could send each other. That was my favorite.
Fancy.
I'd be in the bathroom washing my hands, and I'd hear people sending me top model sounds, like Tyra yelling. Those were just amazing. Bring those back.
Bring it back.
So Dick Soup is contacting me. Do I send
you gotta
back?
get into that. So this it's been a few minutes, but this is your friend who'd been texting you earlier. His MSN handle is oh so childishly named in this way. And he has a sort of Naruto-inspired profile picture as well.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to give the vibe,
Yeah,
what the kids,
you're
what
setting
the kids
the
were
scene.
into. Yeah.
You were setting the scene. Okay, so he said Ken and then sent me a nudge or a noodle, as I like to call them. I don't know what to say. Remember the 3-step program. 1, click the chat window. 2, type something relatively sane. Hit send. I can do this.
You can. I believe in you.
Oh,
let's see. This is mechanics, by the way. Let's see you figure them out.
I like our little sad picture right here.
It's one of those like I made you a cookie and I ate it ones. I forget what it's like actually.
It's so cute. Jeez, good morning, Ferg, lol. He's typing. He's typing. What is he gonna say? Oh my gosh! It's 11:40. Noob. When we hanging out? Oh, he loves me. He's into me.
Yeah. When are we hanging out? We're hanging out right now.
I guess I'm gonna noodle him back.
Yeah.
I feel guilty for avoiding him. I'll give a vague excuse. Soon, I've just been distracted.
Yeah, there's a real character limit.
Is this a call out post? Busy being gay and emo. I have to be honest with y'all. Y'all are not hearing the music from the game. You're hearing something artistic. The music stopped. It was like, and then the music continues. It's like, he saw me.
It's a real gasp. It's a real like.
Yeah,
well, I don't know if you remember this. I think like for a lot of queer people, like growing up in the 2000s, there was always this thing like of being scared of being outed, or like I mean that's still very much a thing now. But you know, in those kinds of conversations, it felt like a bit of a people would make a lot of gay jokes or queer themed jokes at people's expenses, and you're like, I don't know if this am I just going to play along? Do I like how should I react? It could be very telling if you react in a certain way, if you don't laugh it off, or like however you respond says a lot about you, right?
And it's like, is that the rhetoric? Because like the homophobic, like schoolyard rhetoric, or is it they know? Do they know, or do they not know? And I just want to correct you that in 2008, Hillary Duff did end homophobia with that commercial.
Technically, this is 2007, so we're just before Hillary Duff sort of saving us with that PSA.
This was happening. No, just seriously, y'all. Don't say that thing is gay. Don't say it, even as queer people. I mean, as queer people, reclaimed. But it sucks when you see this kind of rhetoric still happening, especially in online games and stuff like that. But I do enjoy the parody of it here because it's relevant to the story.
I think when you're evoking like age or like era appropriate homophobia or things like that, I think you can kind of use it as a tool to try and make people think a little bit about like why was it like that? It's it's
how
weird.
Did we get to this point?
Nostalgically upsetting.
Yeah, I mean, I know exactly. This talk right here. I know this very well. But what about what is his name? Kenny.
Ken.
He feels really outed by it. He's nervous about it.
Well, if it's your crush, it's like, well, like the stakes are so high. Like, especially if you've been crushing on someone, you don't know exactly where they stand, right? You're like, we're friends, but like, what's the tea?
I told him I was bi at Beck's birthday, but he was asleep on the couch. Oh, so he was just talking to his unconscious body.
Yeah, the best kind of confession.
Wonderful conversation, not that kind. I'm taking too long to reply. Okay, we're just gonna type something real quick. What do I say? Do I get to? Say a half
meaningful choice. I promise.
Half
not really.
Truth or half lie. Oh, we don't have a lot of time here. I'm gonna say half truth because maybe he'll be like he'll pick up what I'm putting down and then he'll be like, kiss me.
Oh yeah.
No, I have a. Oh no, delete that. That's too much. Oh no, we can't go back. This is when you take your Game Boy and you flip the switch, and you see it.
Yeah, you put it in timeout.
Okay, I guess we're gonna send this, huh, Thomas?
Send it.
Do you know what's gonna happen?
No, I've forgotten. It's been so long since I've made the game. I can't even remember how it goes. I'm on the edge of my seat. It's a surprise.
Okay. Who? Some girl you don't know.
Obviously, yeah, always.
George Glass. Georgina Glass. Eugenia Glass.
Mrs. Little Lady. You don't know her. She goes to a different school.
Exactly. It's got to be someone he doesn't know. A girl in Star Math Group. Gerp. Phew, he's buying it. He said, huh, KK, I'll wingman for you. Let's hang out in town today. Oh, we're going uptown. I grew up in a small town, and I remember, we're going uptown. We're going to go get a soda.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna get. There was like one sushi place in the town that I'm from that opened in the mid 2000s, and that was like it was over. I was there every day. Take me there.
Yeah,
it's where I need to be.
Okay, I've missed seeing you. That's too sappy. No, be sappy.
No, the self doubt comes in. You
no,
can see it. You
not
can see
this.
It. The culture. I think the times were different.
Erase. Okay, we're erasing it. Did you what was your favorite game on the Game Boy? You said you liked Pokemon. What else?
Yeah. Like Pokemon are obviously fantastic. I really like the Zelda games, like Oracle of like Seasons and Ages. I think they're like really fun. Recently I've been playing the Pokemon trading card game specifically. It has
on the Game Boy.
On the Game Boy.
Yes,
yeah.
I had that.
Really good graphics. Like it's like chef's kiss for me. I think that might be my premium number one. I just think it's like no, it just hits. It hits real good. I made a Vaporeon deck that just destroys everything. So
Vaporeon is pretty and powerful.
Pretty and powerful, We can both relate to that, I feel like.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe you more than me, possibly.
Put on a lash and then you'll be good to go.
Yeah.
There's a Halloween party. Oh my gosh, what are we gonna wear? Invite your crush, the fake girl, the girl that doesn't exist.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to hire someone's cousin to come in as our fake crush. This is getting too deep already.
Hijinks will ensue.
This is a sitcom already. I've been kind of dodging him. Gotta pretend everything's normal. Maybe we can get a ride in with Mom.
Yeah,
I'll ask Mom to drive us. Wow, there's no abbreviations here. I would have thought that would have been a 2.
Yeah, wow. That's true. I was feeling luxurious. I was like, oh, I've got the characters for it.
Yeah.
Let's try it.
And this is an emotional moment. So
yeah. It's dead serious.
Why does he have the caps lock on? Message me with WU
when you.
Okay, I get it. When you have convinced her. Convinced is spelled incorrectly.
That's so true.
That's
you tell him.
Cool. Convinced. I could just rip the Band-Aid off. Tell him, get it over with.
Oh no.
By the way, I am like you.
Oh no.
Oh no. The music got quiet again.
Things are getting
serious. No. Oh. The self-doubt.
You can't have it that easy.
Sure. I love the smileys with the sunglasses.
The smiley spam, yeah.
Did that go well? I'm not sure. I guess we're gonna hang out anyway. I should start getting ready.
Oh, hell yeah.
I guess we have to put on a shirt.
Yeah. You can't, no, this is an oversight of mine. You can't put on your dirty clothes off the floor, but like, I think if we were going for realness, you really should be able to.
I want to wear something I've worn before.
Yeah.
I guess I could put clothes on.
Yeah.
Stay in boxers. Oh. Hell yeah.
I mean,
oh, we're ready for the day. Let's go.
This gives you you get the option here.
Gotta scab a ride to town for me and Ferg. What was your favorite part of making this game? Because I can tell that it's very lovingly made. It's got homages to prior eras. There's a cat!
Oh yeah, there's a cat. Yeah.
So what was your favorite part? Roxas, Kingdom Hearts.
No, Roxas the cat. A lot of other streamers who play this like scream at that. I think because it's so like, oh no. My favorite part. So I really enjoyed doing the MSN messenger bit that you just saw. Like that was definitely a highlight for me. There's like, as you go through, there's like a series of kind of like 2000s era memes that you collect. So there's like a collectibles component to the game. I really enjoyed making those. There's like, they're so, I don't know, they're just kind of like, they take me back to like a simpler and worse time. So I really enjoy evoking them.
The word for that is different.
It hits different. Yeah.
I did notice that Mom had a little exclamation mark. Like
yeah. She
like Pokemon.
Yeah, she did some emoting.
I think that our segment is ending pretty soon, but I don't want to stop. I'm loving this with you. Let's just, if we could only do one more thing that's just a few minutes long, should we continue to talk to Mom, or do you have anything we should look at in the house? Or
I mean, your mum was like really keen to railroad you into a huge conversation, but you're welcome to. You can go take a quick look outside and just have a wee explore if you like.
Ooh, okay.
There's a few. Oh no, maybe you have to go to get changed. Actually,
we can
just
walk
kidding.
around the house.
I programmed it so
but we
well.
can't go outside.
Yeah, these are all my speed running traps.
I'm in California, so in San Francisco, people walk around in the nude. So they must have some decency in New Zealand, apparently.
It's so not true, actually. In the summers here, everyone's walking around in like stubbies, which are like the smallest kinds of shorts and just like nothing else. Just go to the fast food place, go to the supermarket with no shoes on. I mean, I love it, honestly. It's iconic. But yeah, I think if you're keen, or if anyone who's watching wants to check it out, the demo is on itch.io and Steam, and this is actually like a hour and 20-minute long demo because I did that. So it's about half the game as in the demo, and the other half is going to come out early next year because I'm polishing it up. I'm trying to get it all juicy.
We're just hitting the surface here. There's so much more to explore. And I already love that it starts off with, I have a crush on a boy, what do I do? Like, that's so real.
It just puts you there.
Like, that is just so cool. I'm so excited about this. Y'all need to wishlist it right now on Steam, find it on itch, blow up the Twitter. I mean, say hi to Thomas everywhere. Where can people find you and your game? Tell me more.
Yeah, so we're Knife Games on Twix, I think it was referred to as earlier, and on Instagram, and we have a Tumblr that we don't really use, but I'd love it to pop off.
Remember that. Remember Tumblr.
Remember Tumblr. Otherwise, knifegames.com, and you can find Small Town Emo on Steam and itch.io, and we've got another game in the works called Shelf Life Art School Detective. So you can watch a wee trailer for that and like have a wee vibe on that, and feel free to just drop me a line. I'm chatty and annoying, so down to talk.
Thank you so much, Thomas. This is so cool. Y'all stay tuned. There's more queer indie games at the Queer Indies Showcase. Love y'all. See you later. My name is Dear. Let's play with you. Bye.
Did that go through?
Hey everyone, sorry about that. Cade was having a mic issue, but we couldn't go on without thanking Dear and Thomas for that wonderfully nostalgic and amazingly engaging, hilariously awesome showcase segment. So Dear, Thomas, thank you so much. I suddenly wanted to whip out like my own Game Boy, blow on some old cartridges until something like would work. So thank you for that. Remember to wishlist Small Town Emo today on Steam. We've put the links in the chat, and I'll do that here in just a second as we segue into the next showcase. But I'll let our colleague Katie take that away. So we'll be right back with Katie to introduce the next segment.
Peggy 3. We all need a little time with our thoughts. Give folks some time, and you may find they're ready to share more of their story. Everyone likes to be seen and heard on their own terms. You're not alone out there. We're all traveling together tonight. Sometimes all we need is for someone to share their story or offer a different point of view.
This is Radio 90, and you're listening to Night Drive. Thanks for joining us tonight. Trace back through the turns and straightaways that led to a seemingly random encounter, and they begin to feel like dominoes lined up and ready for fate to fall into place.
And there were millions of such stories. Crucial moments on a path that led to you. Here, now. You are the product of incredible selection.
Look at the night sky. What do you see out there? More than 7 billion people on this world. And all we have is each other. Our own little infinity.
All right, next on our showcase list, we have Stephanie by Analgesic Productions. In this Tony Hawk-esque 3D platformer, parkour through a massive cave network, face lush caverns, subterranean oceans, and surreal cityscapes as you guide 3 biologists through shifting spiritual landscape of the island depths. From the creators of Anodyne 2, we're proud to showcase Stephanie by Analgesic Productions. Let's transition over to Raven, our pro streamer, and Mellows from Analgesic.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everybody. I'm
Hi,
Raven. Hi, I'm Melis.
Hi.
How are you?
Hi, I'm Melos from Analgesic Productions. I'm in Tokyo right now.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So I got to play the game on stream last week, and I was
Cool.
really excited about it because even just reading it, first of all, I love platformers and especially ones with parkour. What and I wanted to ask, like, what made you decide for Stephanie to choose parkour as the main like mode of moving
that's
around
good.
the game?
So, I mean, early on, we were thinking about like an island as a setting and having these, 3 characters from different backgrounds exploring it. And we really wanted to kind of emphasize the relation of those characters with, the island's entity, kind of like the spirit there, Stephanie. And, a good way to do that through gameplay is to have like a set of platforming movement that really gets you to think about the shapes of the environment and kind of like how to plan your path through it. So that was like one of the main motivations for why we picked such a, very like
Okay, I love that. I'm gonna go ahead. It looks like that we didn't get to run the trailer yet, so I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna run the trailer for Stephanie, and I can't wait to watch. All right. That was wonderful. I so and we're going to be having some pre-recorded gameplay play because I cannot parkour and ask interview questions.
It is hard.
It's a difficult task. It really is. And I did wall riding was definitely one of my my downfalls. The glancing angle, I try so hard, and I told my stream I'm gonna perfect it, but I'm still working on it. What I love the character development so far. I love how different each character is, but they feel very like relatable and to the point that you can really feel their emotions and the emotional like development of these characters. So can you tell me like where did you get the inspiration for each character, and were they modeled after anybody or?
Yeah. So each character, so I guess the overall like commonality between these three characters, if for people who aren't familiar with the game, is that they all have ancestry from Taiwan. So the game's about to briefly explain this, right? But you know, Amy, who's in the red there, she has parents who were from Taiwan, but she immigrated to the USA, or was born in the USA. Whereas Ryo has parents who immigrated from Taiwan to Japan.
Okay.
And so he has some kind of more distant relationship to Taiwan as well. And then Ingwen, who is born and lives in Taiwan. So using that as a basis, I just thought about, what if we had three of these characters in real life and they're getting to know each other? What would they think about? What would they think about each other's sort of like Taiwanese identities? And that kind of like put inside the political context of the game, where they're doing this research project for the United States. That kind of led very easily to sort of the character dynamics and kind of like how they feel. Like Ingwen is a little bit more on the insecure side, because her country isn't as politically high up on the ranking of countries.
Okay.
And Ryo is hired primarily for kind of like this more analytical scientific angle. So he shows a bit more of a focus on wanting to kind of just like get the research done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely gather all of those from playing the game. And I was actually, that's how you just described it is pretty much how I was describing each character to, other than the political part, I didn't realize that. That's actually very interesting. But like I didn't in the ranking, but I didn't, but as far as like each character and how you can, totally feel that as you're playing the game. And, I also wanted to ask, as far as a queer narrative is concerned, where that plays into the game, because I haven't reached like a portion of the game yet where it's it's kind of apparent. So I wanted to see
where in the game are you right now?
I'm in the cave. I just entered the cave.
Oh,
so
okay.
Yeah,
that's still very
early.
Did you meet the lung creature yet, or no?
The which creature?
It's like this very vertical shaft level with like a big long creature at the top. Okay.
I did not.
Past that point, I think until that point, it's still very much like the introduction and like kind of getting into being comfortable with the mechanics. But as the game goes on, I'm not sure if this footage will contain any of that gameplay, but there's these kind of like story sequences where the characters are sort of recounting their lives in this very sort of like hyper visual novel-y way. And so through that, we learn a bit about their backgrounds. Like Ryo has a husband in Japan who's Japanese, right? And he has a different class background. So it's about him negotiating those differences, not just the cultural differences between having Taiwanese parents versus his husband's like Japanese parents, but also Ryo being an immigrant to Japan, he kind of, that sort of like migration, in his case, he has kind of like a class advantage. So he's thinking about that comparison as well. And then much later in the game, I guess we do get to meet his husband a little bit. So you get to learn about that relationship and kind of like how it relates to Rio's view towards work. So each of the characters kind of gets their own big like stage within the cave as the game kind of takes this surreal turn in its halfway point.
Okay.
So in Rio's case, there's a whole level that's kind of inspired by kind of like Tokyo cityscapes and downtown areas, and you kind of like
nice.
experience little situations that Rio went through when he's like living there with his husband. And likewise, Ingwen, she's living in Taiwan, but she has a girlfriend who's also Taiwanese, but has chosen to live in the United States. So the stage for them is kind of built upon one of their vacations together they took to Tokyo. And so it doesn't just talk about, the difficulties of managing such a relationship overseas, but also kind of their different views towards, the country of Japan, which has always been a country that Taiwan looks up to culturally. And yeah, those are. Oh, and then also, this is also a big spoiler, but like, there's an epilogue to the game, like a short playable section there.
Oh.
And that does feature. There's a non-binary character there, named Gale, who kind of meets Ingwen far into the future, and they kind of like talk a bit about what happens throughout the story of the game. So I would say compared to like our previous work, like Anodyne 2, the sort of like queer narrative elements are not as front-loaded, I guess you would say. They're very deeply embedded into the game itself, but it's kind of something that comes over like sort of over time. Yeah. So yes.
Okay. I love that though. Honestly, I'm glad that I asked the question because I did want to know that, but I really like it when a game allows that narrative to come out, as the game is being played. It's really awesome when it's upfront as well, but I just think that it's being, it being interwoven into the story, and you discovering that is just a really fun part of it. And especially for a game like this, where it's very exploratory, which is one of my favorite parts. It feels so like you can do this game at your own pace. You don't have to, it's just, for me to play it on stream, it's just been a very relaxing game.
Yeah, thank you.
I've really enjoyed it. I myself, I have a science degree, so like the Three
cool.
Biologists was right up my alley as far as a storyline and just getting to play these characters and discover this world is just a lot of fun. What made you? Where did the name Stephanie come from?
So when we were early in development, we had the story laid out about kind of these characters who are going deep into a cave and perhaps like not coming back. So there's, I believe with the name, it was a play sort of on like the story, going deep in somewhere and coming out being sort of an ordeal. And so we named the island is named Stephanie, but also this character you meet who was in the intro briefly is named Stephanie. So we're kind of, it works well as a name, but it sounds kind of like a realistic name. And we were hoping it would kind of draw on some kind of unconscious connections between that myth and the character themselves.
Okay, that's really neat. I like that. Did you what challenges did you face in making this game? I know this game is quite a bit. I haven't played Even the Ocean or Anodyne, but I know that the way the games are designed are very, very different from this one. So what challenges did you face while developing this one?
I guess with this one, it was pretty challenging to make a game that has a visual style based more in kind of like realism in film, you know, these
Mhm.
human-shaped characters with a setting in like the near future. So that kind of had unexpected consequences, you know, things like the writing kind of had to be massaged to be a certain way. You have these cutscenes where the characters are standing around and you have like the camera angles, and that ended up being a little bit time consuming and challenging to do. I'm glad we did it because, you know, it works well for the characters and, you know, the realistic inspirations, but it's also time consuming. And the other tricky thing was definitely creating these levels, right? Like, it's a very atypical 3D platformer in that your moveset is so limited. So,
Mhm.
you know, we had to construct the spaces to kind of, I guess the hard part was more Marina, who's the artist and kind of also helped with editing the writing, is just doing the art to be readable from like any angle. That's what I hear is one of the biggest challenges with this 3D art. And especially in a game like Symphony where you have to like so carefully read the rocks and kind of the angles of the walls. That's something she had to be really careful with when designing the game. Yeah, so these puzzles, they weren't that difficult to design, but it was hard to
Mhm.
come up with the initial system because we wanted to design kind of this like fuzzy puzzle system where it's not completely trivial. Like you can't just randomly place stuff, but we don't
Mhm.
want it to be like hard, like an actual puzzle. We want it to just be more like each of these boards kind of conveys a sense of like each creature that you're connecting with, you know, like as you learn about a real organism in real life, you know that they have certain kind of like environmental dislikes and likes or like preferences or like relations to other characters. So each of these creatures, you know, they have their own kind of board shapes and ways you're expected to place the pieces on the
Oh.
boards. Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that even through playing it. Like at first when I went into it, I was like, ooh, a puzzle. Yeah, exactly. Like, and I thought, oh, this is gonna be hard, you know, and I've enjoyed the fact that it's not in it, you know, I enjoy difficult puzzles, but it didn't feel as like it felt like it was, yeah, just a very natural part of the game
Mhm.
and part of the exploration, not really, yeah, like something that's supposed to you get stuck on for hours or something.
Yeah.
So, which is great because yeah, in a game like this, like that would become a frustrating part of playing it, and for, you know, when you're trying to really uncover a story, so to speak. So, yeah, I enjoyed the puzzle aspect of it, but that it's more about discovering these characters. But I didn't realize that the creatures were linked, and it makes so much more sense now you saying that. So
Yeah, Blink is not super like explicit. It's more kind of like, you know, you have to understand something about the game, the puzzle board, because each of these
Mhm.
creatures has a different puzzle board shape. And that is sort of more abstractly related to the idea of like understanding an island, right? It's
Yeah.
kind of like this, like the gameplay too for these segments is more about trying to go along with what the shapes and like hazards in the puzzle level want you to do. And it becomes most apparent when you get to some of the bigger creatures in the games, which kind of trigger those story cutscenes I was talking about. Their boards are a lot more specialized, and they also take a bit longer to kind of complete. Yeah.
I have a pup. Apologies.
No,
So yeah, that's really cool to learn. And I love being able to do this interview with you because I'm learning even more about the game than I knew prior to or while playing it. So who are some what games have inspired you? What got you into game development?
Game development. Let's see. I grew up playing games, but I think the most influential thing is probably like the indiegames.com blog and from 2008 to 2011 or 12.
Okay.
Where they were just posting, I had always been playing games on Newgrounds by independent creators as a kid. But for some reason, when it was framed on this blog, I was kind of like, oh, maybe I could do this someday. I had played with modding software as a kid for games like Cave Story, where you can kind of build your own levels for this game. And then in college, I realized that I can just download one of these open source engines and just start programming my own game and playing around. So yeah, it was probably just being inspired by all the work of these sort of free, I guess, unpaid journalists covering these games, and also these unpaid game developers making and releasing these games for free. For example, do you know the game Celeste?
Yes. Oh yeah. Oh, that's a great game. Yeah.
Yeah. So Maddie Thorson, she has a really long history and actually other people on that team, like Noelle. But the Maddie's games especially, I grew up playing a lot of her platformers, which were covered on those blogs. And you play something, make something simple. Yeah.
That is really neat. I love that. Yeah, I have heard of that game, and I personally, I love playing games. It's something that I feel like there's just so much love that goes into the games. Like this game, as soon as I started playing it, I could feel that, and I connect a lot better to games that are developed that way, and have these storylines that are more relatable. So yeah, that's really cool that you got started that way, and that's what inspired you. I think that's neat. So so did you have so where can the game be found at?
You can find Stephanie on like Steam, and you can also find it on all the consoles.
On all the consoles as well?
Yeah,
Oh,
Switch,
that's great.
PS, and Xbox. Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. I love that, especially since it is, and I do play it with a controller. It was suggested to play it with a controller.
Oh yeah.
So
a lot easier.
Yeah, I don't know if I could play platformers without a controller. It's just too difficult. But yeah. So, as far as what would you like for gamers to get out of this experience of this game?
Let's see. Well, narratively, I wanted when I was writing this, I wanted people to just think about kind of all the different sorts of experiences that come out of a single country, right? There's not way, because as the three characters here show, there's a wide variety of life experiences, like gender expression, relationships, and I kind of want to surprise people playing this platformer, oh, and maybe they'll think about what countries they're from, and and also think about maybe I have a lot of family or friends from this particular country who are also different in their own ways, and come to think about what countries influence these friends or relatives, and what kind of relations do countries have to each other. So narratively, that's a lot of the stuff that I was kind of wanting to convey. Yeah, and then I guess as far as the gameplay goes, it offers a very unique experience for the 3D platformer space. It's based in Tony Hawk and skateboarding games.
I love that.
So it's always just nice from a formal design standpoint to just explore and expose people to different things. That isn't just a standard, triple jump platformer or whatever.
Definitely, I completely agree. That's what really drove my interest. As soon as I got to playing it, I was just very excited about the differences, but also yeah, the diversity and inclusion that you put into the game, and the kind of like having gamers like connect with that game, but also like ask themselves questions. Yeah, that's just really, really neat. I highly recommend everybody go and wishlist the game. It's fantastic. I mean, my entire stream has been enjoying it. They love the music, say it's very relaxing. Love that. And just watching it is a load of fun. So
yeah, it's actually on sale for a few more days. Part of
it is.
Summer, autumn Steam sale. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I saw that too. I've been definitely promoting the sale because it's only on sale and then it'll go back to full price. So definitely grab it while you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much, Milos. This has been a great interview for sure.
Yeah. Thank you for taking time.
Absolutely.
And talk to me.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Raven and Mellows. I'm not normally a platforming fan, but this game is a dreamy, fresh entry in the genre. I can't wait to try out these amazing levels. The art is breathtaking, and the gameplay is beautifully thrilling. Looks like our lucky winner for the Stephanie raffle is again Like the Cake. Congrats, Like the Cake, from the IGDA Twitch. Congratulations, and please send IGDA a DM, and we'll get that code out to you ASAP. If you're watching and want to try out Stephanie, you can get it on Steam using the link in chat. We'll be right back after some trailers for some more amazing games.
My ex just up and left. I simply cannot forget. So here I sit in the ruins of my life. What now?
Love at First Bite. A reality dating show starring you. The world's sexiest monsters will compete for your affection.
You flatter me. Words are my weakness.
Look at you, stunning and daring and positively lickable.
Time to get you back in the game. You are legendary.
It was kind of hot having someone avenge me or whatever, so I didn't stop you.
In the end, you'll get a shot at filling that hole in that unbeating heart of yours. What's the worst that could happen?
Romancylvania.
Next on the showcase, List is a joyful, strange experience in which a middle-aged queer man toddles around a strange island, attempting to refurnish his empty house. Showcasing queer men peering into a rockpool.jpg is the lovely Jeff Brutlag, joined by developer Pete at Fuzzy Ghost, the creators of the game. Take it away, Jeff and Pete.
Oh my God, is it us? Are we here?
Did we do it? Did we make
we're
it?
Here.
Yay.
Congrats to us. We're here. How you doing, Pete?
I'm good. How you doing, Jeff?
Doing very great. Why don't you tell everybody about yourself?
I am half a Fuzzy Ghost. It's just me and my boyfriend making queer little games. We make very narrative-focused, queer-focused, kind of weirdo games sometimes, I guess.
Love a weird game. Love it. Love it. And I will be getting to chat with you. My name is Jeff Brutlag. Typically actually stream like a lot of really weird games or like narrative-driven ones. So this one was right up my alley. So why don't we get to check out a trailer real quick? And here we are.
Right at the start.
I love how I jumped into the game. So I actually tried this earlier this week. And then right when I jumped in, I was like, oh, queer man peering into a rock pool. We have set the tone already. Thank goodness. Oh my gosh.
We don't like leaving. There's enough questions left in the game. So from the title, we wanted you to know at least what it's about.
At least just a little bit, just a quick little intro to it. So I'm super, oh my God, I have so many things to ask about this just because, first of all, the visuals. First thing I noticed is just how bright and colorful everything is. Was there like a reason you chose for it to be so vibrant?
Yes, Scott and I are very anti-dull. We're very tired of things being monochromatic or being desaturated and all of that. And we just want some visual prettiness in our freaking lives. The world is dull enough.
Amen.
And so, yeah, we just kind of, Scott started working with color palettes, and I think the pink rocks were quite early, and we just never had a reason to stop. So it just kept stack that color palette.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like what was really cool about that is like it just made everything so fun to look through. Or like, I'm someone who gets like super lost in games sometimes, so I'll end up like passing what I need. But in here, being lost kind of felt fun because I was like, oh, there's so many bright and colorful things to see. And then also the absolute like wholesome personality that he has. I'm absolutely in love with it. Like I felt so uplifted through the whole thing.
Oh, good. That's great because that's I mean, we both grew up like in the 80s and 90s, and so like so much of the queer stuff we had to hold on to was really grim, and a lot of it, so much of it was wonderful, but like we've had enough of grim, sad stories about our gays being murdered yet again, and so keeping it big, keeping it fluffy. I mean, no, fluffy's wrong. Keeping it bright, keeping it joyful. You can still get enough kind of grimness in there.
For sure. I think one of my favorite things when I started was just this little pose. Like he's serving fashion. Like he knows he's feeling himself. There's confidence. There's poise. Like there was just something so the tone started off so well for me, and that I was like, oh, this is going to be such a fun time. So
wonderful.
You go first.
His walk cycles were one of the first things that we made, and so like we were working on this game before we kind of knew almost anybody in the industry really, and so it was just us like working quietly at home during COVID, that whole thing. And then we released it. And then when people actually started playing it, and we'd see them squeal with this really flouncy walk cycle and stuff. And by that time, I'd forgotten that it was a big deal. I'd been looking at it every day for 18 months,
Yeah.
And then, oh yeah, he's a big fruit. And people it's very easy to normalize that, as we should.
I felt seen because I would totally walk around in an oversized sweater, really short red shorts, and just stomp everywhere I go. So I'm super curious. You made this super surreal was the first word that that came up in my mind while I was playing this. Like, what was the inspiration behind making it as wacky and kind of weird as it was? Because I found some meaning and some of the storytelling going on, but like why make it this like wacky and weird?
A lot of our ideas just come with us going for our morning walks together as we drink coffee in the early hours of the morning and slowly speed up with the caffeine. And one thing that came with this was we just realized how interested we were at the idea of memory and like the swamp of the internet, and what if those things were kind of the same. And so we also really love stories that don't spell everything out. And we've been on a huge, as anyone who has seen Evangelion, while we were working on this, we were on a huge Evangelion rewatch of the rebuilds. And so we were deeply in love with things not being answered very well.
Okay. Yeah, you mentioned this to me, and that's something I still need to watch. So I'm very excited. And I do love that because I think it's always really fun to have I think I was described to me once because I come from a creative writing background. That's what I got my degree in. And also just real quick, his little beep bop with his little hands.
This is probably my favorite animation. Just this.
So good.
It brings me such joy every time.
It's so good. But I think there's such a fun nature of having storytelling where you kind of, what was it described to me as, where you kind of meet the shoestrings kind of a thing, but you don't tie it all in in a nice little bow or anything. So you kind of leave the audience to do that themselves. And I thought that was really fun for this one particularly.
Yeah, it's a big, and because it's only 70 minutes long, it's one of those things where by the end of it, every line of dialogue, every letter there is telling something that you kind of need to piece the whole thing. Because I like to think that if you play this, you can get the whole emotional arc of him and his partner and a bit of an idea of the world. But if you also pick up all of the references that we've put down and everything, blah, 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 you can actually work out what happened to the world. We just won't tell you.
Yeah. And I think that's so cool because I think that was one of my biggest questions going through. It was what is going on here? The world itself is, there was an idea of them creating the world themselves, I feel. And that kind of,
I'm not going to give any big answers because Scott will destroy me, because a big part of it is bringing your own meaning to it, trying to assemble the pieces yourself. And as soon as one of the directors just lays it down, then that's that. The fun's gone. So
that's fair. So the dynamic of him writing to Darl, I thought was really great. And I think it kind of, you got little bits of I kind of see how maybe their relationship was, what kind of, because I know as a writer too, sometimes I base relationships and characters off of who I know in real life. Was there an inspiration on the dynamic between him and Darl?
We really wanted it to be, because Scott and I have been together for 10 years. And so we really wanted it to be a mature relationship, that they were very comfortable with each other. There was no question marks about their relationship. They could almost you have that relationship where you can take each other for granted, but you consciously don't, because you're just so in sync with things. And so we just wanted it to be that. And then mostly I think the sense of humor is very our Australian, kind of out of the blue, weird in joke kind of.
Yeah, I mean, we're calling the things we're pulling out of pools lonely little chunks. Like that to me, I was like, that's just so cute. The way that they're talking about everything in the game, I just so very uplifting. And I like that you said earlier, like having, stories that are more uplifting when it comes to being queer and seeing these stories represented. I think, yeah, we definitely need more of this for sure.
Yeah, joyful was a keyword we used the whole time when making it.
Oh my gosh, it's joy across the board. I mean, everything from like how he runs, he's like right when he started skipping, I was like, oh my God, he's skipping through this world. Like he's like this, who knows what's going on? He seems to be the only one here. But he's just going happily through it. And I love that. I just love that. And also, okay, I need to know tell me about admin, the house, and everything going on. I need to know.
Admin, if you can see underneath the house, admin is actually poking up. That's technically admin.
Wait. The pink thing here?
Yeah, that's popping into the middle of the room. That's admin.
Oh my God. Okay. What was tell me more about like how you developed the character of admin, because admin was for sure a character to me.
Yeah, I think admin didn't talk as much at the start, but we needed something for Bong to bounce off.
Why not more?
I don't know where it came from, to be honest. It was kind of just the idea of like there's always this centralizing force, I guess. There's this thing, the universe, I guess, that he can talk to, kind of.
Okay.
I can't talk too much about it without crossing those lines that I said I'm not allowed to. But
fair.
Yeah.
Okay. I think he called it a sitter there. Was there? Okay. I guess part of me, I keep asking questions and I'm like, why would he call it a sitter? Very good question.
Yeah. This is part of that like memory, but it's muddled rather than, it's not amnesia. It's just you just can't find, it's like tip of the tongue kind of thing.
Right. Okay. That's a really fascinating element, because I when I was going through this, I was just like, oh, it's his quirky little character. He's just calling things. But yeah, as it was going on, I was like, oh wait, he doesn't know what that is. Kind of, but like he doesn't know the word for it.
What it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a bit later on with, particularly in the background there, the pair on the chair where he realizes that he hasn't eaten in days and didn't remember to eat for days. And I find that question really satisfying, because that means that he wasn't hungry. What does that mean? Also, there's no toilet. There's no bedroom.
There is not.
I'll stop now. These are the questions you meant to bring up yourself.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, and admin being the first jump scare of the game to me, was great. It really shocked me into like, oh, we're into the game now. Here we are. Gosh. Okay. This might be more of a specific question then. What is, I looked at, I was trying to pronounce it. Is it ibis?
Ibis. Oh, I'm
ibis.
So ibis they're big. They're the birds that are all through the playground you were just at. Like they're white with the big, long black beaks. And it didn't occur to us that people would not know what an ibis is, because they're a very common bird in Australia, very common bird in Southeast Asia. And so I didn't realize that people would not know.
Totally, just right over my head. I saw it and I was like, oh.
Yeah, you're not the first person.
And I just kind of went. I just went along with it. Like, okay, come on.
Yeah, so if you go out of the house and kind of walk back towards the camera, you'll see what the ibis are. So spin the camera back. Yeah. So see all of those big white, they're giant. That's why in his letter, he was like, didn't ibis used to move more? And so they're actually photos of ibis that are like photo bashed onto textured onto the rocks.
They're like, wow, okay. It's giving it felt in the most charming way. It felt like PS1 versions of ibis. And that brought me right back to my childhood of gaming. And I think that was a nice
really wanted to
feeling.
mix as much generational stuff as we could. So there's some billboard sprites in the game. There's literal photos of a neighborhood we used to live in the game.
So were there any, as far as games go, were there any, like, because I know you mentioned some shows and some movies that inspired some concepts for this. Were there any games that you took inspiration from for this one?
Look, I think we didn't lean on enough game references to our detriment. That made it really, really hard. And we almost canceled making this game like 3 times because it was just, we had only been making games for like 6 months when we started making this.
Oh,
so it was very, very hard. And going in without any kind of solved like game structure to like a mentor game to lean on, without that it was hard. But we probably, I think stuff that we loved the most was things like just walking sims, like Gone Home, like what else? I always lean back onto just I always love in particularly JRPGs when you come into a village off the map and then you just have this little contained playground of a village to walk around and explore. And so the idea of that slowly getting bigger and bigger was kind of the images we had.
Yeah, I definitely felt like as this was going on, it was very cool to see like the world continue. Like every time we woke up, it almost felt like kind of a routine. Like, oh, he's getting up the next day, and then there's going to be more world to see.
Because like routine was a huge part of the game, and previously the game was much more drawn out, and you would have this routine every morning where you do laps of the island, and you'd pick up different chunkies, and you'd like. Eventually, he would remember to have morning coffee, and then he'd have to go straight to the bathroom, and like all of these things that we ended up having to cut because we were going crazy and needed to end it.
Hey, listen. I mean, I'm really glad that this game exists now, and I'm glad that you were able to get it out there because, again, uplifting queer stories. I mean, something we need more of, and I think this one just is constantly going to bring smiles to people.
Oh, good. I hope so.
For sure. Oh my gosh. This process here, I'm clearing. It's like I thought of it as like clearing the rubble in a sense of like getting rid of the clutter in your mind about what these things are. Like
big appreciate that. One of the first images that Scott came up with this game was at the time a woman in the swamp with like a long thing, just like fishing things out of a swamp, and then you'd pull stuff out of the swamp and you'd chisel the mud away to find out what's inside. And so that is a hangover from that image.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I found it really. It's like we're slowly chiseling away, like, and figuring out what this world is around us. Because I know as a player, I'm in here being like, what is going on? Like, I want to know more about this. And I feel like it's cool to have like a level playing field of him also being like, I don't know. Okay, the letterbox. Is that another like just a ism, or was that just his way of saying it?
What do you mean?
Because I mean, I guess like for me, I call it a mailbox.
Oh no, we call them letterboxes in Australia.
Great, I'm getting more.
We call them both, to be honest.
Okay, so I'm becoming more cultured. Thank you.
If that's what you want to call it.
Listen, I would. He called it a letterbox. I was like, oh wait, that's cute.
Oh, it never occurred to me that you can't. You might not be able to tell what is him being messed up and what is just Australian. And that's when I think, what is there a difference?
Well, I cannot speak for Australia or Australians, so I will not comment on that. But I will say that even if it, whether I got to learn that about it or not, it was fun. This character is built so well, I feel. And
this is one thing, another Australian thing. Those
yes,
purple
please.
trees, they were green yesterday, and they've since bloomed. And I think he mentions jacarandas at some point, maybe in that.
I heard, yeah.
But yes, that's a jacaranda, which kind of like Japan has what are they called? Blossoms, cherry blossom season. Australia has jacaranda season, but it goes for much longer. And so you'll suddenly just get entire streets that are covered with these purple trees, and it's incredible.
Whoa. Oh my God, that's so. I mean, that's so cool because I think like it's cool to see bits of like your own world represented, even in this like really just oddly surreal world that you just it seems like nothing is necessarily recognizable until things start to become unfolded. Oh my God, it's beautiful. I love the photos. The JPEGs. They all just, there was so much me into. Wait, do you mind describing what's going on here? I don't know that I ended up catching what was going on here.
These he ends up kind of taking them as one thing, and then they kind of reveal hints of what happened to the world, but they're actually recreations of screenshots from the 1998 film The Hole by Simon Lang, which is between Evangelion and The Hole. Those premises jammed together are kind of what happened to the world, really, kind of, not really. And so if you happen to have seen this Taiwanese slow cinema film, you'll recognize these shots because they're some of the most powerful shots from the film.
Fair. I do believe we are getting our wrap-up signal. That appears to be it. Yes. So I did want to ask, before we do have to head off, was there like a big sort of takeaway from this game that you wanted people to have? Like, how did you want people to feel like after they finished it?
I think the biggest thing is just like queer joy, queer like everything. I think everything we do, we want just queer is never a question. The gays are having a lovely time. They are flourishing. Weird shit's going on, but aren't they having a lovely time? That kind of.
Yes, that is so important. We definitely need our joy to be shared as much as, our tragedies and everything were meant, I feel like, are good educational things and good ways for our stories to feel seen.
We are interested in like the difficulties. There's definitely difficulty in our games, but the most interesting thing, I think, isn't the difficulty itself. It's watching people strive through the difficulty. And often we do that with humor and joy, and we just keep ourselves alive by trying to be happy. And that's the kind of things we want to show.
I love that. So if people were to want to keep up on any potential future games or things like that, where would they need to look?
We are Fuzzy Ghost on the Twitters, X-Twitters, and Instagram and all that. We actually have a trailer for our next game on the Day of the Devs for the Game Awards. The game is called Janet de Mornay as a slumlord and a witch. It has more jump scares.
Oh, see, I'm a big horror girly, so that sounds right. That sounds exactly like it'd be for me.
So let's go.
Oh, I love a horror comedy as well. Oh, that's great. Well, thank you so much for being here. It was great to get to chat with you about the game, and thank you again
for having me. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, thank you so much. This was lovely.
It was lovely.
Jeff and Pete, thank you so much for showing us the very queer and very fun gameplay of Queer Man peering into a pool, rockpool.jpg. Now let's see who the winner of the lucky pregame key is. Congratulations. I'm going to botch this, but Emily _HLP. No, Emily _HLP. Please send IGDA a DM and we'll get that code out to you ASAP. For everyone else, you can buy or wishlist the game using the link in the chat. Please join me in thanking Jeff and Pete and the whole game at Fuzzy Ghost, or the whole team at Fuzzy Ghost. And we'll be right back after some more trailers and some honorable mentions.
All right? I'll tell you this story.
Your mom had a brain aneurysm. Do you know what that means?
Is she going to die?
We just found out that mom might die. Does that mean nothing to you?
Everything that happened to us, it endless. There was a reason.
Why the hell do I feel so alone? Do I really have to be so angry? Do I really hate my mother?
Memory is weird. You suddenly remember these moments without knowing why, until you realize it's trying to teach you something crucial. No one can live like this, not really. But we can change. Everyone can change. I have to leave it all behind.
Dear Diary, this road trip has been amazing. There have been so many wacky shenanigans traveling with Polly and Scott. We're usually in mortal danger, but it's fun. Dear Diary, Vicky might be the best road trip planner ever. She planned several landmarks and places for us to visit. She brought us to some hot springs where we got to chill out. Then to a fancy Mer Kingdom ball. And even to a rodeo where we got to see some unique lasso tricks. Dear Diary, the other day we visited a nerd convention and Zoe was there. We had lots of fun and even got matching cosplay. And you know what? She ended up joining the trip. We've been talking a lot lately, and I feel I'm getting to know her a lot better. I don't know. I think I like her. Dear Diary, today we reached our destination, the City of Vice. It was so worth it. We partied so hard that the next day we only had blurry memories of what happened. But we salvaged some pics, and I can tell you, it was wild. Dear Diary, this road trip has been wonderful. So many adventures, so many feelings. I wasn't ready for something as amazing as this.
Are you ready? Welcome to Monster Road Trip. It's a cooperative narrative survival adventure. Will you manage your resources well enough to avoid losing? Join forces with your friends to reach a mind-blowing destination, or compete to see who's the lame loser and who's the MVP. One thing is for sure, this will be a journey full of strange places, wacky misadventures, and hot monsters you can meet, and even date. Pack your bags and get ready for the Monster Road Trip.
You are all having an amazing time so far. I know I'm really enjoying all of these games, and yeah, I'm just so excited to get my hands on them. But without further ado, I would love to introduce the next and final segment of the showcase. Just the showcase. We still have a panel afterwards. But next up, we have our very own Cade and JJ from MidBoss, who will be showing us the world of read-only memories, alongside the most wonderful and glamorous Chalora. Neurodiver is the newest game that takes place in the read-only memories world. Let's see what Chalora, Cade, and JJ are up to now.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? How are you, Cade? How are you, JJ?
Doing good.
Oh, wow. Oh, we had that in sync. We're a team. For everyone who doesn't know me, my name is Flora. I'm a trans drag streamer. And tell us about yourselves, Cade and JJ. Whoever wants to go first.
Do you want to go first, JJ?
Sure. So I'm the creative director at MidBoss, as well as the lead artist and animator for Read Only Memories Neurodiver. I've been working in games since around 2011, and that's about it, really. Just continuing to work on this game. It has been my life for the past few years now.
And I also work at MidBoss. I do more of the boring business and marketing stuff, but together we help make this wonderful game come to life. And hopefully I try to stay out of the creative realm so JJ can work his magic with the rest of the team.
That's totally fair. Let the master do their work.
That's my firm belief, is like business people should do that and let the creatives have the space to do things, that they are the professionals at. So,
well, without further ado, I'd love to show y'all the trailer.
Existing only in memories is such a cold experience. But every time you appear, the barriers continue to win.
I am Luna Cruz de la Vega, psychic detective.
I would not send you into this mission if I didn't believe you could handle this.
Whoa, this memory feels like it's happening days or even weeks later.
A breach in security has been identified in this bionic research lab.
A journal.
Looks pretty old. She looks familiar. You have a really nice game.
Sweet, you're here.
Yes, I'm so excited. I totally haven't played it before because it's not out.
Please ignore the release date at the end of it.
Yeah. Sometimes we
as a
watch
business,
time.
I was gonna say, as a business decision, we are localizing it to 5 additional languages than we originally planned. So that takes time, and that's part of the reason why we had to bump it out one more time on the release date. But it is guaranteed coming in the spring. So
good. I mean, if
Yeah.
it takes more time, it takes more time. I don't believe in crunch culture, so
we don't either. We
good.
avoid
It's
it
like,
at all
put you on the
costs.
spot.
No. It's like we had this talk when I first joined 5 years ago. I was like, let's not do crunch, shall we? Nobody seemed to mind.
Yeah. So I know between the previous game 2064 and Neurodiver that there was also a comic. Is there any involvement or like timeline between the comic and the games?
Vague. It's sort of so technically from like what years everything takes place in, it's somewhere in the middle. So it takes place after the first game, but it's its own standalone story. So you are following Lexi Rivers, who was a Neo San Francisco police detective in the first game. She is now just a private eye living in Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
And she's following a strange cult throughout this 4-issue miniseries.
Right.
There's a very loose connection between the comic and Neurodiver, but there are some pointers here and there that whenever you're playing Neurodiver, you'll see some callbacks to the comic, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I always appreciate like little connections because it's like an Easter egg and an Easter egg, even though it's supposed to have continuity.
Yeah.
Well, like one of the things we were big about was like, okay, let's keep the canon consistent regardless of what media the new read-only memory stuff comes out in, so that way the world maintains its integrity and the fans can have that sense of a real fictional place that they're enjoying. So
right.
Yep.
Sorry, I have a lot of notes.
It's all good.
So, Neurodiver follows the story of Luna, who's an Esper, where previously in 2064, the player was kind of like ourselves.
Mhm.
What was the kind of the creative decision process behind that?
So I kind of wanted to tell, like, I wanted to have a story that actually had a defined main character in it, because one of the difficulties with 2064 was when we give so much, even though it was really good to give the player a lot of freedom of being able to name themselves and everything, the character is still kind of mostly blank outside of some of the decisions they made. The real character, main character of 2064 was Turing, technically. They acted as sort of the voice of the main character for the most part. But I really wanted to have sort of a nice self-contained story with a main character that has a personality, has a set hobbies, set ambitions that we can follow throughout this series. But the player still, of course, has the choice of making all of the decisions for what she says to everybody.
Right. Because something I like really appreciated about 2064 that and like you can tell me if it's in this one as well, but you know, there was the typical like, here's your name, here's your pronoun, and then they asked about like diet and things like that, and it had like so many like good options. Just as someone who's like, because I'm sober, it was really nice to see and like feel included in that kind of realm.
Right. Yeah. And that I heard a lot of positive feedback from not only that, but like there was somebody that was shocked that there was like a kosher option.
Yeah.
Or halal.
And
There
it's
was
like
halal.
yeah, for all of that stuff, it feels very like, do we need this, don't we? But whenever we got these responses, it was very heartwarming to hear that, oh, there was somebody that was like, wow, that's there. The other thing with this game though is that I wanted to scale back on how much we had to test and do, because we have a much smaller team, and I wanted a bit of a smaller experience in terms of the length of the game and also choices in the game. And while those sacrifices are sadly made, we don't really have those choices in this game anymore. It was something that we enjoyed putting in the first game, but it is sort of like a smaller experience for this, and for the sake of our sanity, for testing and everything, we kind of had to be like, well, we have to take a step back a little bit with it.
Yeah, and then you can tell like more of a direct story.
Yeah.
Speaking of direct story, are there going to be multiple endings in this iteration as well? And will they make me mad?
Hopefully not.
I'm hoping not with the mad part, but as far as multiple endings goes, another thing that we're kind of scaling back on is I think Read Only Memories had like about 5 or 6 different endings to choose from, and that was also a nightmare to go through whenever it came to testing. This one does technically have multiple endings, but in a way, it's a bit more subtle in how things are done as far as like multiple choices and everything goes. There's not anything that will sway the story one way or another with the ending like it did with 2064. But as far as decisions that you make go, that will change some of the responses from characters later on in the game. Or one of the bigger things is just if you want to know more information or get another branch of dialogue that's different about something, then that's where the choices come in. But for the most part, it still funnels down into, let's go back into this main story line.
Right.
If that makes sense.
I noticed that there are, this is something I love about more modern games especially, is characters speaking like their first language, and it's not just English all the way through necessarily. Like, for example, with Trace, who we might see later here in a little video, but we'll see. And I think Luna does that as well. I think just a little bit.
Mostly
it-
whenever speaking to Trace, I believe.
Yeah. Is and that was Spanish, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So is there other languages than other languages than Spanish that we
Uh,
see throughout the game?
It's mostly just Spanish,
Okay.
and it's Trace. And one of the things that I wanted to do with Trace specifically is, while I do like in some games, characters speaking their first language, they oftentimes repeat it again in English, which is fine. But I also just wanted Trace to just say the word and leave it,
Yeah.
and move on. And that way, it's in a way where whenever the player is playing, it's like, well, what did she say? Well, in context, we can kind of guess what she said.
Right.
Otherwise, it's going to be a learning experience. You get to learn a word or three.
Yeah.
With her.
Get Duolingo, noob.
Yeah, there you go. It's right. It's free.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
is free. Figure it out. Google it.
Mhm.
But that's something I really appreciate anyway. Just seeing something kind of naturally flow instead of sort of giving you all the details right off the bat,
Right.
and letting people be themselves. So I have a big question. It's a lot of words. I'm just going to read it out because I was like, how do I make this question sound natural? But I don't think I can. In the previous game, 2064, we experienced a lot of queer relationships in both the foreground and the background, and we could really experience a naturalized world where queerness and identity isn't, well, some identity is questioned, but queer identity specifically isn't necessarily questioned. Are there experiences in this game that we might see here or experience in Neurodiver, and that might be different from the first game?
It's tough to say. It's been so long, honestly, since I've visited the first game, to sort of get that sense of what's different, what's not anymore whenever it comes to the interactions of characters. But we do sort of have this yearning between ES88 and Gate that we'll see throughout the game.
These two.
These two that we're seeing on the screen right now. Not the monster on the side, but ES88.
Well, there's time.
Well, but we do have a returning cast from Summer 2064. So we have Lexi, and we kind of get to learn a little more about like what her relationships were through just not a big story deal kind of deal, but whenever looking around at some of the items in her room and some of the photos, you can sort of ask like, who's this? Who's that? You can learn what her relationships were as a nice little extra in the past. So that it's kind of the same in a way as the first game, as far as the characters are, how they're represented and how they present themselves.
Yeah, I was definitely like taken aback a little bit at the beginning because the sort of sapphic tension kind of happens like pretty quick.
Yeah,
and it's strong,
Yeah.
and I was like, "Oh, this is good. This is spicy right away." So I
It's
was
like
very
a
happy to see
wholesome
that.
spicy if you can
Yeah.
have both, because we didn't there's not like deep relationship built in this game, but there's a lot of this like tension. Like, I'm not going to spoil anything, but like, yes, a growing tension between two of the lead characters. So,
And as someone who's like watched The Nanny, for example, tension is the best. Just keep it as tension. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
Something cute I noticed. I unfortunately have only played 2064, of course. So that's what I have to like go off of. But
well, the new one's not out yet, so it's
yeah,
okay.
exactly. I noticed some like pun typos in the first game. And I'm not sure if those were intentional, but I'm wondering if we're gonna see some like cute wordplay in this game, because I'm a punster myself.
There might be a little bit, but not a lot, but perhaps.
I think there are a few, but like
yeah.
it's not like a constant stream of them, I suppose.
Yeah. I don't know. The writing in both of the games, at least from what I can see anyway, is really well done. I usually notice a lot of typos, spelling mistakes, things like that. And I didn't notice any, at least not that I can remember. The only one I noticed was the pun one, and I was like, someone left this in as a joke.
That might have been a pun. Yeah,
Yeah.
It probably was.
We
Yeah.
were talking
Very
about the jade
intentional.
plant, and we were
Yeah.
like, I believe in you, or something like that.
Yes,
And it
that
was
is
like,
100%
Yeah.
an intended pun.
So tell me about, I don't know if you're also part of the writing team, but tell me some things about the writing team, because it seemed like, from what I could gather from the credits, it's a lot of people, but I'm not sure if it's like the same team or if you pick up different people to work on like different parts of the project.
So it's a different team, and there were a lot of people involved, sort of in the beginning in planning, and there were some different writers that came in. As far as the story, the initial story is concerned, Sina Grace, who was the writer for the comic, put together the story based off of some early drafts from some other writers that we had from early planning. And then our lead writer, Sam Ortiz, she took everything that Sina made in his script and made it something that could actually work as a game. So she did all of the main writing for the game, all of the main dialogues for the game. And then we had Jolie Menzel as our narrative design and editor for the game as well. And we all worked very closely together with the script, making sure that it worked well, not only from a game standpoint, but also as lines that could be very naturally read by voice acting or voiceover. It was a lot of work. It was a lot of back and forth, but it was a lot of like tightly knit working together to get it done.
And I mean, it's clearly effective, so I think that's probably like worth the effort. I do have a cute little question, and Kate, you can answer this as well, of course.
Okay.
That I have for you both. So for those who don't know, who haven't played 2064, for example, we're at a point where we're gene splicing with like animal DNA, or using cybernetic modification. And sometimes it's out of necessity, and sometimes it's for cosmetic reasons. If you could use gene splicing and or cybernetic modification, what would you use and why?
I think I know what JJ will say, but I'll let him say it. By the way, I love your hints like towards like the cybernetic makeup you have on.
Oh yeah, the makeup's great.
I thought JJ would appreciate that.
I was at first gonna do like Lexi's because it's more like subtle, and then I saw Gates, and I was like, oh well, I gotta do that. Like,
it 100% works.
Yeah. Thank you.
JJ, do you have a first answer? I've got a couple ideas, but I'd have to think another 10 seconds about the augmenter splicing thing.
The cybernetics, I don't know. As far as like cybernetics goes, it would mostly be like, oh, well, I actually need this sort of thing. Because I don't think I would ever want to just get cybernetics for the sake of it. At least if we're talking about this world and not fantasy worlds, the number one thing that could probably go wrong with like, oh, I want to replace my eyes, is, well, that company that made your eyes is gone now, and now you're blind again.
Right.
Yeah, but maybe
nothing
that
is future-proof in technology, right?
Yeah.
But if we're talking in fantasy terms, maybe that or something that could translate languages on the fly accurately. As far as like hybrids go, I just want a tail. Tail would be awesome, I think.
Is there a specific kind of tail?
Not really. Like, I don't know.
Just
like
whatever.
Just whatever. Like I don't know, cat tail, fox tail, any sort of tail would be pretty great, I think.
So too.
Yeah.
On to me. So I was thinking about like the genetic stuff like that, and one of the things I wouldn't mind having like as an additional feature built into my DNA would be the ability to like heal fast and regrow limbs. Like, you know, a starfish, you can cut off an entire limb, or a crab will regrow its entire arm back. Because as humans, I think the only thing we can grow back is our liver if you lose half of it, which is tiny compared to all these other creatures that can basically grow almost their entire body back. And I think that that's pretty awesome. Hopefully I won't ever need to, but I would like that option, and fast healing always seems like a good idea. Like we did talk about some gene splicing for potential other read-only memories stories, and you know, for example, you could. I'm not going to spoil anything for a future one, but like one of the things is like you could splice plant DNA into your human, and different plants have certain things like aromas or scents or pheromones. You know, same thing with animals; they also have their own distinct pheromones, and there's things that you can actually do, or things that could affect the real world as an extra feature that would come from that sort of thing. When it comes to augments, I think I would, and this is assuming dream world where like anything I add would not become obsolete or I would not regret it later. I would say I love the language thing that JJ mentioned. I think that's actually kind of probably the best one I could think of. But I would say like, and maybe this would probably be something I do regret, but like internet directly to my brain, like internal Wi-Fi. I mean, I think that would be great because like, you know, it would be nice to be able to access it without remember to keep battery charged on the phone.
So you would be the 5G tower.
It would be right in here, yeah.
And you can
I
change
could
your
like
name to-
move my arms for better signal. I'd be like, ooh, no, over here.
Yeah, all 8 of them.
Yeah, all 8 of them.
Cephalocade.
Yep.
Well, we were just given our little warning to wrap up. That was my wrap-up question, to be fair.
Nice. We did it.
Yeah. Speed round.
Nice.
So I have been your host for this particular panel, Chalora, trans drag streamer, and JJ. Where can we find you, and where can we see you?
So I'm JJ Signal on Twitter, or I guess X, and also Blue Sky now. And I'm mostly just there.
Kate.
Reposting stuff. That's it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm usually found most places. You can just search Cade Peterson, and most of the time you'll find me. But I'm Cade Rageous is my handle on most things. Blue Sky is my favorite. Twix, Twitter X, whatever. That's far second, but that's my most established public one. But Blue Sky is Blue Sky and Twix. Cade Rageous, like outrageous, but Cade Rageous.
Truly.
And if you want to find MidBoss, just go to midboss.com and you should find everything else about us and what we're doing.
Yeah. And wishlist NeuroDriver read-only memories on Steam. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Chalora, Cade, JJ, thank you so much for that awesome conversation. Chalora, those questions were amazing and really hit to the point of why we are doing this live stream and why it's important to have this kind of representation, not only in games, but across the gaming industry, whether you're a developer, streamer, gamer, what have you. So thank you so much for that engagement. I personally can't wait to play NeuroDiver until right now. I just want to take my demo and keep playing it. It was really cool. Anything ESP and like psychic stuff, it's my jam. You can download the read-only memories NeuroDiver demo today. So go ahead and wishlist that. Wishlisting games on Steam really supports our developers, so it's so important. Just give that wish list, all that jazz, and really help support the queer LGBTQIA plus game dev community. With that, we've wrapped up our 6 showcases. Oh my gosh. I know. Like, yeah, let's give a round of applause. Seriously, that's truly amazing.
They were all amazing.
Wow, I have so many games I want to play now, but that's not all we have. We've still got 1 hour of great industry insights in our next segment. But first, I'd like to thank all the streamers and devs who've participated in today's showcase. What an amazing lineup of games. My holiday wish list pretty much just skyrocketed.
Speaking of holiday wish lists, as Jacob said, please help out these amazing creators by visiting their game on Steam and wish listing it or buying it. You know, you could also buy it, but wish list it. This helps out the developers tremendously.
And while you're at that, or maybe perhaps right after that, look up the developers that you've enjoyed from this show and like give them a follow on their socials and interact with them and wish list their games. Every little bit of stuff like that is very encouraging and makes it all worthwhile, really.
All right, so next we will transition into our last program of the evening, a panel discussion on LGBTQIA+ representation in the games industry. During this panel, moderated by the one and only Deer, you'll learn directly from Showcase developers about current trends, challenges, successes of queer representation in games today, and how we can pave a path to a more inclusive future.
But first, let's take a look at some final honorable mention that we didn't get a chance to showcase in today's stream, and a special event coming up soon called Stream Queens. More on that in a bit, but stay with us, and we'll be right back with the panel.
I keep having the weirdest dreams about my hometown. I've not been back there in 2 years. Not since Dad's memorial. Now Mum's trying to sell the place. I can't find the words to reach her. Dad would know what to say. He used to have us throw this ball back and forth to work out our problems. So you came back, Desta, after all this time? You can't just show up and expect everything to be normal. I'm sorry. I should have kept in touch. I've imagined these conversations in my head 100 times. But I think I'm working my way through it.
Well, if it isn't Desta. Sleeping in class again.
Have I had it all wrong?
You look like you could use a friend right now.
I can't keep running. I've got to find the right words. All these dreams.
All right, boys, let's get this show started.
Seraph, drop the floor and push them in.
I didn't realize you were all into group play. Am I the star? Whoa. Fuck my life. Step up, Sally. Back up, Becky. Woo! And that's a happy ending.
I think something big is coming.
Damn, Daddy!
Not him, that.
Death drop.
Landlord? Where the hell is it coming from? Hello?
Was it my hat, Andrew?
Is that why you didn't let me in today? Into my house?
No, it's just,
My husband and I own a small private apiary in Coringaches, and I just thought I'd stop by to see some of my tenants, and I shouldn't have worn the hat.
No, it's okay. I just wanted everything to be perfect for the inspection. And
so you let me in next time?
I mean, we have
You
to.
let me in?
But yeah, yeah, of course.
Oh,
Come on.
wonderful. Yes, they let me in. Hello, Andrew.
Hello.
How many times has this happened to you? You've devised the perfect evil scheme, but have no henchmen to carry out your plans. Because you killed them all. What is a supervillain to do? Introducing Crimer, villainy made simple. Just load up the Crimer app, start a job, and we take care of the rest. And best of all, you don't have to pay salaries or health care or death benefits because your new henchmen aren't employees, they're independent contractors. It's win-win. Don't wait. Sign up today. Your plans, your schemes, our resources. Crimer.
So put me at the back left, put me on the bench. I don't wanna be in the show, I just wanna run the show. Put me at the back left, put me on the bench. I don't wanna be in the show, I just wanna run the show. Just a bang on my tiny string, if there ever was any doubt. Reach under my trousers, move up where my blouse is, and put your hand in my mouth. Was in the know,
Hi, everybody! Hi, Stream Queen Con. Just be stupid. Don't be afraid to draw big shapes on yourself. Don't be afraid to put lashes like on your forehead.
Take my wig.
Let the music sleigh bells.
Take my wig off. It just. I'm done. I'm just.
Bella's done. Bella's done. Stop running that way. Ah! No one saw that. No one saw that.
Oh, the camera was on me. God.
So you play as the last mother fox on Earth after late stage capitalism has destroyed the planet. I still get giddy to go to a gay bar and just be surrounded by, oh my god, there's gay people here too, just like me.
If I want to watch a bunch of rotting corpses ruin the lives of people, I'll just watch politics.
Oh, okay. Glee.
Hey everyone, sorry, we'll be right with the panel. We're just adding one more slot to the fill so that we can make sure everyone's gorgeous faces are shown. That was totally my bad. I accidentally deleted one of our frames earlier. So bear with us for just a minute while our amazing producer gets 7 folks slotted on us. And we'll start the panel in just a moment.
I like that it feels like we're just staring at each other in silence.
Yeah. This is just a moment for us to all just enjoy each other's presences and to just think about, you know, how the stream has gone so far, how the vibes have been. Pretty
Just
good.
Imagining what you're saying.
Hi, I didn't realize I was muted. Hello, everyone. Hi.
Hey.
I was just dancing, you know, why not?
It was
That
beautiful.
was good. That was really good.
Thank you. I dabbed. I said everyone dab.
Oh.
Oh, and none of us did.
Oh.
Oh.
Woo! It's like magic. It's like seeing behind the scenes. It's sexy.
The Brady Bunch, but it's
Hi.
the gay gaggle.
Yes.
Nice.
Are we good? Are we cute? Are we ready?
Yeah. Maybe.
More muted.
Possibly.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, go ahead, and we'll try and adjust you to make you a little bit bigger, but sorry for the tech difficulties. But yeah, go ahead and, dear, introduce yourself. Tell us more about yourself. Tell us more about Stream Queens. I cannot wait for this weekend.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And then once you're done with that, we'd love to do some introductions for the rest of the panel. Everyone can introduce themselves after that.
Let's do it. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Dear. Let's play what you fear. I'm a variety streamer on Twitch and elsewhere and beyond. Welcome to the Queer Indies Showcase Developer Panel. Thank you all for being here. Wasn't this an amazing show? We're going to talk about the importance of LGBTQ representation and inclusion within the gaming industry. Just something about me. I'm the founder of Team Stream Queens, and all-drag troupe, the all-drag troupe of content creators on Twitch. And you saw the trailer. Next week, Saturday, 1 week from today, we are having our 4th annual digital convention celebrating drag, gaming, visibility, representation. It's going to be so much fun. Please, everyone, follow the Stream Queens Twitch channel. It's going to be amazing. Chalora's going to be there. I'm going to be there. It's going to be so good. Thank you so much, IGDA, for allowing us to share our trailer so that we can get people hyped up. Woo! But enough about that. That's not yet. That's in a week. We're here together right now, and we're going to go down the line and reintroduce ourselves just in case anyone is just tuning in. We've got developers and streamers here to talk about representation. Let's start with, is it Stefan?
Stefan Gagné, yeah. I'm with Fiction Factory Games. I am the guy who wears way too many hats there, and I am a moderately interesting writer.
Yay. Go down the line. Thomas.
All right. Hi, I'm Thomas Barra, he, they, co-founder and narrative director at FNAF Games, which is a small indie studio in Otatahi, Christchurch, New Zealand. And our focus is on queer narrative games with nostalgic and silly components, I guess.
Thank you. Pete?
Hell yeah. I'm Pete. I'm half a fuzzy ghost. Me and my boyfriend make games about, I don't know, queers, I guess. They're very bright. They're very joyful.
They're okay. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Chalora.
Hi, I'm Chalora. I'm a trans drag streamer, and I play all sorts of stuff and do characters, and I am thinking of making a video game, so who knows?
Oh.
Developer. Let's go. How about you, Jeff?
Hey everybody, my name is Jeff Brutlog. I'm also a variety streamer and a writer. The genres I typically tend to stream are magical, kooky, or spooky. I also love food, so I'm just always know that I'm thinking about food at any given time.
Preach.
So true. Hi, JJ.
Hello, I'm JJ, the creative director at MidBoss. I am not only that, but the lead artist and animator for both Read Only Memories and Read Only Memories Neurodiver. Our main focus, at least so far, has been narrative-focused games. Maybe that might change later, but who knows?
Cute. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for sharing your games with the wider community. It was so much fun, but also so important to be able to get to know y'all and get to know your games, either already out or coming soon. I want to know, for the developers, what was your path to becoming a developer? And this is for anyone. Just raise your hand, scream, shout, feel free to answer. What made you want to be a developer?
I'm going to mute because the plane's going over.
I've been doing games since high school in the 90s. I'm an old dude. Mostly I was making them to not fail my computer science classes. Like here, I did a thing. I wasn't just slacking off the entire semester. But I've been pretty much doing this for a very long time. And other than taking a quick break into doing novels, I basically did games back to back.
Thank you.
Cool. I'm the inverse of that. I've been doing. Oh, I just jumped in. So
Ooh, go ahead, Pete. You've got the floor.
So I've been doing this for like 3 years. I was a commercial. My boyfriend and I were both. Fuzzy Ghost started as us being a animation duo, and then we just got sick of clients. Commercial work is rough,
That's
and
fair.
so just trying to keep the dream alive now.
Thank you for sharing, Thomas. Thomas, you really want to talk.
I'm
really
so
wanna
keen.
know.
I know the answer. No, I've been kind of similar story. Like I've only been in games for maybe like 4 and a bit years. I wrote down my flow chart was art school, e-commerce, depression, startup funding, video games. So there's a nice little path that anybody can follow. Actually, that's really great.
JJ.
So I guess whenever I was a kid, I wanted to make robots. And then after that, I wanted to make comics. And then I played Gunstar Heroes on the Sega Genesis and was like, oh, I want to make video games.
Nice.
And around the early 2000s, after I dropped out of school, I got a hold of Multimedia Fusion and Click and Create and was really into the Sonic fan gaming scene. And then ever since then, I just kind of stumbled into this position, knowing Photoshop and how to make, production ready art. Suddenly I found myself being the lead on a game that features robots that's like a playable comic. So it all worked out.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. Chalora, you mentioned that you want to be a developer. Why do you want to be a developer? Are you inspired by the the Queer Indies showcase today?
I mean, I wanted to do it before this for sure. I just I started taking a video game development course just to like see if it resonated, you know, because I don't know if streaming is going to last forever. And
Nothing lasts forever.
yeah, who knows? I could start making a video game and they're gone tomorrow. But I really wanted to get into it because I don't know. I feel like there's like stories and characters and representation that I don't often see. I'm not going to say that I don't see, and I want to see that in game genres that I like, but I don't see it in. And rather than complaining about it, somebody has to do it. So
this is absolutely our calling as well. I love that. I love it.
That is a fantastic point. And that actually leads me into what I wanted to ask. So you're jumping the gun a little. What's your take on the current state of representation for queer people in the gaming industry? And anyone, please jump in.
There needs to be more.
Absolutely.
I just think I think, you know, from what I'm noticing as far as like queer representation in games go so far, like I definitely think it's getting better. And I think like, you know, and I think the range of different kinds of stories that we're getting are definitely better than even just like a few years ago. But that being said, there can't ever be too many. So I just think, you know, get as much representation out there as you can.
Absolutely. And I saw both Pete and Thomas wanted to answer.
Always fighting for the mic. You go.
I pass the mic to...
You choose.
Pete spoke first before, so Thomas, go ahead and speak first.
I guess, yeah, I think like echoing like, what probably all of us have thought about. I think like with LGBTQIA plus representation in games, I feel like the best stuff is coming from the indie scene. Like, not necessarily that I'm making the best stuff, but I think everyone else here is. I think the AAA like games industry is getting better and things are kind of like slowly improving, but I definitely feel like there's still issues with things like the queer content in AAA games being kind of hidden behind like, say, a gay button or like an opt-in kind of scenario. So like a lot of gamers who are, not interested in that kind of thing can kind of avoid that representation entirely. So for me, that kind of feels a little like, I don't know, it's sort of, it's hit and miss, I guess, sometimes when it's implemented in that way, I would say.
When it's optional.
Mm.
Pete, what did you want to add?
I think I'm getting more and more optimistic. I like how much stuff we're seeing. I mean, I'm on the older end of the devs doing a lot of queer stuff. And so I'm a bit tired of there's a lot of coming out stories and a lot of like finding yourself stories, and that is great. And that is always very valid. But like Laura said earlier, I don't see the stories that I want. And so they're the ones we're making, or we're all trying to make. But it's not the same when you make it yourself. Like, I want it to be someone else's. I want more. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more adult-oriented stories where it's not just about finding yourself, not about, I mean, everyone is always finding themselves, but not about making peace with being gay or being queer or whatever. That's just a core theme of it while you're, I don't know, blowing up a space station or something cool.
Mm-hmm. And Stefan, I saw you agreeing or nodding. Like, what do you think about the state of the representation in games currently?
I mean, I can't speak authoritatively for the industry. I've always felt like a bit of an outsider because I just sort of run off and do my own little thing, and maybe people buy it, maybe people don't. But I do like that we're starting to see more and more representation in both indies and AAAs, and notably seeing stories with queer characters that are not just about their queerness. That like it's an aspect of them, it's an aspect of their background, their personality, it defines who they are, but it's not the totality of their story. That it's their story isn't I'm the queer one. No, their story is blah 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 blah. Also I'm queer. Blah 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 blah. I like to see where it's more embedded, where it's not just a trivialized offhand mention. You can get it out for 30 seconds for the international market, but still integrated in a way that feels natural.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that's really important, is when it feels natural. It doesn't just feel like a tack on, because plenty of AAA companies have been like, oh, by the way, that character, they're gay, but it's not in the game. We're just saying it on X or Twitter or whatever.
My biggest, because I absolutely agree with that. But at the same time, when we're complaining about that, which is warranted, the tack on, I don't want developers to take that as taking it away. Like Soldier 76 in Overwatch being gay has like almost zero content, but I'm real happy it's there regardless.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
like
crumbs or something.
That whole queer baiting thing, I'm like, I'm hungry.
I want to eat.
Yeah.
I've always felt that perfect shouldn't be the enemy of good when it comes to representation.
Yes.
You should still make the effort. You should do an honest job of it. But if you come up short, at least you did an honest job and you made the effort.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really like when like somebody really goes out of their way to try to get some representation in their game. Maybe they don't do it to the best they could, and they get slammed for it. It's like, at least there's an effort here, as opposed to like scaring off developers from even trying.
Absolutely.
Fear that they can't get it perfect.
Yeah. I want to piggyback off that real quick too. Yeah, I think the thing about being able to, be queer creators creating queer stories is, especially if we kind of tap into our own experiences to get that story out there, like it's valid because it is your experience as a queer person. So like definitely, there definitely should not be any pressure to like get it perfect. As Stefan said, it's, it is your story, and that's what matters most.
It's the thought that counts. Do you have anything to add, JJ? About
No.
representation in the industry?
I was going to ask if we were perhaps then past the Dharma and Greg point of representation in television in video games, but I guess we are now. But I suppose we can only hope. I'm too much of a dummy for this type of question, but yeah,
you made a game. You're not a dummy. You made that.
You'd be surprised at how much a dummy can do, like myself.
Do you see what I did today?
Yeah,
I believe.
But yeah, no, I mean, the point of allowing there to be messy stories is something that at least I feel like it is maybe more rare to see that unless you're going into more of like the itch.io game dev like indie scene, which to me feels a lot like the underground comic like zine scene, where you do get a lot more messy stories and more flavor out of that. Whereas while I would say like AAA games have been doing a lot better than they were like even just 4 or 5 years ago, it still kind of feels like the network television version of that.
It absolutely is.
Scrubbed version.
Yeah. And I want to see some more messiness in there, but it can be tough, especially whenever we have social media and a lot of worm-brained people in it that are ready to strike at something like that.
Well,
worm-brained is a great term.
Worm-brained. On that same topic, JJ, I think you touched upon something interesting. So what can the AAAs and the studio leaders do to like make their games feel more authentic and more real? Or like how can they attract more queer developers to make games with and for them?
Pay them.
Hire us. That's about it, really.
Unionization.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of it not. I mean, I think it's always important to have what are the AAA, AA's doing, but I mean, ultimately, the queer community is rarely going to single-handedly be able to float their bottom line, right? So when we get something in there, cool, but the focus of what I find exciting is what like the teams in this room are doing and this kind of stuff. Like this is the queer stuff. And I think in games, we're luckier than television and film is because we can do it with much smaller margins in a much quicker time. So we don't have to kind of scramble for the scraps in the way that you necessarily have to with TV rep, because it doesn't need to have a budget of $10 million. We can have just these tiny teams making their specific niche stories. And as this ball rolls bigger, this snowball gets bigger and bigger, the games are going to get more polished and more interesting and weirder and smaller and bigger and, like all of the things. And it's that like snowflake of random shit that I'm excited for.
I love it.
I would still like to see more representation and more hiring within the larger game space rather than just the indies, though. I mean, the disadvantage for indie is that, yes, you can be small and independent and weird and you can do whatever works for you, but we're also extremely easy to get lost in the flood. Like marketing and visibility is a huge problem, and that's like a problem that's pretty much solved at the AAA level. So if we could get some representation going at every level, not just the smaller level, then that would lift everybody up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Oh, sorry. I was just going to jump in really quickly. I think if there were, I've been asked this question before at like NZGDC and on a similar kind of panel, and everyone like struggled to answer because it was like a lot of indies trying to answer on behalf of bigger studios, right? So it's like, what can they do? They want to improve their diversity. They're a AAA studio, and they're sort of looking at it like it's a business problem, right? I guess like some of the things that came up during that talk were the kinds of things that make your workplace nicer for everyone is going to make it appealing for queer people in terms of like flexibility, counseling, time off, like I don't know, like health insurance, like things like that. As well, I think it's important to realize that like queer communities will like and queer game devs will talk to each other. So like if your place is known to be kind of questionable to work at, or you've not done right by some of your staff, you should really like make some improvements to try and like figure out where did you go wrong, like because people will talk and people will know not to go work there because you're not supportive. So that's not a threat. It's just an observation.
Oh,
maybe it's a threat actually.
Little A, little B.
Yeah.
Why not both?
Why not both?
A little bit of both. I wanna ask our streamer friends, what do you think from your perspective as content creators, as the people playing the games? What do you think that industry leaders within the gaming space can do to better representation within games, if anything?
We haven't heard from you in a bit, Laura. I'll pass it to you first.
I was going to answer the other question, but I think it's kind of like the same sort of question anyway. I really want to see, more diverse people at the table. Obviously, like your table at the office should look like the rest of the world, if that makes sense. There should be everyone at the table. You shouldn't have like your token gay guy, your token, so and so. It should be pretty well balanced, and it shouldn't just be like here's one woman who has her little perspective and all that kind of stuff, because it ends up where you have drowned out voices who will give the opinion you're looking for but often get outvoted by everybody else. And I think equal perspective from all the way around, because sometimes we have a gay man who might be misogynist, or like that happens too. So
the intersectionality of
it exists.
And making sure that your company is nourishing that kind of culture too, not just like hiring those people then leaving them in the dirt. Checking in on them, making sure they're happy in their workplace, listening to them when they have a problem, and trying to come to a better solution.
That's tea.
It feels like a lot of this is basically just down to labor rights. It's down to making a good workplace that's going to be welcoming and is going to offer benefits. And that's something that a lot of companies are like recoiling in horror from, which doesn't make sense, because in the long run, it's going to help. It's going to improve their profits.
Turn into a joint union chant.
Yeah, I was going to say unions. 4-day work week, 3-day work week. Unions.
That's something that every industry can get better from, not even just games.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
and
yes.
if we need to do more research, hire some people as contractors, if that's what it takes. You have a particular character, you want to tell a trans storyline. Okay, hire a bunch of trans writers or trans creatives, put them in a room, get them talking, and pay them to do that and to go through that, like reliving their trauma or whatever it is that they have to do to get that information for your game, because you're telling a story at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, how good our ideas can flourish when given AAA kind of money, So if AAA studios are actually bringing us into, like you were saying, if you're bringing us into the room, whether it's contracting or something to where you're putting us at a seat at the table and saying, here's what we'll give you, what can you do with that kind of a thing, and making sure it's it's appropriate budget as well. But because we have stories that can really shine, and I think can really hit way more people than they might think.
Absolutely. I want to talk about a subject that we don't always love, but I think that it's important because a lot of people see developers of games as leaders as well as streamers as leaders within our space. I want to know how you deal with, as queer people, we get targets on our back. How do you deal with negativity when it comes to your baby, the game that you make?
badly.
How do you brush it off or not pay attention to it? How do you deal with it? Go ahead, Stefan.
Deal with it badly? That's basically my default. There's like two things that basically come in when it comes to critique. There's the obvious, ew, pronouns. It's like, okay, you can just laugh that off and just shove them away because they have absolutely nothing of value to bring to the table. But then you get the comments that are coming in that are harsh and negative, but also making a pretty good point. One of those haters going to occasionally make good points type things. Oof. And that can drive you a bit.
I don't like that, but
yeah, that can drive you a bit into self-doubt. Like, did I screw that up? I was trying, but did I mess that up? And you gotta it's hard because you don't want to completely take it to heart. It could still be an invalid criticism or just one that disagrees with the direction of your story, but you still got to give it some kind of airing in order to be fair to it. So I don't really have any great solution for that.
It is the great mystery. It's like, are you criticizing because the game, or are you criticizing because queer? There's that bias that just is.
Or criticizing because your own expectations, which do not match my experiences, or your own experiences, which don't match mine, both of which are valid, but there's an assumption of authority coming in on it.
Yeah.
I think I'm quite lucky in that Queerman Peering, which is our only big release, really, is niche enough that we don't get a lot of we don't get people who have opinions on it, because people often bounce straight off if they don't get it. And if they do get it, the biggest thing they complain about is the run button doesn't do anything. And that's right. It doesn't. You're going to walk slow. Thank you. But our next game is we're trying to make more accessible. So it's horror comedy. And so I'm worried about this exact question, because you can get people who it's not horror enough, or it's too gay, or all that stuff. And I know this was a question, but I don't have an answer.
It's hard. Life doesn't. You get questions. Sometimes you don't know the answer. And also on what you just said, is it more horror or comedy, or it's not enough, or it's too little? I'll be the judge of that because I'm going to play it.
Period. Me too.
I'll let you know.
I'll send you a build.
I'll jump in really quickly. I guess I will offer some structure, just because I asked this question to a New Zealand studio who was mentoring me a couple of years ago, because they didn't necessarily deal with queer specific hate mail, but they had a process for how they deal with trolling trolls and whatever. But it essentially boiled down to before it's even happened, it's quite good, even in a small team, if you actually have a process for how you deal with it. And that process might even be as simple as it arrives on Steam or in your email or wherever, person A looks at it, sends it to person B. You get to then put it to the side and maybe have a time to go over it if it's something that's worth going over. Like Stefan said, if it actually has any merit or anything that's actionable in it. If it's pure hatred, just block it and remove it and don't engage with it. There's very little to be gained from, I feel getting into the trenches with the trolls, unless you really love it, unless it it just nourishes you so much and it just brings joy to your life.
You have it's the heel wrestling point of view.
yeah. Go
at it head on. If they have something to say, so do I. Let's go.
Yeah, I've got all the time in the world. Come have a mean chat at me. Let's unpack.
Mm-hmm. JJ, do you have anything to add about if there's criticism, specifically criticism about the queerness of your projects? How do you deal with that?
I don't really deal with it that much. I like going through Steam and just checking the thumbs down bad comments, mostly because there are people that give a bad review, and I'll read through it and I'll be yeah, that person does talk a lot, maybe too much in this game, or the way that this person sort of speaks about themselves is maybe not really well done in a way, they're an exposition dump of some kind, and it's okay, yeah, that I get that. That is something that I'm trying to solve now. But as far as people being like, oh, it's some SJW, or I guess now the new word that everybody loves using, woke. This is woke.
I was about to say, just search the discussions on Steam. Whoa.
Yeah. It's worthless mess. Like, it's just eating a bag of Lay's potato chips. Like, it's nothing really that's worth anything to engage with, and that's just much like Twitter, much like any sort of social media sort of outlet. Like, the number one thing that I think a lot of people need to learn is to just not engage, and that's about it. Like, sometimes it can be funny. Sometimes they'll say, oh, this game is like a copy of another game. Like, whenever they're like, oh, it's just play Snatcher instead because it's the same game. And it's like, well, you showed your whole ass there, because really, like, it's not like, it was, yes, inspired by it, but it plays completely differently. The
But also, have you
presentation is
played a
different.
video game before? Like, that's how genre works. That's how
Like,
video games work.
It's one of those things where it's like, you looked at the inspirations that were I think even in the description, it's like Snatcher, and then you decided to put that in the review and say, oh, it's that. And it's mostly just worthless information. Like, I don't really, I can understand why people would get offended by it, but these people already had it in their head to put that negative review down for this game. There is no changing it. For a sort of dreary way of putting it, it's embracing the hopelessness of ever getting through to this person. And with that in mind, there's no reason to really get emotional about it. They already had that in their head, so move on.
I think in terms of when Stefan said there being that like little element of truth to the feedback, I think that's where it's really good if you can find a games critic who has reviewed your game that you already know you really like their take on things. And because then if they bring it up as well, you can be like, okay, that's something. Or if like multiple people bring up the same thing, like run not being fast enough, you can go, okay, maybe in the next game we'll introduce a run button. Okay. But really, let's not forget that, like, if that person threw opinions at you anywhere else in any other context, you would not listen. I don't like your opinion. I don't care. But yeah, I'm not a fan of community reviews in general, I think.
Thank you for sharing. Streamers, Shalora, Jeff, did you have anything else to add, like dealing with negativity generally? Don't listen to it.
It's, it's sometimes when there's such an intention just to be hateful, I think sometimes something I always go back to is just like, wow, you gotta be really sad, like just a really sad person just to like be so aggressively hateful all the time. So I think like anytime I see that, when in doubt, just say that I'm like involved with their dad.
Right. Always a good one.
Yes.
They always say that there's no such thing as bad publicity, I guess. And in some respects, yeah, these days with cancel culture, not so much. But if your game is good and people are just, shouting off from the rooftops, at least they're shouting.
Yeah.
That's fair. At least they're
I want
talking about
attention,
it.
So.
Yeah,
let's
go.
Yeah.
How do y'all feel about the relationship between indie gaming and streaming? Like, do you all like go seek out people playing your games, or like how do you feel about streaming and game development?
I mean, personally, I love it. I try to drop by anytime someone is playing my game on a stream to, encourage them, say, thank you for playing my game. I know you have a limited time to do on your streams. You have, limited number of games you can present to your community. I appreciate that you picked mine. And it's also really good research. Like, if you can see how people play your game, what decisions they make, why they're making those decisions, because they talk it through. They talk through their thinking process whenever they're making a choice. It can really help you in your game development abilities, because it can show you where your weaknesses are, where your strengths are. It can show you what you might want to do differently next time around. And my webcam does not want to focus, so I am transmitting I'm becoming a gaseous form, I guess.
Yeah. It's a soft filter. It's a beauty filter. That's what I use. Those are very good points. I mean, it's a different type of beta tester almost, in a way, I guess.
Absolutely.
How about,
especially with with your streamers have to be so good at multitasking. Like, you're holding conversation with chat and you're trying to think about, am I being entertaining? And you have to play the game. And I'm very impressed at that, because I would just be ignoring chat and being like, that's my gaming face.
Yeah, I can't multitask. I'm the same. I love watching streamers play like anything that I've made. I've grown to really love I like to go to small, little, tiny streams, big streams, like, you know, stuff where the chat takes a little bit to pop off, and then once everyone starts chatting, like the community feeling is so exciting. I didn't really know what VTubers were until we put our thing out into the Queer Games bundle, and like mostly VTubers played our demo, and I was like, oh, VTubers, this is a new thing that I really like as well. This is fun.
Yeah.
So I love streamers. I think streamers are, you know, I believe the streamers are the future. Treat them well and let them lead the way, as they say.
Yes. Well, I mean, maybe.
I want the streamers to answer this question. Yourself as well, dear.
How do we feel about indie games and streamers? Should I answer first, or one of y'all?
Sure.
I love indie developers, just like how Stefan said. It's like if you go on Twitter and it's like, I'm playing this game, tag person or tag developer. There has been countless times, and actually, Stefan, you had mentioned that in your first segment today, is like, oh my gosh, I met you when you were playing my game. I've never talked to you face to face.
Yep.
That is the coolest thing, is to get the attention. Like for me, I love attention, obviously, but it's cool to get attention from people that are doing really cool things, especially people that I regard as artists. So like, I love when other drag artists like what I do. I like when people that make games like my streaming. Like, it is the best form of validation. And then so many times I've sort of started a relationship with these people too, like checking out their new game, or they send me a code, or I just like and comment on their posts. Like, there's just this form of community, I guess, that's a different side of it than someone just watching me normally. It's someone that made something that I'm experiencing and enjoying. It's just really unique and cool to me. Shalora, Jeff, how do you feel? Indie games, indie developers, streaming, is there something there?
I have a long answer. I don't know about you, Jeff.
You can go first.
Do you have a short answer?
I don't. It might get long, so I say you go first.
Okay. Just for context, I've gone to PAX for the past almost 3 years, to both East and West. I pack my 4-day week with back-to-back interviews with indie devs, because AAA devs don't want to talk to me, which is fine. Screw them. Their loss.
Yeah.
I walk around in a ball gown. Like, what do you want? And I love the interaction that I get to have with them. I love when they're excited and they're interested, or they have questions for me, or, you know, they want to interact, they want to collab, they want to do all sorts of things. I love when they're excited about their games. But I get really upset when I go to see them and I bring all my energy that I can, because at the end of the day, I plop wherever I'm, you know, hotel, house, whatever. And just because I'm not an extrovert. So using all that energy is like, it's really hard. And I'm sure it's hard for them too. But when they show a lack of interest, or they don't even know like certain things about their own game, or like they're really pessimistic, or I don't know, sometimes they're judgmental, because obviously I'm a drag queen running around. It's disheartening, because like I'm trying to promote indie games. I love indie games. I think the indie industry is really important. And of course, like I have conversations and PR with a lot of indie and PR teams and things like that outside of PAX. So I probably have about 30 or so games in my to review to stream list right now. And it's just getting bigger. I'm trying
More
to
and
keep
more
up.
games coming out.
And I really want to play them all. I want to share them all. I want to, provide a platform for them all. And it again kind of, you tag the devs, you let them know, you make a poster, and I understand, people have lives and things like that. But when I don't get an interaction from the studio or the devs, when they don't show up to the stream, when they don't share the thing or anything, they don't show any interest, it kind of sucks. I can understand maybe there's a lot of people playing their game. I don't know. But when they do, it's really nice. And when they're excited, like I think I was watching previously known as Charlie Baba, because they just changed their name yesterday.
Sukar Baba.
Yeah, Sukar Baba. Was playing Thirsty Suitors, and the dev for that game showed up not once, but twice for several hours, and was
cool.
giving information, giving backstory. It was practically an interview in the chat. It was really heartwarming to see, and just really genuine and an enjoyable experience for not only the streamer, but also for the viewers. So it's kind of its own version of free advertising when you show up and you show that you actually care about the game and the people playing it. I know obviously you can't be there for every streamer, but yeah.
It's always made me too nervous to want to jump on and see someone play, because I always have that thought of like, what if I jump on, they're 2 minutes in and they're like,
I don't like it.
It fucking sucks. And they close it. Like, that's my terror.
Right.
Terrified of that.
Right. That's totally fair.
I usually hang out for like 5 minutes, not saying anything, just to get a vibe check of like what the
Feel 'em
streamer's
out.
like. And if this is like something I'd want to like pop in and say, hey, hi, it's me. It's rare that I just sort of close out and say, no, this is not the no. But every now and then it does happen.
Yeah. The only
There's an opportunity for synergy between content creators and especially indie devs, because the big ones are sometimes too big.
Yeah. Well, and sometimes I like, on the rare occasion that I do see a dev, I'm like, I want you to hop up right up here, right next to me, and tell me about the game. Tell me the story.
Tell me a story. Yeah.
Tell me, give me the spiel. Like,
Well, for
I
the
don't know.
record, very open to this in future. Anyone listening?
Pete is available. Thomas is available.
Let us rant.
If our time zones work.
Stefan wants to rant.
I'll make it work.
Wait, JJ isn't interested. No, I'm kidding.
Either or, it's fine. It's good.
Yeah. My only other response to the topic is that like I struggle really hard with asking for compensation, just because like I work really hard on what I make. I work really hard on the stream that I produce. I work really hard in the community, and like I make TikToks, I make YouTube videos, I make, all sorts of stuff. And it can just be a little disheartening sometimes when I might I try to just play the game, and if it's good, it's good. I'll keep playing it, and I'm happy to help. I'm happy to show it off. I'm happy to share it. But obviously, compensation does come into play for people like me, who it's our job. Like I know for you and Jeff as well. And like I don't want to ask for money because I feel like a scum. I feel like but at the same time, it's really hard to be like, hey, I'd like to be compensated. And I've had situations where they're like, hey, can we take your video and make stuff with it? And I'm like, can you compensate me for that? And they're like, absolutely not. We'll find someone that'll do it for free.
Oh, ouch.
Okay, no. People
Wow,
are
you-
worth their time. People are worth their effort.
Yeah, you already
And
put
that's
the work
content
into
that
it.
you've made. That's your
Yeah.
work there.
Yeah.
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 I mean, you said it all.
Yeah.
I do have we only have a few more minutes left
so sorry.
here together. No, it's fine. I'm loving the conversation. I do want to take a question from the chat. Cringeworthy asked, what are some ideas in queer stories that haven't been explored enough in indie games? And then on the flip side, if you have nothing to say, what's been overdone? What is there enough of? Like what step away from it?
I've got one, like Pete was saying earlier, like I think what we haven't seen enough of is like established relationships, long-term established relationships between queer characters that have been together for XYZ amount of time. And then the flip side of that is like, I'm guilty of it too, like lots of coming out stories, lots of coming of age stuff.
Don't play small town emo if you want to see someone else.
Cancel me. Stop it.
No, just play it for the pimple popping scene. That will stay with me forever.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mentioned in the chat, but for me, ace story options. Like, I didn't even know asexuality was a thing until I was 40. That's how badly represented it is. Like, I didn't know who I was until middle age. I would love to see more games with that. And I'm not just saying, like, give people the option not to have a romance path, but, like, give people the option to declare that they are asexual or aromantic.
Yeah.
And then have options in the story which adjust the dialogue accordingly.
That would be so nice. That's actually really smart. I mean, I think that would speak to a lot of people, because so many people are like, I don't want either of these. I don't want any of these romances. I just want to go play the game.
Yeah, that's cool.
And usually they take away story content if you don't want to follow a romance path. Like,
It just shuts it
I've
off.
been working on that. Like, Arcade Spirits, definitely, like, you lose some story content if you don't do the romance path. I've been improving on that. So for Penny, it's like you get the full story regardless of whether you're romancing or not.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see more games doing that.
Let us be best friends.
Yeah, just no relationships besides friendship. Why not?
I would say intersex folks and more queer people of color.
Yeah.
Keep it short.
Thank you. Jeff, JJ, anything else to add on that? Like, what has been overdone? What is underdone? What needs to go back in the oven?
The first thing that came to my mind, and it's not a hate on the genre at all, but definitely I feel like we went through a phase of having like visual novels left and right. And don't get me wrong, I love a visual novel, but it's so cool to see people like kind of like with Queer Man Peering. I was like, when I jumped in, it was just so cool that it was just like this world of like colorful things that I could just like walk and go follow. And like I felt so immersive. So like while, as a writer, I really love, just being able to showcase good storytelling just as it is. It's so cool. What video games I think do really well is like getting to immerse us in the world and getting to like to feel a part of it. So, adding, as diverse of queer representation as you can in a world where you actually feel like you're in it, I think is, my opinion, the way to go.
Absolutely.
I think everybody already covered it, but I guess as far as like what I would like to see more of is I do kind of agree with like, I mean, we get a lot of visual novels because I don't want to say they're easy to make. They're not, because we're making a narrative focused game and that is very difficult to make. But the tools are more accessible, I guess I should say, for a lot of them. But I kind of want to see more action games that just have queer characters in them. I want to see like a fun Dirty Pair kind of game, like something that's like Dirty Pair, or like, I guess for any furries that are in the chat, like Havoc Inc., which is a deep cut perhaps in the comics community. But something like that, but an action game would be really cool. The end. That's my thing.
Well, I can't wait for you to make it, and I'm going to play it.
Yes.
Hey, I'm putting it on the list.
Yay! Thank you all so much for making the time to be a part of this panel at the Queer Indies Showcase. I believe that we are almost out of time. We're almost finished. It's almost over. But I want to go down the line, have everyone reintroduce themselves, and tell everyone to wish list your games. And streamers, tell people to follow you. Okay, we're going to start with Stefan.
Stefan Gagny, lead whatever at Fiction Factory Games, and please buy Penny Larceny, Gig Economy Supervillain, and Arcade Spirits, The New Challengers, both on sale right now.
Buy it.
Thomas Barra, narrative designer / co-founder at FNAF Games. Please go wishlist / play Small Town Emo, and go wishlist Shelf Life Art School Detective on Steam. Yeah.
Pete, half a fuzzy ghost, and please buy Queer Man Peering into a rockpool.jpg and wishlist Janet de Mornay as a slumlord and a witch, which is coming next year.
Guess what? I just did.
Did that.
Hey. JJ?
I'm JJ, the creative director at MidBoss, as well as the director for Read Only Memories Neurodiver. I said I was a dummy, and the reason why Neurodiver is happening is because of all of the smart people that also helped me work on it. And I hope that you wishlist it on Steam.
As if everyone hasn't already. Come on.
Jeff, go ahead.
So you can catch me anywhere at Jeff Brutlog. Definitely follow my Twitch channel because you can catch me Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays playing anything magical, kooky, or spooky. You may also see, you probably saw his face a little bit, you may see my cat Smokey, who does love to clean me while he's on my lap. So you can always assume that I guess I'm dirty or something.
Ooh.
A little bit.
Okay.
I've seen your TikToks.
Hey, well.
Shalora.
Hi, I'm Shalora. I'm a trans drag streamer. You can find me on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. If you don't find me under Shalora, you can find me under Shalora Flora. And wishlist my game. I mean, follow me. That wasn't my line.
Thank you all so much. My name is Dear. Let's play what you fear. I'm a content creator on here and on TikTok, on Twitter and on Instagram and wherever, everywhere. Go and follow me, Dear Drag Queen. Just Google it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're wonderful.
Thank you. This was so much fun. You're all dolls. Thank you, IDGA. Thank you, MidBoss. Thank you, GaymerX, for making this wonderful space where queer games can be featured and celebrated. And thank you, streamers, for playing them. Bye, everyone.
Good seeing you.
Bye.
Okay, coming to you in 3.
Whew, that was amazing. All right. So I have a script to read, but oh my god, that was
Yeah,
such a
right. Yeah,
panel.
right. Like throw the script away.
Oh my, just throw the script away. Can we talk about the gay button for a minute? Because yeah, there's a gay button. I don't know how I feel about it.
I don't mind. Bring it on. as long as there's some other options, like what about the ace button or the buy
Right.
button?
No. Like the point
bring it
that the group was making was that you have to opt in to this queer content a lot of the time. It's like,
yeah,
you're right.
Opt in. That's a perfect way to put it, Katie. And I love that the conversation really took it to where it's like, we need more games where we can opt into so many options that are actually representative of the diverse community that we are as the queer community, LGBTQIA 2S plus community, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yeah. No. All right. So that was amazing. I hope everyone took something really cool away from that discussion. We all have a unique path and journey, and if you want to make games, let me be the one to tell you, do it. You don't need permission. We need your voice. We need your voice in games.
Absolutely. Yeah. I know, 100%. If I may interject, I think we not only need your voice in games, but I feel like you need your voice in games. I need my voice in games. I think that's why we're all part of this industry. And I have to plug IGDA because IGDA has really been instrumental in my life, and GaymerX has been instrumental in my life to even get into the industry. I've told you this conversation before for another night. But if you're not in the industry and you want to be, join IGDA. Join a community where you can be around developers, where you can connect with others, where you can learn about the craft and make your voices and stories heard and told. So with that said, thank you so much to all of the amazing streamers, the creatively talented game devs, and the inspirational panelists, and of course, the amazing moderator, Dear. I think our first queer indie showcase was a hit.
Yeah.
I might be biased, but I tend to agree. Anyway, seriously, thank you all so much for joining us and celebrating the content creators and queer indie developers who make games that make us feel seen and heard.
And thank you to our sponsors who helped make this event possible. I Am 8-Bit, Insomniac Games, Chorus Worldwide, and Heart Machine. Thank you so much.
And thank you to the staff at IGDA, GaymerX, and MidBoss for supporting this event and its production. You can follow IGDA, GaymerX, and MidBoss on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and their respective social media handles at IGDA, at GaymerX, spelled GAYMERX, and MidBoss, at MIDBOSS.
And I have to say huge shout out to our producer, Adam, the individual behind the scenes making all the magic happen for you today. Yes, bow to Adam. Adam, thank you so much for all that you've done tonight and really putting in so much heart into this 4 hours of exciting queer indie content. Right. Well, we can't wait to see you all next year for the 2nd annual Queer Indie Showcase. We'll have more information about that because we got to do another one, right?
We have to now.
Absolutely. Well, with that, we will conclude the Queer Indies Showcase for this time. But thank you all so much for being here, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you and
Bye,
goodbye.
everyone.